The time has come to unite the world under one nation. An 8-bit nation. A neon green nation. The CoCo Nation. The CoCo Nation Show. Coming soon.
The CoCo Nation Show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCo Nation Show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCo Nation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCo Nation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCo Nation Show, episode 341. We have several special guests today. Let's see who we got on the panel here. We've got Kevin Holloway.
Hello.
Oh, and yours truly, the button pusher, Bob Emery.
Howdy, huh?
And Ken Waters.
Woohoo! I've made the top row.
That's right. Nick Marentes.
Oh, I'm not on the bottom row.
It's
G'day,
all
everyone.
topsy-turnsy today.
That's right. I'm up standing on my head today.
And we have Erico.
Hello, everyone.
And Rick Euland.
And yeah, right there.
Mr. ZZ Top himself. Let's see. Luciano.
Hello. How are you? Hi there.
Hello.
And Marco. And L Curtis Boyle.
Welcome to the show, everyone.
Okay. And let's see. Next row, we got Kieran.
Yes.
He's ready for the
Right.
show. He's drinking already.
And nice dark one, too.
He's ahead of us.
It's 5 p.m. somewhere.
Literally. Yes.
Yeah, he's literally got a head on it, so that's right.
He is ahead of us
That's some real beer.
by GMT and everything else.
All right. Next over, we got Sloopy.
You may be away from the keyboard at the moment.
He's in Malibu.
Okay. And then next up, Ron Delvo.
And I'm in my computer, see?
Oh,
Sitting on the CPU.
Mm-hmm.
don't get them
And-
chips dirty.
Okay, we've got Fred
Hello.
and Jason.
Howdy, howdy, hello. And I hear the top row comes with a 20% pay increase.
Woohoo!
Oh, that's a division by zero error, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Oh,
All right, and then next over we got Terry Steege.
Morning, CoCo Nation, or afternoon, or evening, or wherever you're at.
They're dependent.
All right, and last but not least, Brian Weasler.
Hello, all. Welcome to the show.
On the bottom of the crowd this time.
Yeah, like I said, the order's all topsy-turnsy this time.
It's Turby Day. Yes.
Hey,
forgot to
you
pay
can
my
tell.
dues.
You can tell Brian must have a full load today since he's
He's
bottom
sunk.
heavy.
He's hanging on the bottom there. Okay, so we've got, let's see, I think first up it was Erico, right?
Yep,
Okay.
that will be us.
Okay, go ahead.
All
What you
right,
got
then.
for us today?
Well, it's actually not me. It's me and Luciano, right?
Okay.
Luciano is one of the event organizer of this show called Retro SC that happens here in south of Brazil, state of Santa Catarina. And this event happens once per year, I guess twice in a different town, but here at the capital, and we live in an island. So at this capital, we have it once every year around this time season. This one here happened last week, and it's about retro computers and video games in general. But you get to see a lot of the old 8-bits, especially the more famous Brazilian ones, right? So you get to see clones of ZX Spectrums, Apple IIs, MSX, and color computers too. And if there is one thing I would like to bring you guys today is how the event was this last weekend. And well, first what I can say is that the event grew, right? We had a little bit, we were short on space a bit on the last edition, but this time we had it on an excellent place, the most marvelous place, right? And I would like to share some.
Kind of looks like an airplane hangar.
Oh, and it's a place you guys should come check it out if you're coasting Brazil during this time of year. Let me see if I share the screen here. Luciano, would you like to say something about the event, the show, please?
Yeah, the Retro C Osborne as WhatsApp group, and in 2016, and we have a lot of members, about 100 members. We have a first meeting in that year. Present is about 16 people, 16 persons on this meeting, and of this is 16, 12 expositors or members, and 4 visitors. Last Saturday, we had a meeting with 800 people present.
Nice.
Wow.
Well, a lot. And better, a social picture of found a kilogram of food to benefit the social organization. We collect about 800 kilograms of food, and it was replaced. It was delivered to this social institution.
Nice. That's something I didn't point. There is this. The event has a how can you say it? A charity element to it, right? What Luciano was saying is that we collected 800 kilos of food to help those who are in need in Brazil, to help institutions that push things forward. So
that's close to 1,800 pounds for our American friends.
Yeah.
Yep. Actually, I can't remember the relationship between kilos and
2.2.
pounds. To tell you the truth.
2.2.
2.2.
Yeah.
Well, it's 800 kilos then. Probably 1,000 to 2,000.
But you multiply it by 2.2, so it's about 1,800 pounds, pretty close to that.
And
Yeah,
that's the.
But 800 kilos sounds easier to carry.
It's always trouble to carry the food we collect at the end of the event. Not sure if you guys are seeing the picture here. I'm sharing.
Yes, we are.
So this is the location. The stadium is located in a sask kind of. It's sort of a country club, right? But it's in front of the beach. But it's the beach facing the countryside of the island. So it's a more calm beach. And this stadium here is within a facility that has hotels, and it's a really marvelous place. And as you can see here,
a lot of open space.
Yep, huge. And here is probably around the beginning of the show,
before and after.
Mm-hmm. And well, let's go through some of those pictures then. Here's part of Luciano Chef's collection. Would you like to say a word about these equipments, Luciano?
Okay. And I put some computers here to show live. And
sorry.
Okay.
You got to speak up some.
The picture. It was CP400 Color I.
Mark, you'll have to zoom up Luciano here so we can see his stuff too. He's actually showing some of the same computers from his display live. So
it's better that he shares then.
Yeah, well, I can't zoom him up with the. This is as big as I can make him at the moment.
I'll stop sharing.
Okay,
I can do this.
I will talk about this picture. Okay.
There, we can kind of see both now.
Put the picture again.
Yes, hang on.
After I can show the computer. Okay.
There you go.
Nice. So we have CP400 Color I. That's the right one. At last, the CP400 Color II. They are released in 1984 and 1985 by Prologica. It's the best seller computer, CoCo clone computer in Brazil. Erico, can you move the picture? Okay. Here we have an Mizedo 85, a correction CoCo. And Erico, put to the right, please. Okay, yes. On the top, we have the CP450. It is drive only for CP400. Yeah. Okay, so developed by Prologica and produced until 1986.
1986, right?
Okay.
This is this disk system here is very difficult to come about. I remember back in the days to see these stuff in magazines and ads for the CP400, but the very first time I actually saw one in life was from Luciano's collection.
Well, were you guys like the UK where tapes lasted a lot longer than they did up in North America? Because of the cost?
Yes, tapes lasted quite long, and by the time things were switching to disc, we were pretty much jumping into Amigas, right? So you had a little bit of disc system going on with the Apple, the MSX, of course, but I'm afraid the color computer didn't get much drive love in Brazil back in the days. They were extremely expensive, right? So you want to talk about these two little things here, Luciano? These two little boards?
This board is a mini idea. It's green side idea board that's adapted by Victor Truco to match with the slot of CP400.
This one here, the top one.
And the board at the left side is adapted for Victor Truco. So a project that we find in the GitHub is called floppy and ROM adapter, or floppy and ROM interface for color computer and Dragon.
Are these two from Victor Truco?
Yeah, both from Victor Truco.
All right, this Victor Truco guy is, for those who don't know, it's some Brazilian chap that is very into hardware, especially modifications and extensions of a whole bunch of 8-bit computers, including the color computer. He, you might know him from he's one of the guys running the Next project, right? The ZX
Spectrum Next? Okay.
Yes, I believe he's the guy doing the core of their new systems or something like that. Or I believe he had a project similar to the ZX Next before the ZX Next, and parts of it ended up integrating that project. And he's a very prolific guy. He does a lot of hardware stuff. He's always within our color group, right? For a Brazilian color group, and always offering his hardware pieces. So like Luciano said, the one to the top left is a mini IDE. It has stuff to run disks, things, and the one on the left, like an SDC, kind of an SDC, right?
Okay, SD card adapter.
They're both on the. Sorry.
For more information, look at GitHub. Users call it CoCoNation, and the name of article is Dragon and CoCo flop and ROM emulator.
That's where the idea, the design came from.
The user is CoCoNation.
All right, let me move about the pictures. So here you have the CP400 Color II.
400 Color II, mini IDE.
And for those in the audience that haven't seen the CP400s before, like if you're newer to the show, what's the main difference between the Color II and the Color? Is it just the keyboard, or is there some other changes as well?
In Brazil, it's pretty much the keyboard. Luciano will know more about that. What are the differences?
Okay. There's some difference, not both in electronic, but the keyboard and the TSU was moved from another board inside the cabinet. Okay.
So say what's the difference? I didn't quite get. It's the keyboard.
Yeah.
The power supply.
And the power supply.
It's part of power supply.
All right.
Oh, so it's just a power cord into the two, not a lump out somewhere.
Yeah, I think from the Color 1 to 2, the power supply was one of the things they changed it, because I recall Danielle saying something that the very first set of power supplies, they weren't quite good. They're pretty bad. Am I correct on that, Luciano?
Yeah, I think the mailing code is written, CP400 getting very hot during use, and some crashes are related to version 1, and Prologica decided to move PSU to another board and apart it from the large board.
Oh, so it's just a location redesign, so it gets a little bit away from the heat from the power supply. Is that it?
Well, and we saw that chiclet keyboard, so this is better, obviously.
Yep, some of Brazilian users they will prefer the chiclet keyboard.
Really?
For some reason, the chiclet keyboard on the CP400 Color I is it's a little bit above what you would get from, say, a ZX Spectrum, for example.
Oh, like the Dead Flesh Spectrum or whatever. Yeah, okay.
Yes, the one that had kind of like a rubber keys.
But it was just dead and it didn't work very well. Yeah.
It's slightly better.
But
it's
yours
quite
is
responsive.
better. Okay.
This one here, which is the one I have, as time goes by, they tend to start registering more than one clicks whenever you press it.
Oh, key bounce type thing.
Okay.
Yeah. So they do require how to say, maintenance, but the color computer one, no, it goes pretty good. Let's see. So you have a different picture of it, including the marvelous joysticks. I kind of like them.
I like the fact you have different colored handles so you can tell your left and right player thing once you plug them in.
Yeah.
I wish we had that.
And I kind of enjoy the cord, the connector, this old telephone type kind of thing.
Springy, yeah.
It keeps things organized. It's not like you have a whole bunch of knots to
And if you try to huck it at the wall, it won't quite reach and bounce back, so that's good.
Right, you can't break it.
And one other thing you can see here about these cards is that the card in Brazilian color computer, they're smaller. The cards is smaller, and the form factor is smaller, right? So there's two things here. They were done for the CP400, especially for that. Because
now the actual the card connector itself is the same though, right? It's just a narrower, longer cartridge versus fat and short.
I believe it is.
Cards.
Is that fact, Luciano? Are both connectors the same?
Yeah, the cartridge connector is the same as CoCo one.
Yeah, because I think you guys showed on a previous show that if you take a little extender out, you can actually just plug in a CoCo cartridge and it works fine. If I remember correctly. Yeah.
Oh, but I really like the SDC built inside the cart. Close the top, it's gone.
Yes, this looks really nice because
interior hard drive, as far as you know.
Exactly. No, I like the solution. So let me see what I have here. This is I think it's Luciano's Color Computer 3.
CoCo 3 is with a multicart inside.
And an Ed Snyder keyboard by the looks of it.
Yes, Ed Snyder keyboard. Okay, that's fine. Ed Snyder VGA adapter, okay. RGB adapter, okay.
Right, RGB adapter. And what card are you using here on the side? Oh, it's yours. It's the multicart. Which has this menu here. Right, we'll be talking about this a little bit soon. So let's get the next one. Here are one of the more rare piece of machines.
It's the Codimex CD6809, okay. And the last wooden machine. It's found at material depot. Okay, recycling depot.
It was abandoned, and this is the one was rescued. I think you guys saw it the last time from the last show. It's one color computer that was modded a long time ago, and it was on a dump, kind of like a deposit, abandoned it, and Luciano rescued it and put it on shape. And what you have here is Axon running, I believe, from the Codimex. I guess the Codimex is the second most famous color computer in Brazil, right? After the CP400. Sure. So. Yes, this is the one that sold more, right?
Please note that wooden machine had same keyboard Codimex, okay,
Professional one. It's supposed to be the best keyboard from the colors in Brazil.
It's a professional keyboard, mechanical, made by Digiponto at Rio de Janeiro.
Yes,
And
they are.
inside the wooden machine, we have a board of the CP400 Color II.
Inside this one?
No, a wooden machine.
Oh,
wooden.
This one here. It's a color one.
Yeah, because the wooden one almost looks like the case. I mean, obviously different from being made of wood instead of plastic, but it looks like it's trying to have the aesthetic of an Apple II Plus or something. It's got that longer, where the card slots and stuff in the Apple II went in the back.
Build everything in here.
Or the Apple
One.
I believe what you
CoCo
see,
saying that.
I'm almost confident what you see back here is a TK3000, which is an Apple II clone of the type of case Curtis is talking about.
It's the table
There it is.
Was belongs to Leonardo Roman, and it's TK3000.
All right, let's see.
Oh, Erico and Luciano, we got a question from the chat here. I just thought I'd throw it in here. Telmer
Yes, go ahead.
Anderson from Europe is asking, which TV system was used in Brazil again? Was it like 60 hertz but PAL?
It's a mixture between PAL and NTSC. It's sort of like a Unix system, and don't really know much about the deep side of electronics on it, but it's something like the system is NTSC on its nature, but it gets its color from a PAL system. Right? It's something very weird. That's the reason you see some of this. You see the changed colors, and we get some extra artifact colors. What's interesting about this is when the CP400 was sold in Brazil, its traditional boxes, they had screenshots of games, and the screenshot of the games on the boxes were with the changed colors, the Brazilian colors, right? So at the time these computers came out, we took this for granted as the real thing. And as time went by and we could get access to Rainbow magazines, foreign stuff, and some of the things on Rainbow magazine were printed in color. It's then when we start noticing, right, that there is a difference between, well, instead of orange and blue, we have a green, and our blue is slightly more reddish, right, than the NTSC CoCo. So yes, there is that difference. It's and there is this. I think Simons once said that our system does artifact vertically too, so we get these extra colors. There is this kind of pink, red, and kind of an olive green, right? And there is a whole color ramp between these two that you're not going to see into normal NTSC artifacts. In fact, behind me on this man playing, if you look close, you will notice these extra colors, and you notice, for example, when the cat moves up and down, these extra colors they switch, just like the artifact colors would normally switch if you move graphics just 1 pixel, right? What's blue is going to
because your red and blue would swap if you're on an odd even pixel.
But you can move stuff on NTSC artifacts vertically all fine. Here on the Brazilian colors, no. If you do that, some of the colors will flip. It's pretty interesting.
And if I remember PAL, Nick, you use PAL in Australia, obviously, and Karen as well, so you two can chime in on this, but I believe that you did vertical for doing colors versus horizontal to get extra colors like in Donatello and stuff too, right?
Yeah, well, that's using the P mode 3, not the P mode 4. So it's not artifact colors as such. It's more just color mixing because we're mixing real colors, but artifacting is different. It's creating colors.
So the common thread seems to be you can change colors, but you can't pick them. So you're going to get these 4 colors, live with it. You're going to get these colors, live with that. You're going to get these artifacts, live with that. You can't really do what you want. You can change what you get, but you can't pick what you get.
If there's one thing that I find interesting about this, specifically about the Brazilian artifact color, because it comes from a television set that is not available anywhere in the world. So the chances of other people outside of Brazil experimenting these different artifact colors is rare. right?
No.
It's not something you find around. And while we had the system in Brazil, it's funny because nobody actually took advantage of that. We just got the games and the applications from the American market, and we just play the way they came. And nobody developed something using these colors in a creative sense, right? And since I believe this is part of the Technicolor computers in one way or the other, hopefully at some point we'll be able to map those.
But put them in an emulator or something.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. Like,
Yep.
do you have any people that are active in programming games in Brazil? Still?
Not really, how do you say, not in a grand scale. I attempt to do my games every now and then, but I seem to run out of time and have time issues just about every day.
Right.
And
Life. Yeah.
I've got some friends of mine that were also on this event that they produce games for 8-bit computers, mostly ZX Spectrum and MSX, and I've been telling them into making for the color computer too, right? Because their games are pretty good. So we still don't have how can I say, we don't have a strong expression into that part, right? Game development. We Brazilians were more famous for hardware twinkling, right?
Okay.
Than software for entertainment. But we do have people do serious software every now and then, just like the menu from Luciano. I think Danielle also does a whole bunch of different things. Just so that we check this table here, the missing ones, right? So you have these two, this one here on this acrylic box we talked about last year. It's what I believe, right? Luciano will know more. It's what I believe to be the most rare color computer ever. We are hunting for this machine very deeply. It's really hard to find. This one here, I think Luciano secured the board, but we would like to find the whole thing with the case, and it was like an Osborne computer, right, with built-in monitor. Not sure if it's 4-inch or 8-inch, and it came with 2 disk drives. It was a very expensive color computer made for companies and industry. It wasn't quite like, sold for people, for common ears, we would say. What do you have to say about that, Luciano?
Okay, that board is a CPU board, and it's made by Verex. After the CP50 declined the production, okay? CP50 was a computer, I call it a computer, CoCo Color computer, made by Verex Conspiracy from 193 to 1985. Okay, it has in the same cabinet a professional mechanical keyboard, a slot for cartridge, okay, 2 drives, and top support for TV or monitor.
Right. So it came with two disk drives from the company. As you buy it, it comes with 2 disk drives.
Okay. Verex tell me, Mr. Francis provides honor of Verex and the engineer who projected the CP50 tell me we sold about 1,000 units, but as this machine is not selling for everyone, the market was concentrated and at the industries. Yeah, probably a lot of them dropped out when replaced. Okay.
But let me just check something. You said 1,000 copies created and sold. Is that correct? About 1,000?
Yeah.
All right. So they are these the sold numbers of Verex computers, color computers, or just the whole manufactured ones? They lasted for 2 years, right?
A lot of the 50 our factored by information received from Mr. Francis Piedade, owner of Verex. Okay.
Directly from the owner.
I understand with this number, we have more probably to find one, but now no one appeared for me.
Well, hopefully we'll find one day. It's an object of hunt from Brazilians, right? It's
Yeah, just looking at the ports on the glass case there, like it looks like it has composite out. I'm assuming that's the monitor out you were talking about before, but it almost looks like a parallel port or something on the far left. Is that a parallel port or is that something else?
Okay, the story is after the creation of the C50, the client Verex used the hardware of the C50 and with some or many products we sold after, okay? So we produce CPLD programmers. We're planning to introduce CNC based from CA09 processing, and a lot of main products, a lot of some of products we sold after until from 1988 and 5 to 1999. Okay, and Erico, if you show me, I have a CNC in my hand now.
Wait, I'm just sharing the screen here. I can't see your hand. Sorry, let me see.
Okay.
Hang on. Yes, I can see. Oh, you are holding the whole thing.
Okay.
Can you guys see the board?
Mark, could you spotlight Luciano?
Yeah, the Zoom call isn't. The Zoom call isn't tracking the online video.
It's one of the things. Luciano is one of the main hunters of this machine. He has contacted the owner, the Verex company, back in the day. Had a board with him. There's a story that a lot of these computers went to dump, right? That they were kept in a warehouse, and when the company nowadays were going through their list of equipments, one of the guys decided to throw a whole bunch of things away, and they threw Verexes, real Verexes away. So we are now having a lot of problem finding a real machine, not just the main board. But there's a lot of work into that, and the ROM from the ROM for this one, they're all dumped, so they are at least secured. And I believe they don't have much of a difference from the normal ROM, just the cursor stuff and probably the hello, the introduction.
Okay.
So what Curtis asked is about the outputs on video. I saw there is a RCA and there is the monitor output, right, Luciano?
Well, and there's a bus port, obviously, right? On the left.
Yeah, the blue one seems to be. Where's the cart one? Those are the two drives. All right.
Okay.
Well, that's cartridge. Okay.
Visual driver made by me. Okay. This board was developed to machine who don't need video to show. Okay.
All right. No need for video.
Yeah. So we have CPU, SAM, PIA, VGA, 4 EPROMs. Okay, color basic, extended, this basic, okay, semi board, and this EPROM contains a personal program. You use the board in the industrial machine they have developed at that time.
All right, so there is a specific software inside that third ROM for machine controlling. Is that it?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. A monitor.
That's interesting.
And the last one?
And the last one, what's the double green one?
Yeah.
Some dude.
Oh, no, now it would be interesting to see the software that the industrial control software that's inside there. You guys dumped that part, didn't you? You and Danielle? Did you dump the ROM?
Yeah. Verex dump, the VCF ROM dump isn't found in time. Okay, this machine provided. We come to Rio de Janeiro. This board is with me, and Daniel was dumped the color basic, extended, and DOS, and this basic from this ship.
Nice.
Okay, so the disk basic ROM is built right onto the main board then, and then that extended ROM for the monitor, etc.
That's what it seems.
So you got 32K ROM in there then.
Nice.
That's really nice. And the power supply
Yeah,
on the
because
other side.
Because like it came in a box with its disk drives. There's no reason for it not to have the drive code
Built right on the motherboard,
and maybe some user apps in the double dot ROM besides, just load that puppy up. So this is beautiful.
I didn't know about those self-contained software on the double green one there. Got me curious of what kind of software they had built in, because this is probably the reason the machine was put up in the first place.
Right.
I can tell about it. The software in the green one is EPROM record, and that uses V720, another product of Rise.
I don't, that's above my knowledge of understanding.
Is that the RAM across the top?
Yes, this is the two balls. Yes, the RAM is on top, right?
Yeah, it looks like 8 chips of RAM on the very top.
Yeah, that would make
Mm-hmm.
sense. Yeah.
So this is based on the Motorola, plan, like
reference design.
CoCo is. Yeah. It has the SAM
expanded upon. Yeah.
Yeah, it's expanded more than ours are for sure.
Well, what I find very interesting about this machine is it's actually this fact. It wasn't targeted as a CP, right? A computer personal or PC personal computer. It's more of a specific tool for industry for
a controller.
Yes,
it's an appliance. Yeah, you take your computer with you and do work with it, and who cares what's in it? It just does it.
And it's pretty interesting that I'm not sure if do you happen to have a picture from an ad, Luciano, from what Verex
like with the whole case and the drives and everything, the monitor?
If you happen to have a picture, I can try to find one here. It's a very unique look, I tell you.
You have a picture at the album, okay?
But well, let's get on with the pictures then. I'll try to find a picture of Verex, of a real Verex, throughout the way. Right. Let me get this.
Okay.
How far away do you guys live from each other?
Oh, we live in the same town. We are probably something like about 20 kilometers apart, 30 at most. This the island of Santa Catarina Island, right? The name of the city is Florianopolis. It's a kind of city that the neighborhoods are very far away from downtown. They are just like micro cities, right? There's a lot of green and there's a lot of nature stuff all around. So Luciano lives in I believe he lives closer to the central area, and I live more to the north of the island, close to the fisherman the fisherman neighborhood.
So Luciano's in the upper crust area.
Yes.
Very cool. I sent a picture to WhatsApp, okay?
All right, I'll bring it in. And so that we go through this picture here, we have the deluxe joystick here. There were the Black Beauty. And well, there's something I gotta tell you guys is that from all the joysticks from the color computer I ever tried, I don't think any of them would beat the Black Beauty. It's really amazing to play stuff with it. Here you have that very unique MX 1600 you guys saw last year, which has kind of like a video game kind of look to it. Different form factor on the cartridge, same connectors. And you have I think this is a D64 you guys also saw last year.
Yeah, I remember that one because of the gray case that was painted.
There's a very rare, and this other one we talked about, the CD6806. Let me just take a look at these at the WhatsApp.
Are those all 64K machines?
Yes, I believe they are. Can you guys
the CoCo 3.
Can you guys see my WhatsApp image here?
No, we still got your picture from the show with the table, Luciano's table.
Then I'll just download them and throw them there. Then you get a picture of the two models, the two Verex models that were available, that were sold in Brazil.
Did they sell the TDP there too?
I'm not sure. Did they sell TDP?
Yeah,
in
you do have a
Brazil,
TDP
Sam?
on the table there, so.
I think is that Brazilian or did it come from somewhere else?
Oh no, it's a North American CoCo.
Who?
Take up the left up table from right, okay? As a CDP.
Let me just get these two images here, and all right. Okay, let me get back to the pictures here. So we were looking at this one here, right? You said which one is the TDP? Is it this?
You just had your cursor right behind the glass case, that one there.
Right there. Yep.
Oh, this one here.
Yes.
Where did it come from, Luciano? Where did this one come from?
It's a North American CoCo, okay?
Oh.
Another brand for standard data product.
Okay, so it was not sold in your area.
No,
that
not sold
particular-
around here.
Okay.
Yeah, that's basically an
what we're-
F-board CoCo that Tandy Experiment was selling through RCA distributors, if I remember correctly, to try to expand the market a bit, and then they kind of canceled it about a year later.
All right, here's what the Verex
cool.
we're talking about looks like.
Oh, even numeric keypad too.
Yeah, numeric
This
keypad.
is-
There were two versions. I really would like to see this joystick close up, but there was this version that you would run on a television, and you would have
Erico,
this one.
I have this joystick.
Oh,
But
like it.
it's a radio check painted of gray.
Which one? Gray? Sorry.
The same
That's cool
radio
looking.
check joystick, just painted of gray.
I would have loved that one with the built-in screen there, the little 5-inch monitor. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
this one here.
I could use that.
Well, it's good if you're young.
Version of VCF, okay, with a small screen integrated.
This is a
Okay,
this is a black and white screen, right?
black
no?
and white. Okay.
Mhm. It says Programming System VT20.
Yeah.
And then there's the Verex brand
But
here.
it's a VCF.
Well, that's exactly how I use my CoCo. I had a big color TV to play games on, and I had a little black and white to program on because that was the resolution and size that did that. I would have loved this thing.
Yes, it looks extremely interesting. It reminds me of these the Osborne computers. We're probably gonna see one here on the show pretty soon. Let me advance to where we were. So we were looking at this set of computers from Luciano. Here's the whole thing.
Weird guy.
Right? Here's Luciano, all happy. Oh, hey, you look at that shirt. You look at that shirt.
That's Tim from Mark Data.
It's a nice shirt. So let's see. Here's a Tandy
It's
shirt.
a pretty good size tag they give you for the show.
Yeah, pretty huge. We should do badges some year. As we get to the future, we should do some electronic badges. Get a color computer emulator in one of those badges.
Well, I think you
here-
guys have a different take on the Black Beauties than we do because I love them myself and I use those mostly. And I don't really. I think the big white ones are a little clunky for my taste.
No, the deluxe.
Yeah, it seems like most people here disparage the Black Beauties. I don't know why.
For me, it
Usually
depends on the
it's-
game. If you got a game that has analog controls and free floating like a missile command, a centipede, I prefer the Black Beauties for those, obviously. But if you need something that's spring back like a Pac-Man game or something, it works better with deluxe. So I switch between which ones I'm using depending on the game.
I think the deluxe you can unlock, right? The auto centering.
Yeah.
And as you do that, does the joystick go around in a circle or does it go in a square fashion?
Square.
Square.
It still reaches all the same coordinates if it's centered properly, so you're not missing anything. But
If it's working right, yeah. Because
Oh, right.
sometimes you have to pull a little harder to get it to the corner.
Because when playing fast games, by going, say, from down, kind of like a Hadouken, right? Going down, then down, left and left. If I do it on a round joystick, I'd probably do it faster. Though I have very little experience with the deluxe joystick.
Well, I have noticed the Black Beauties tend to overscan a little bit, if you will. You don't have to shove it all the way to its limit to get it to stop. Where the deluxe is more stop to stop. It has the adjustable little fun wheels to make it fit. But you tend to have to move it more to go limit to limit than the Black Beauty, which to me seems to hit limit to limit before you hit the physical limits of the joystick.
Said well.
So yeah.
Plus, the Black Beauties you're showing there are the first generation ones with the aluminum sticks that unscrew. And I used to unscrew that off and then put a wad of tape so I wouldn't hurt my thumb, and I'd use it as a thumbstick. And it worked great for that. But that doesn't work with the black plastic handled ones.
Oh, nice. I'll probably look for the metal one. It's pretty interesting. The Brazilian ones have these. They are kind of close to the looks of the Black Beauty, and the stuff they have up here is kind of like a rubber, sort of a rubberized material. This red part is not actually plastic, and it feels a little bit. It probably doesn't age too well, but
does it get sticky?
I'm not sure because I don't have mine anymore. Do they get sticky, Luciano? The kind of rubber you have on the joysticks?
Yeah, it's just a rubber, and I have two kids show, but it's just a rubber, a red and green one. But I need to say, Prologica make joystick for CoCo, okay? Codimex uses the Radio Shack regular standard joystick, black as our previous picture. Verex is paint of gray, same joystick, but Prologica make one. It's not perfect, nice, but it's nice to have a joystick with the computer, okay?
And it has the same style of the case. That's on what Luciano's pointing out, is that at least Prologica went to the trouble of creating a case and creating a joystick on their own, right? Some of the, I believe, some of the.
I think you said the Codimex clones just use the Tandy ones, right?
So others use Tandy ones, and I believe these the ones here with the Atari adapter might use something different. It's the Brazilian joysticks is probably a subject apart to research, and I'd really be interested in looking at those joysticks from the Verex, from that piece of propaganda I showed you guys.
That was one thing surprising about that particular one, the one with the dual drives and stuff, because it looks like it's either, like you said, an industrial aimed computer or a business style computer because of the keypad, built-in screen, everything else. Yet they had joysticks in that first one with the TV there. So I'm wondering why they bothered making joysticks for it if it was meant to be an industrial or a business computer.
Probably because the nature of the color computer joystick, by being analog, it kind of doubles as a drawing,
or it might be used for inputs or something, like some people used to read sound samples through a joystick port or something.
We haven't invented the mouse yet, so any analog port in the store.
Yeah, there you go. You're ready for the mouse.
We were halfway through the mouse with this joystick. It probably is related to that, right? Let's get back here. Oh, so this is the last about Luciano's collection shown there. Here's a little bit about the other stuff. Here's a friend of mine, this dude guy you see on the back. It's a friend of mine that produces games for the ZX Spectrum. You get to see his games here on screen. And these are done in MPHD, but they're pretty interesting. They are above what the engine does normally. And I really would like him to port some of this to the color computer, since the code is already done, right? It's a matter of checking the graphics.
Yeah, and the screen resolution is the same too, 256 by 9.2. Just the color control's totally different.
It's just a matter of taking a look at the sound part of the MPHD and taking a look at using P mode 4. Change the graphics he has for artifacted color ones, and the thing should probably run right out of the box. But his work is pretty interesting because he creates games based on local folklore, right? Local tales. It's pretty interesting. Here's part of the guys. We had this Odyssey booth and these guys really had a really great presentation. You know, similar TVs, similar kind of arcade cabinets for a bunch of like 6 Odysseys, maybe. We had some guys with pinball machines this year. A set of people that own a pub here in our town that are full of pinball machines. So we know the pinball machines and pub are a very good connection. Does good connection. So they were there. Oh, here's the Odyssey. I told you guys. Pretty nice booth, right?
Yeah.
And I think I can't remember the name of the one in English, Senhor das Travas or something like that. It's my preferred game there. So
Time
here
Lord.
you have Time Lord, exactly that one. And oh, that video game has this one has an analog joystick too, right? Pretty interesting one, pretty sturdy. Here's from Dantas, a friend of ours that creates games for the Amiga. So you have a Mini here and a 500, and he's showcasing his Castlevania he was doing with the Scorpion engine these days. That's pretty nice work, right? Very well done. And we had some guys like showing off calculators. I don't know about you guys, but I kind of like I have a little crush about some of these old calculators. They're pretty interesting. You know, close to the TI things. I like that.
Yeah. HP
Yeah.
made a bunch too.
Mm-hmm. So here, so we had books. Oh, here you guys can see that Apple. We were talking a little bit a while ago, running Prince of Persia. Right. This is the TK3000. It was sold in Brazil. It's a very, very sturdy machine. I think if this falls on the ground, it's going to break the ground. It's pretty heavy too.
Well,
and they had a Next here too. Some of them.
PDP clone, okay.
Yeah, the PDP clone.
And take a look behind the PDP. You can see the keyboard of VCF Spectrum Next.
Yes, here's the Spectrum Next.
Yeah, that's that modern hardware sequel to the Spectrum, right?
Yes, and it's the first time I ever saw it. It's pretty short. It looks pretty nice, right? It's really neat. Have you guys seen one?
I've seen it on some of the Amigos shows because they go to Europe every once in a while. In fact, Bo just got back from a trip to Neil's Cave, and they have some Spectrum Next down there. So
I believe our friends here, the panel that are from Europe, will probably have seen one of these already. They're probably more famous around there, right?
Yeah. Yeah, because Spectrum was from UK, so it's definitely a popular machine there.
Yes, Kyron probably have seen this one. All right, let's keep on going here. So, we had the MSX. You guys know the MSX is quite strong in Brazil. We had some rare MSX here, though I don't have a good picture of them. This one here is pretty interesting, and the one which is protected here, right? Most of these are not Brazilians. I believe we had 2 Brazilian MSX, one from Gradiente, and the other, the Hot Bit. I can't quite remember who did the Hot Bit.
Sharp.
But Sharp, yes, Sharp. So you have here a whole set of MSX. We had some the standard video games, including the Marvelous in television here on the corner. I love this one. I think this ranks as the most bizarre controller of all video games worldwide, unless you guys know of a more difficult controller than this one. So you have your usual set of video games, some car racing. There's the car racing, a little competition going on this side. Here's here's the Hot Bit, the other Brazilian MSX, which was more famous around here.
Could you say the name a little clearer?
Hot Bit.
Yeah, that's the way I heard it. Sounds like a dog.
Get your mind out of the gutter, Ron.
Might be a bit strange to use that name nowadays, but
yes,
there goes the language. This one here is
the original Odyssey 1.
Yeah.
Yes. It's a very classic. Don't touch. This is a very classic one. They also had telejogos here, the very first kind of video game I ever played in my life. I'm not sure if there's a picture on this ones here. Here's me, yours truly, playing Shock Trooper, right? Very nice.
Shock Trooper.
And here you have a TK2000. Is this an Apple clone? I can't remember, Luciano.
Looks like an Atari clone.
Looks like an Atari, yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Compatible.
That looks like an Atari 1200 XL, but it is actually an Apple II Plus clone.
Really?
Really? That's an odd choice.
Because I know the TK3000 is an Apple clone, but I couldn't remember the TK2000. And we know that the TK did the ZX Spectrum clones and other stuff. Is this an Apple II clone, Luciano?
Yes, it is.
I don't really have certain about this, but I think so. Yeah.
And I think I've seen these joysticks before on an Atari
television.
600 clone. Anyways, here you have a CPC. This is very uncommon in Brazil. We didn't have CPCs back in the day.
They're very uncommon here in North America too.
Anywhere, but yeah.
You'd see a lot of them in the UK though.
Yeah.
This one looks quite in a good shape, and gotta tell you that the position of these keys, the arrow keys, oh my god, what were they thinking?
Yeah, that's a 464. That's one of the more advanced models too, I think.
No, it's the first one.
Was 464 the first one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I must get my numbers mixed up.
Let's see what we have. I have Eduardo Los, which is one of the creators, one of the creators of the event. He's an excellent guy. And he happens to be the owner of this very marvelous X68000 you see here. This is a really beautiful machine. Let's take a look. Here it is, right? So the Japanese design is pretty great on these machines.
Even got a carrying handle.
Fought your way out of the LAN party.
Oh, not without a little bit of love for the Atari ST here, which is also not really that common in Brazil, right? We heard about it, we read magazines, but they were uncommon. Amigas were more common than this one. You have this nice shirt here, right? Really nice shirt. And you get to see a CP400 way back there. See it?
Oh, yeah.
It's a TRS 80 Model 3, right?
TRS 3 clone. Model 2.
Model 2? It's
Model 3.
This is a lovely machine. We'll get to that side pretty soon. So you had the guys with handhelds. These guys here, they had screen replacements for all kind of handheld. I should have brought my Atari links for that subject. Right, handhelds are pretty famous around here. So you had old games, magazines, a little bit more of the commerce side of the show. A friend of mine again. Here you have a little bit of my side. I was right here on the corner. Right, so you have my games here. You have Quest running here, the Brazilian version, right? The guy who did the Brazilian translation from the from back in the days, from the most of the Diacon adventures, he took to this project some months ago, and he fine-tuned all his Brazilian translations, and he released the ROMs of those games again, updated. And it's part of Luciano's multicarts. So I had this Brazilian one running here. And the rest of my stuff.
Erico, the name is Henrique Porto.
Henrique Porto.
He translated all my data adventures, Martin Trip, and last week we launched the translation of Blackbeard Island.
Blackbeard Island, I haven't seen that one. Actually, I haven't played that adventure back in the days. It's one on the to play list. So that what's the name of the guy again? Just said Henrique
Porto.
Henrique Porto. Yes, that's did Henrique Porto work for Prologica or something like that back in the days?
No, I think no.
Anyways, he's say
we have a travel agent, and I think back in the days, he make the first translation for funny or for work with English or learning English. Okay.
All right.
Did you guys
Well,
have BBSs back in the day, or did you have something like Delphi or
yes, we had
CompuServe or?
we had BBS, and I think the MSX had sort of a telnet or something like that. I can't remember right now, but we used to connect on BBSs, and I think I did get my CP400 connected to one back in the days. I just can't quite remember. It wasn't common. Modems were not actually hard to find, but the price of a phone call in Brazil back in the 80s would be something extremely prohibitive. And also took these things to the show here. Not sure if you guys know the Siowa Choose Your Own Adventure books. Got a full collection. And Ace of, don't know if you guys know these two books here. It's a Biplane War. It's like a game, 3D simulation in book, real time. It's like P-51 Mustang.
I don't know those. The Choose Your Own Adventures I definitely know, but not those last two.
It's just to add up to the ancient games. Here gets him the friend of mine, ZX Spectrum games. I told you guys we should bring to the CoCo, and his father here also did sculptures of the sprites and the in-game sprites. Right, pretty excellent work he does. So a little bit more of Master Systems. This was quite famous in Brazil. Still has a room nowadays. Some old video games, televisions, and the respective keyboards, add-ons. Oh, here's it's an interesting part, right? So you have a Compaq Portable 3 here, and this is a pretty interesting one, Osborne one. Did you guys ever seen this one?
Yeah,
we had Osborne here.
Yes.
This one kind of reminds me of this Verex computer, right? It's kind of like the same screen, 2 drives.
It's funny though, because you look at this and you're thinking 5-inch screen, and then you realize, no, those are 5-inch discs. So that screen is about the size of a Watchman.
Yes.
It's yeah.
I don't think I have. I don't think my eyes would cope with that size nowadays. Though.
Not anymore.
No.
Nope.
No,
Mike couldn't do it. Sharp. I have an Osborne one.
They're sharp, yeah, but I would need.
It's just too small for me, unless I put it in 40 columns or something.
Or I just put my face right in front of it.
I think they were 64, if I remember right.
Well, right, but whenever I see a small screen, I think the old black and white TV that was like a 5-inch diagonal screen, but this is like a third that size.
It's a lot.
You don't really realize it until you really think, okay, that disc is 5 1/4, and that screen is not that.
But
Great for young eyes.
I don't know. This has such it's a laptop, right? It has such an
It's a suitcase.
It's a luggable. It's not a portable. It's a luggable.
It's a suitcase. Yeah.
Yeah, because you clip the keyboard on the front there. You can see those 2 black clips on the top, and you see the 2 grooves on the front of the keyboard, so it flips up and like locks in, and then you carry it with a handle, but it weighs like 40 pounds or something.
Wait for 2 guys to carry that stuff.
Well, your baggage on one side and your computer on the other, and you balance out. You're good to go.
The Model 4P had a good size screen.
Yeah,
it did. It was like a 9-inch diagonal, I think.
Yeah.
So we also had printers going on, old printers. That's pretty interesting. There was even a guy running print shop stuff. Print shop nowadays is pretty great. And then you had the CP400, and I'm not sure which one is this one here.
The Prologica Solutions 16.
Is this from Prologica? Oh my God.
That's an 8-inch drive, isn't it?
What's the name? Solution 16?
Yeah.
It's probably written up here. That's
Solution something, and big old 8-inch drive. So it's somebody.
Look at that keyboard. I don't think I've ever seen this
What's
one.
the yellow key say? Maybe.
Ooh. Right. Arm nukes.
But strikes curiosity to call it ones here.
Attention grabbing. You're supposed to hit them too for something.
Now that would fold up into it also, huh?
Yeah, it looks like it does. Just the way the keyboard cable comes out beside the screen there. And there is
Probably
a kind of an
something.
opening around the front of the
click.
bezel.
And there's this red cable or something which probably keeps it attached.
Yeah.
Right, let's see what we have next. Then we had some more video game stuff, tabletop pinball machines. They're popping up. Here's another picture of the whole thing, right? It's probably a little bit early in the day, so you got a bit more crowded than this, and you have the whole classic
You actually
ones.
had a couple of females in there, huh?
Actually a lot. We live in a we
I'm
live in
in.
a we live in a town, we live in an island, right? And it's sort of like a tropical island, so it gets cold. And so there's a lot of the value of aesthetics is very strong around here. It's like full of beaches and all that. So there are girls everywhere. Really, more they take more part into this kind of stuff than you would see in São Paulo, for example.
Oh.
It's you have a broader public when it comes to the south part of Brazil. So just a whole bunch of I really enjoyed the joystick from the Odyssey. I think it's really nice. And you have that CPC again with this interesting add-on here.
Right.
Pretty great. Color.
They spell color even different there.
Yes, I see a color.
Yet another color.
That's Frenchish, sort of.
Originateur.
Yeah, same spelling.
Yeah, or nature. Well, this is not English color or American color. This is French color. So we're getting.
It's very interesting their choice for
It is written in
colors.
French.
Yeah.
Colors they have on the keyboard is pretty interesting.
Personnel couleur.
It's a ZERTY keyboard too. Yeah, so it is a French Amstrad
Here.
with a broken French cassette recorder.
Even the monitor.
So it's a good thing you have the add-on with the SD card, because I bet you that cassette recorder doesn't.
For
Yeah,
sure.
Federico could translate all these because he is French speaking, so he knows exactly how to say all these words.
I can see even some of the characters here are probably French related. Anyways, let's see what else we have here. Then we have the pinball guys, right? And then we have this famous person here.
My friend.
Hey.
It's like a suspect to me.
That's a star of the show, right? We had this gentleman here.
Yeah.
Is this a CoCo VGA going on?
No.
Yeah.
Doctor from Ed Snyder.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
RGB to S visual or composite.
Yeah, so you're able to do a high color picture, huh?
So this is like artifact colors on the Color Computer 3. Very nice.
Yep, from right here in Arizona.
Here you have the kind of STC card Victor Truco does here in Brazil. It stays that's a little bit raised here, but it fits nicely. And here is a video. I'm not sure if you guys can you guys see it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. Just a little loop from the beginning of the event. This is probably early in the morning. And we had this very nice area outside here with food trucks. Air condition going on, pretty great. It's actually very hot in Brazil at this time.
I appreciate the ductwork.
Could you talk to somebody on one side of the room and have them hear you on the other side? You know, would it carry over?
No, impossible. The noise from all the machines. This going around here was like going around an arcade back in the days. Lots of noise, lots of talk.
Gotcha. Yeah, it all came right back down.
Well, that probably raises the excitement when you first get there to hear all that stuff going on.
Yes, it's one of the nice elements of this kind of show. Especially the noise. It's a nice element.
Did they have stuff for sale? Did they have a for sale area, or
Yes, a lot of the stuff here. There's a mix between people who are selling retro stuff, people who are showcasing rare and museum elements like old computers, and some of this stuff is available for people to play. The majority of them, unless they are extremely rare, then they are encased in acrylics. And so you have the people selling stuff, people showcasing stuff like museum, and you have developers. So the event currently has these three strong parts, and the championship, right? We run old video game championships, Street Fighter 2 championships, the old ones. So we have an arcade area here where we do this part of stuff. Hopefully in future we can add speech from people, probably workshops and some kind of stuff. Maybe one of you guys will come over and give a speech. That would be nice. Kyron, right? Is that right? Kyron, how you pronounce?
Siren? How do you say that name?
Kieran.
Siren? Kieran. Maybe Kieran will come in next year and give a speech on X4. I'm pretty sure everybody will
It's
love
only
it.
a couple thousand miles. What the heck?
It's very close. Here's another one, some more crowded time. So you get to see here the kids playing. Most of the machines are available for people to play and to mess with. Let me get this first part here. Oh, you see the girls here. I see family and kids. So it's a pretty great show. The location is truly outstanding.
I like it.
There's a lot of room, nobody bumping on each other, spaces to chat with people. Really excellent, really.
So they had power lines going to all the tables and everything. It looks like you couldn't even see where they were.
Yep, they are very well done. They are under the table here.
Mm-hmm.
And you have lines for each of the columns. The lines you have here, you have like a central line for each of everyone. No cables crossing by. It's pretty well organized. This everything. It's pretty great. Let's see. I think this should be pretty much it. The videos were the last ones. Let's see if there's more. No, that's it.
It looks like a really good show. Like you said, well attended. It looks like if you guys keep expanding the number of people coming like you did between last year and this year, you might have to get a bigger building again here pretty soon.
Yes, there's one thing is, at least as far as I know, when it comes to retro festivals in Brazil, I believe this one, if it's not the biggest right now, it's very close to being the biggest. I'm sorry. So it's the 12th edition. So people probably been working on this more than a decade. Luciano's probably how old is Retro SC, Luciano? More than 12 years?
I can understand, Erico.
How old is Retro SC?
Retro SC first meeting occurred in 2016.
2016.
So we have 7 years ago.
7 years. What about before this? Did you have a club or a sort of a smaller meeting before getting into an event of this size?
Okay, some members have another meeting, like Channel 3 in Portuguese. Me and Danielle and the others meeting, and Rio de Janeiro at Club Color II meeting during 2015. Have a THSBIAJKK meeting in São Paulo, another edition before. But THSBIAJKK meeting I can't attend. Just traveled to Rio de Janeiro in 2015 in first meeting of the Club Color II.
All right, so this Retro SC was something that it has been growing from these meetings and clubs. Is it for more than 10 years? It's just 20 years now? Or have you guys been doing this ever since the 80s, keeping clubs from the 80s up to today? Maybe you and Danielle, most likely. Danielle, most likely. I think I recall Danielle from back in the days.
We joined since 2015 as a initiative from Danielle. We proposed the first meeting of Club Color II. Okay. Earlier, the interaction and contact is just by CoCo 3 and CP400 the Google listings. Okay, just listings. Time of Orkut we have a CP400 group too, but I can't talk to Danielle at this time. And that's it. And Facebook group. Okay.
Right. So what can I tell about you guys about this show is that it is really growing every year, and it's growing in quality, right? We every issue that hits quality gets better every iteration, and this year was truly fantastic. And hopefully we're going to become the biggest retro event there is in Brazil. Currently, I believe we are. And it's just like I said, the quality of people involved is getting better and better, and the whole operation is getting fine, right? It's being fine tuned. It's getting better all the.
And it looks like a really great show, well attended, professional displays, a lot of history there. Do you guys already have it booked for next year? Like, would you guys be able to give dates in case people want to try to plan ahead to try to make the trip?
That's interesting. Do we have dates, Luciano, for next year?
Okay. The next Retro Week was programmed for May 2024. Okay.
May.
And at Blumenau, Santa Catarina, northern of the state. Okay. And at Capital Florianópolis, we have probably meeting November 2400.
Yes. So this sorry, keep on.
Sorry. November, the date November, probably and at 9 or 16 November 2024. Okay.
24. Yeah. So we do have these. The Retro SC happens. Currently happens in 2 cities, right? The capital event, which usually happens around November, and like Luciano said, the next one is probably going to be 9 of November or 14, one of these 2 weekends. And the version that happens in Blumenau will happen in May, or kind of like early next year. Hopefully, I'll try to attend that one. It's 3 hours away from the capital here, I believe, right? Blumenau is some 3-4 hours from here.
Yeah, Blumenau was programmed probably for May next year.
All right, and when it comes to, sorry, keep on.
Okay, we can't forget for the next Color Club Cover Rio meeting. It was programmed by Danielle, probably April or May next year.
Which one? April or May?
Or May, yeah.
Right. This event organized by Danielle, which happens which will probably happen April or May next year. It's the biggest color computer event, color computer dedicated event we have, and it happens in Rio de Janeiro. And we'll try to get more pictures and bring more of the results. Every year we bring it a little bit. I think I've seen on the CoCo Nation before some pictures of Danielle's event. That's a pretty nice one because you get only color computer related stuff, so it's very objective. Our interest.
That's right near our own CoCo Fest, because our CoCo Fest is next year, is the beginning of May, the first weekend of May.
Oh yes, they happen close by. And for those of you who would like to come to Brazil and visit, if you're coming in November for the main, let's suppose for the main event, November is a pretty nice time to visit the south part of Brazil because it's hot, and you get kind of like not the highest tourism time, right? You get slightly less tourists. It's like, it's like half season. So it's not crowded, everything is fine, and the weather is fine, and it's not full of tourists everywhere. So it's a good time to come visit Brazil and know the island and also get to the show.
Now, have you guys have anything like CoCo Nation here over there where you podcast or anything?
Not actually color computer only related. We have some stuff that talks about different computers. We have, I believe we have the guys from Retropolis, which cover a different bunch of computers that were important in Brazil. So they will cover color computers, they will cover MSX, right? And but specific to the color computer, no. We once in a while we get together, we do episodes, or just a single show or something like that. We still have to do we have to set our CoCo Nation Brazilian version at some point.
Good.
And we gotta update those graphics on the CoCo Nation. We need a CP400 over there.
Yeah, we need about 5 more rows there, I think.
I tell you, I wonder. Sometimes it bugs me. How come Russia didn't do a color computer clone? Because they did clones of like a whole bunch of computers.
Everything else, right?
Are we out of color computers in the world? We have the Alices, Dragons, the color computers in Brazil.
There was the sample from, where was that, Korea or something? In the early
Yeah.
80s? That's a fairly rare one, though. I've only seen pictures.
We have the ones from Mexico, but they are rebranded CoCos.
Yeah.
Right. So that's what we have to say about the show. It's really nice one. It's a good time of the year to come and visit, and you guys are welcome, especially if you want to do some speeches.
As soon as you guys get the date firmed up, because it sounds like it's a toss between 2 different dates in November. As soon as you guys get the dates firmed up there, let us know and we'll announce it on the show. So anybody that wants to vacation down there in November, which getting away from the cold up here in Canada would be an awesome time to do it.
Right.
That's a good idea. And the other thing I would like to talk about with you guys is exactly this multi-cart Luciano did here. Okay, let me take it off from the CP here, so I can show you guys close by.
So Luciano is a tech person, huh?
Yes, Luciano's is
just curious. Okay.
So how much memory is on there?
Multicart has an April chip with 512 bytes. Okay.
512.
And there's
512K then.
500. So let me explain something about. Take a look at the format. It's made from match for CP400 cabinet, cartridge cabinet. Okay.
Yes, it will fit the cartridge.
Downside. Okay. So cartridge.
Gotcha. Yep.
Yes, that's how it fits on our carts. I think Mauricio, I'm not sure, he couldn't make it today, but he's doing a lot of experimentation.
I'm here.
Are you?
I'm here.
Oh, yes. Mauricio is there. Oh, that's great.
Can you bring up 3 screens, Mark?
Mauricio, together with Luciano and Danielle, are these 3 guys. Mauricio, Danielle, and Luciano are probably the highest level color computer preservers, collectors, and users we have in Brazil. If there's something hardware related, anything color computer related, it's this gentleman here you have to look forward.
Thank you about the kind words, but my collection don't get near from that the Lucianos have.
Yeah,
Luciano,
no, it does get
big as collector here.
Yeah, Luciano's collection is not something that it can be considered standard. It's just extraordinary. You can't compare to. It's impossible to compare to Luciano's collection.
So Luciano is like our Brian Weisler.
Yeah, our Brian Weisler.
Yeah.
That's it.
Got to collect them all.
Well, Luciano, I should make you some artwork for yours, for your collection, for your intro. When you come on the
trying
show.
to drag him into a recurring bit on our show, aren't you?
Yeah, and get him to share some of his stuff. Do you have a bunch of the obsolete stuff on the table, right? It's hard to get, hard to see anymore.
Back there, we
no,
talking about
Mauricio
on the show.
Luciano. Oh, on the show, yes, there was a lot of.
Yeah.
There was a lot of them. Let me see if you guys can see the. You guys can't see the picture behind me, right? Let's see if I can get this this bright a little bit smaller. This is about this cart Luciano did that he was showing, this multi-cart. So it has this 512 memory. It can probably have, it may probably have more. I think it did something like bank switching. There is a way of loading these banks into the color computer as you boot. So he coded this menu here. So this one here has Callisto Islands, Sequest, Shenanigans, Black Sanctum, Vortex Factor, all Brazilian versions, right? Track Bower, Emotion Crypt, and then you have Brewmaster, Cashman, Color Correction, Draconian, and this one here, it has F16 Assault. I would think it would be very hard to put F16 on a cart, right?
Yeah, it was a 64K RAM required game from Dicom up in Canada.
So you can page through the different games.
Yes, and the second you also have Lancer, Time Bandit, and Touchstone. So you have 15 different games here in a sort of one of his curated collections, right? So there are other multi-carts, number 2, 3. I think this one is number 9. And I think you don't switch back to the menu. You run a game, execute a game, and then you reset the machine to get back to the cart contents.
And to change the cart contents, do you actually flash it from the CP400 itself, or is it done on a PC and then transferred over in some way?
Let me try to understand that again. When you create,
like how do you get the images onto the flash RAM that's on the cart? Is it through the CP400? Does it itself, or is it something you have to like set up on a PC and then transfer over with an SD card or something?
How does that happen, Luciano? How do you get the codes on the ship?
I think it's a collaborative work. Okay, first I see announced by John Linville of Game Master cartridge. Okay, he used this article from Greg breaking the 32 car barrier. He describes how made a special cartridge bank switching.
Yeah, he did that in RoboCop and Predator.
Yeah, RoboCop. Yeah, okay. After I make a dump of a CoCo Toner cartridge, and Guilherme, the manager from Color Computer Archive, sent me a routine he used to load a regular .bin program and transfer byte to byte or 2 bytes to by 2 bytes the content loaded to cartridge array. Okay, I got some curiosity and how can put programs with more than 16K bytes in a cartridge. I started to study the routing, the bank switching, and make a prototype of the cartridge, but in the emulator, started work with some ASM, like Glamour sending, but making exactly with the poses, okay? Bank switching, loading a part of the program, and the bank switching to bank 2, loaded the next part, and jump. At first time, I make some tests with games with less than 16 KB capacity length, okay? And worked well. Second time, I start with bank switching, but as the edge computer switch to bank 2, by example, it will refresh the cartridge area. So my loader doesn't work anymore, okay? And I talked with John Linville and tell me, oh, Luciano, it's exactly what happens, man. The computer reset, the computer refresh this area. You can make a routine to loader, a new loader to another area, and then execute from them. Then it's very easy to make a bootloader routine, load the loader, transfer to another area of memory the program it will be loaded, done use, and execute from here. And it will load part 1 from bank 0, part 2 from bank 1, part 3 from bank 3, switch and between banks, and execute. And it's for enough to make some cartridge called Megaron.
Nice.
No, yeah.
Yeah. There, I make a CoCo version, but sorry, bad design. We have S16 SL.
This other one will fit a color computer original card, right? You were able to put this one on the real card.
So he does all the burning of the those ROMs,
flash
and then
ROMs or whatever, yeah.
sticks them on the card. So it's not like you're not having a software program on your color computer, and you're not loading them up into the ROMs from the color computer. You do it on a program that loads ROMs, in other words.
Yes, I think it's from outside. Well, Luciano did explain me how exactly the cards work, but since I'm a zero hardware guy, it's hard to understand. But it has something to do with the 60K blocks. As you were loading a bigger blocks program, whenever you load a block, you have to reposition the loader to a different area and then run the loader again, run another block.
Yeah, basically you'd load in 16K banks and you'd copy it into RAM, and if the game's bigger than that, you'd have to map in the next bank and copy that into the RAM and until you got the whole program, and then you'd run it.
And there is something that the loader gets wiped on the process that has to be reloaded or relocated depending on the code. There's something weird. I really don't understand well. There is another thing about the color computer cards that you don't see on the American ones, is that the connector of the color computer card is protected by a plastic kind of there's like a plastic protector that gets pulled back as you push the card.
Yeah, the little spring door thing on our cartridges that cover the pins.
Yeah. Exactly, that spring thing. I know. Does the CoCo original have that one too, or no? I thought they were exposed like an Atari card.
The CoCo does two things. They have the little door, and then the power pin is a little bit short. So if you just cram the cartridge in, theoretically, all of the signal lines are connected before the power goes up. Theoretically.
Yeah, if you try hard enough, you can still short it by going crooked.
Yeah, you can kill it, but yeah, if you do everything just right, you can, like the Radio Shack. The salesman used to just hold in the reset button and cram a cart in and let the reset button go. And that,
I'm not sure.
I will mention that some third-party carts, though, like the modern ones, some of the CoCo ones have been done recently in the last 5 to 10 years. Do not have the door, because that's, you have to get a spring and try to make this door, so they just make it a straight plug. And some of the third-party hardware cards, like the Eliminator from Frank Hogg, which was like a hard drive, floppy, serial port, real-time clock, parallel port, controller all in one, that just plugged straight in. There was no door at all in those.
That's interesting. I was surprised that say it, Nick.
I was going to say the door was all about the tin-plated fingers. So if you ever actually touched them, they would rust. So the plastic door was cheaper than gold-plated fingers. Is what it came out to.
Yeah, I was
in my humble opinion.
Sorry. On the CP400 card back in the day, I kind of forgot that they had this spring system to protect the connector, and it was just these days I was thinking about printing Brazilian cards that I stumbled into that, and oh my God, printing and doing all that stuff is a lot of extra work. Probably have something exposed that is more practical nowadays. This I'm not sure if Mauricio was going to be a bit busy today with some private issues of his, so I'm not sure if he's actually home, right, or he's actually available. But he does have a whole bunch of Brazilian cards printed, right, of different colors and different materials he's been looking at. And I'm not sure, he might also have that joystick I was talking about. Is it Mauricio that has that analog joystick, Luciano?
I think the joystick progress is made by Giovanni, huh?
Giovanni.
Giovanni Gual.
Yes, that's it's a chap here who's constructing a analog joystick, and
Hi guys.
it's the most
here.
amazing.
He's here.
Oh yes,
Oh,
there you
here
take
we
a
go.
look at that. No, can we make that huge?
Oh yeah, there you go.
Oh my God,
right
that's
on.
beautiful.
Okay, now everyone can see it.
That's beautiful. I really would like to play around with that.
Now, are you just prototyping those, Mauricio, or are you actually manufacturing those for sale?
So it's very expensive to do for sailing because the components we have a lot of custom tax today to import from China.
Yes,
and
our customs are horrible.
Yes, and then to make one of this is probably near. It's probably the same from buy some Tandy or original control joystick from eBay, because we have the 3D print custom, the custom taxes, and then assembly all the joystick. But I can make for sell him for sell it, but
I'm on the list.
It's not cheap.
I'll be on the list. The thing Mauricio is saying is that currently here in Brazil, this the current governor ongoing is has raised the taxes on importing stuff. So if we require services of PCB manufacturers from outside, or if you're going to import components from China, we are looking at paying something like 2 or 3 times the price of the components would cost, right? They would say like 60% taxes over the whole price, including shipping. So that's one problem we are currently facing in Brazil. Getting parts to create something, then to export or to sell, makes it very expensive. What I was going
double price, 100%. The taxes is about
at least
percent.
At least 100. It might come higher than that.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you about this control, this joystick. What are the parts, the analog parts? How's that being solved? What are the like the motors, the engines? What are the pieces that
AliExpress sell this assembled this have 2 potentiometers. I don't know.
That's what they're called.
Yeah,
potentiometers, what they're called.
This part came all over assembled. Then Giovanni made the case, the project. I used Arduino buttons.
Quick buttons, right?
Cable, DIN, connector, and it's very simple, but it's a beauty.
What about, yes, I think it is. What about precision? Do you get higher precision from these components? Are they the same as the color standard?
Good precision, but I use this component use 10K potentiometers. The original use 150, no?
100, yeah.
The color computer 150.
But it's still balanced, so 10K should be good on a CoCo. That's not too much current.
Yeah.
Either way, I hope to have it one day in my hand.
Those should work.
Well, actually, Erico, if you want, like, you're on our Discord, if I remember correctly. So if you can, maybe if Luciano and Mauricio and anybody else in Brazil is selling stuff for CP400s or CoCos or Dragons or whatever, we should get some links maybe to where people can inquire about them and maybe order stuff if they want to. And we can actually post it up on our Discord so people can find it.
Yes, when it comes to selling, first, when it comes to retro computers itself, if you're looking for CP400s or this kind of stuff, or joysticks, or anything you would like for a collection purpose, that's my opinion. I highly recommend looking for equipment sold by this gentleman here, right? Mostly because the computer you're gonna buy is gonna be revised, it's gonna be clean, and it's going to be on shape, and there are people I trust. It's really complicated to buy stuff from Brazil sometimes.
Would you
right?
have to come down to your show and pick it up, I think, right?
Most of the time, it's best for you to come over and pick it up. It's
But at least make sure you're buying something that's worth buying. So yeah.
Yes, and these people know what they're doing. The things are very extremely well packed, right? And when you buy stuff from, when you buy ancient computer stuff, you really want to see that package. If it's possible, put it on a wooden crate or something like that. So it has this level of attention. Things are revised. They're tested. So same as this CP400 I got from Mauricio's. Everything perfect, everything functional. So that's one thing I have to say. They both, other than occasionally sell computers, but mostly for collectors. It's not sold for for the purpose of making money only. It has to go to a place where somebody will take care of the machine because they are rare, right? It's you don't. I was even wondering if how many CP400s are manufactured and sold in Brazil. Do you guys know how many?
No idea.
Mauricio, do you know how many CP400s? Danielle is the kind of guy for that info, right?
Brian bought from me a couple of months ago. I sell it about $500. A CP400 Model 2 with 2 joysticks, manual, guarantee certificated, and
the original ones.
See, the complete ones.
Well, what I can say about this, the commerce part of things is that these people do sell this stuff once in a while. It's not all the time that things are available. Luciano sell these cards he's doing, and probably other hardware projects he have there. Mauricio might have some other projects. So the link for these two guys are the links you guys want to look at if you want Brazilian hardware. Victor Truco is an important guy too. You might want to check with him with his color computer hardwares, right? And I'll get the link to you guys from from
then we can
Mauricio.
post it up. If anybody's interested, can go look it up and place orders if they want to.
Victor Truco has all sort of mini IDEs and expansions, multi-cart stuff. I believe he has something that works like I can't remember the name of that card. What's the name of the card that you connect the CoCo to the PC? Drive wire, that's it. I think Victor Truco has some drive wire solution too.
Hernani sell it.
Hernani. Right, so from this color computer group in Brazil, you would get on WhatsApp or even the Facebook color computer in Brazil. You get most of these people there, and most of the action that happens on the color computer will definitely pop in there. And I know some of you guys from around the world are there, right? I've seen you guys signed in.
Yeah, send me the link for that too, and I'll make sure we post that in our Discord as well, just so that people that come and watch the show after the fact can find it then.
All right, we'll do so.
Yeah, for those of you that saw my CP400 Color II at CoCo Fest last year, I bought that one from Mauricio. It was as you said, it was packaged very well, and the machine worked well. I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
It's probably a lot of work because shipping stuff from Brazil to outside of Brazil is a complicated thing, right? Especially making sure that the company that's taking it is going to do a proper thing.
Very expensive. Very expensive. Very expensive.
Yes, very expensive. So the mailing service in Brazil is still a little bit weird these days. It's quite expensive to send things outside and quite expensive to bring things into. Well, but that's a nice table you have back there, Mauricio. I see a lot of action going on.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Well, thanks guys for coming on. Thanks for sharing all the photos and all the hardware projects and stuff that you guys are doing here. Photos from the show, etc. Definitely let us know when you guys get the date firmed up for the next one.
All right.
Because I definitely want to try to get that advertised as far ahead as possible in case somebody wants to get a holiday in there and go check it out.
Mm-hmm.
Just say I say early. It's a collaborative project. Okay, it's nowadays it's a testing phase, but I got some projects, but I have to get time to finish him. Okay, about multicart, okay, images of the EPROM, you can save perfectly on flashback. Was sold from the site of Retro Innovation in North America. Okay.
Retro Innovations, did you say?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Jim Brains.
Oh,
yeah.
Cool.
Jim Brains. I talked with him about when a project in the multicart, when I developed the prototype.
Nice.
Use the same sorry. It used the same bank switching scheme, okay, and same length of each bank, okay. So we can save the EPROM image in the flashback original or a flashback EPROM.
Okay.
So I will make some modifications and release it soon for everyone who wants to make a flashback with multicart image.
Oh, nice. You're gonna release those files, the project. Is that it?
Yeah.
So just some more fine tuning prior to that.
So in North America, you can buy a flashback. It's about price about $25, okay, and save the record they made for the EPROM or for the MD Flash in MD Flash with for another regular EPROM burner. It's fine.
All right, we are eager. I'll be eager to see those when they're done. It's a good thing that we live close by. I can see it personally.
Okay, well, thanks again, guys. Feel free to hang around on the show if you want to, and get involved in the other discussions. But if you actually have real lives, feel free to get back to those too.
I'll be around for a little while. Thanks for coming in, Mauricio. It's a great to see you, and thanks for Luciano too. So it's very hard to get. Sometimes it's hard to get the color computer people all together in the same weekend. People are also busy. It just feels like I am the only person who's not busy. Damn it. Anyways, thanks for the time, people. I'll be around here for a little while. I might have to stand for a few things, but I'll be around watching the show for sure.
Okay, cool. Now I know Karen's up next, but do we want to go to a bit of a commercial break in case anybody needs to grab a coffee or something?
Yeah, it's that Karen stuff that I really want to take a look. Curious about that.
Commercial break. All right.
Okay.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Taylor. We're watching the CoCo Nation Show. Yeah, we are. Woo! You should too.
Hello everyone, it's your good buddy, your good pal Amigo, and joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCo Nation.
I feel like that should have been longer.
The CoCo Nation Show would like to thank the following patrons: Alex Gayer, Brendan Donahue, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Kieran Anscombe, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Wapke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Kevin Holloway, Patrick Euland, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R. Allen Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, Terry Steege, TJ B. Chris, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., and William Athing. Thank you so much, patrons.
Welcome to everybody's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord?
Chakabsa says, thanks, Chakabsa, aka Chris. Found this via the WOD website. Huge fan of 8-bits. As I said, first machine was a Dragon 32 followed by an Atari 130XE. Friends has C64s and Spectrums. I'm in the UK. Just acquired a PSU mod board and RGB out to fit to the Dragon. The previous bios were edited for time. Thanks to Alex Gayer, Boysen, Glenside Computer Club, Paul Fiscarelli, Tandy Color Computer 3, and the CoCo Nation patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
And we are back. Next up, I believe we have Carrion.
Yep, he's got his update to his SAM project. I've got a video that he posted on Facebook. I'll show a bit later, but I'll let Karen show off the little board first so people can see what it is. And Karen, you want to explain exactly what it is and what it does and some of the extra features you've added from the stock one?
Okay, do we need an intro to the SAM itself?
A brief one, just to kind of explain what it does.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay. So my project I've called SAMX4 because it's a replacement for the SAM chip in our machines. Not the CoCo 3, but the Dragon, CoCo 1, 2, and most of the ones you just saw. It generates the timing signals for the rest of the machine, and it slices things up so that the CPU and video chip can access the RAM without contending with each other. It also, as part of that, to save cost, I guess, and save the number of pins that the SAM had to have, it sort of simulates the memory access pattern that the video chip would have had within itself, and by mixing and matching what you tell the SAM the video mode is and what you tell the VDG the video mode is, we get those nice little semi-graphics modes that we all know and love. And it lets you select between 3 different CPU rates. Slow, fast, and a sort of middle ground where it'll run fast if it can. And my project does that. I've got a little board here. I'll hold it up to the camera. There you go.
So basically, in this case, you just unplug the existing SAM, say if you blew it or something like that, and this just plugs right into the socket.
Yep. So this is a proof of concept, and it uses a CPLD, and yeah, it is. I can't point, but it will just plug straight in, and it does work. But it's not really the point. This isn't really a product. It's not really the point of it. I mean, the main point of it is that I have fun doing it. but the next thing is that we have a hardware definition written in a language, written in VHDL of how the SAM behaves, and hopefully some of the more unexpected behavior of it, some of the things that are undocumented, that people may be using, so that it can be used in new products. Because obviously, if you wanted to build a new machine, the SAM, to the best of my knowledge, it's one of those chips that's going away. You can't really find new ones because they were only really used in our machines. Am I right about that?
It was a custom design between Tandy and Motorola to replace a bunch of chips that the CoCo 1 would have needed. So yeah, it was a custom design.
Yeah.
And it's
and
because it was, I was going to say, because it was the secret sauce that made this whole design work. You had to have the video and the RAM sharing the video and the CPU sharing RAM. So this is it. This is what's needed to make any new CoCo-ish design.
And the
because the
design is
CoCo 1, 2, Dragon 32, Dragon 64, the CP400s, I'm assuming all the CoCo clones in Brazil would be using the SAM to handle some of the graphics and the RAM, like you were saying. And it's a chip that's getting harder and harder to find. And then the Salt chip was the other one that was hard to find. And Rocky's already made a replacement for that. Now you've designed a replacement for the SAM. So now we have at least a way, once those chips completely dry up and you can't find them anymore, that you can actually duplicate them.
Yeah,
being a proprietary chip like that, custom made. Is the design open and accessible for you to replicate, or you have to hunt?
This is published.
There it is.
You can download
nice.
it. It's I'm using the Creative Commons share alike with attribution license. I had to get the with attribution in there.
Right.
Yeah, right.
Now, have you had any talks with any hardware
sorry.
manufacturers for making it there, Kieran, or for people that aren't into building their own?
So I did not build this. All I do to this is stick legs to it and solder a few bypass caps on the back. I got JLC PCB to build that for me.
Right.
Again, this is not really a product because it's not cost effective. This cost about each individual one of these, getting 5 of them built at a time. I mean, it would go down if you got more of them. Cost about £21 each. So
right. And
that's
then
not
48
bad.
pounds of shipping. So let's not forget that.
It's actually not too bad.
Okay, but if you're building and design, there is now the logic and a modern chip where you could slog into your design and it works.
Yeah.
So I could do any kind of CoCo SAM thing I want to do.
So example, if Pedro Rocky Hill put that design into where the SAM would go on his CoCo 1 and 2 reproduction boards, he could actually have it just built right in and not have to worry about trying to find a SAM chip at all.
Yeah, and I think Julian's already started work on.
Yeah, your Dragon 64, because you've been reproducing the motherboard there.
Too,
yeah. But you're not selling it, or you're not trying to market it, if you want to say, as a SAM replacement only. You should be trying to market it as something more like RAM, the ability to access more RAM, access to double clock speed.
But wait, there's more.
The $20 might be worthwhile. But the other way, I mean,
yeah, because it's an upgrade. It's not just a replacement at that point with your, especially with the 256K anchor stuff you got.
Yeah. So does it allow 2 megahertz operation on the CoCo 1 and 2 properly?
No, it is simply a replacement for the SAM.
Oh, it is a replacement. Oh, okay.
You might be able to take the code and start to develop. Oh, I have a visitor. Hang on.
You have a spy.
No, I don't. A spy.
You're not alone.
And honestly, $20 is not that bad. You spend that much on lunch.
All right, if you get down to it.
Okay.
But it's nice. The capability that the SAM used to present is now present again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I mean, if the SAM completely dried up supply of SAMs that we can get because they're no longer manufactured, I mean, we've seen what's happened to CoCo 3s that are no longer manufactured and they're costing like $500 US to replace now. So $20 for a SAM chip is actually not that bad at all. But did you want to explain like the banker stuff there? Because you did add some extra features in your design.
Yeah, so it's not features I planned out. This is from I basically used Stuart Orchard's description of his 256K banker board to add those functions to this because from the get-go I just built that in because I thought why not see if it'll fit. And it did. So I kept it in, and there is, if I hold it up again, there is a little pin at the bottom marked Z8. That's your 9th address pin that gets multiplexed to the DRAMs. So if you have 41256 ICs in your board instead, you can hook them all up and you can hook up the extra address line and you can get 256K. The banking method isn't great. It's not very intuitive. but it's there. Yeah, technically you can use that to get 256K. It's not the best way of doing that, but it does replicate behavior that existed before, so that might be useful.
Yeah, because Ken Waters is on the call too. Hopefully he's still awake. He's actually got the J&R 256K banker board in his CoCo 2, and I know they also made a 512K version at one point. But it's a 32K bank, so you can map in the upper or lower. You can just design which bank you want to do. So I'm assuming yours works similar to that.
Yeah, I think the way it is that there's really 4 banks of 64K, and you can select which of those is mapped to the lower and upper 64K of the 6809's address space. You can't pick an upper 32K and map it to the lower 32K of address space. You pick one of 4.
Oh, okay, that's different. I
So
think
it's a
it's
bit
a little
weird.
bit different than the J&R banker. I think that does. Ken, you haven't had a chance to fiddle with it enough to figure out if it's 32K banking.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure it out. As not that familiar with something like that, it's taken me a while.
So if you wanted to load something in, say you've got a 64K bank currently, and you want to start loading the second bank, you'd have to basically pull the data into the registers, flip the bank over, and then store those registers into the new location. Like you can't directly copy memory to memory going between 64K banks. Is that correct?
So if you wanted to copy from the top 32K of one bank to the top 32K of another bank, yeah, you'd have to do that.
And if you wanted to, like you said, a 64K bank. So if the first one, your upper and lower, say you're trying to copy the lower one to the upper one, but the upper of, the 128K area or something, you still have to flip between the two and copy via registers, or
those you can select separately. So you can have the top 32K map from one bank and the bottom 32K map from a different bank.
Oh, okay. So you do have control at the 32K level.
So
Okay, that's what I was
You've
wondering.
got a little bit of control.
Okay, yeah, the way you originally described it, I thought you had to swap all 64K period at a time. But if you can actually control which is lower, which is upper, that's different.
Yeah, you just can't take an upper and put it lower, but you can have different uppers and different lowers. If that makes sense.
Gotcha.
What CPLD are you using?
So that's a Xilinx 9500 series XL. It's a 95144, and it uses 101 macro cells in its current design. I think that drops to about 95 if I strip out the 256K stuff. You can get more back if you get rid of the refresh stuff, which obviously if you're using SRAMs, you need any of the refresh circuitry, the refresh stuff. So yeah, you can claw things back here and there, but it's still using quite a lot of the CPLD.
Interesting. And is it a hard CPLD to find, or is it common?
They're old. I think they're discontinued, but they're not hard to find. So as I say, JLC PCB built these for me, and they were in stock.
Right.
An extended part for them, so you pay a bit more for them to use it, but they have them. So for ages, once when we had the big shortages, they all went away, but these came back. But they seem to be generally you can get them.
That is in fact my baseline. If JLC has them, they're back in stock.
Yeah.
Regardless of their technical availability, if JLC has them, they're in stock. That means
that's one way to see it.
What is their LLC, whatever their parent company is, has them, because JLC just kind of sponges off of them. So yeah, this is good. That's a good
Hey,
sign.
can you guys see my screen share of his board design that I've got zoomed up from his?
Yes, it's really
post?
nice.
He's got a link here if you want to actually get the details.
And I see you have your JTAG header there for programming it. And do you have anything special to use to program it, or do you need? Can you use any like a Mini Pro with the adapter? Would that work?
I have a Xilinx platform cable, and I've not tried to use anything else. So I don't know. I'm pretty sure mine isn't an official Xilinx platform cable, but it does work. So
yeah,
using the Xilinx software.
And I want to play this little video demo because this is something you actually posted a couple of updates as the week progressed here type thing. So you had some, like this is using some hardware trickery, and you can explain exactly what you're doing in the hardware trickery to get basically hardware scrolling, vertical scrolling out of the SAM and the VDG. But you had some problems with it was like waving around a little bit because the timing wasn't quite right. You want to explain what you had to fix and also what your little demo was doing here that you had to do the timing change.
Are you going to play it or do you want to?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
This is
so
nice.
which version is this? This is the working version. Ah, good.
Yeah.
Lovely. Oh, that's right. Yeah. So yeah, it's a sort of hardware scrolling. This is based on work that Stuart Orchard did, determining how the video address held internally to the SAM glitches when you change video modes. There are certain predictions you can make because what you're effectively doing when you change what the SAM thinks the video mode is you're selecting between various different dividers. There's an X divider and a Y divider. They don't necessarily match up to X along the screen and Y down, but approximately. And you can predict that if you switched from the output of one divider to the output of another divider, that if they were different, that the addresses in the rest of the address would ripple. If you saw like a falling edge, it would ripple. That's just how binary counters work. But it's not as predictable as that, it turns out. And what Stuart observed, and you know, he took copious notes, and he basically realized was that sometimes when you make those changes, there is a glitch where briefly that output to the rest of the counter connects somewhere else, either to one of the other dividers or to ground. And you can use it to skip addresses in a nice way. So if you're very, very careful with timing, you can, at the top of the screen, skip an arbitrary number of addresses. So I draw that little status line at the top, which is
the running counter you got here. Yeah.
And then over the next two scan lines, use this little glitching trick to advance the address pointer on however much. And by varying that per frame, you can get a nice smooth scroll effect. There's some data you have to copy around, but it's nothing compared to copying the whole screen again.
So that's definitely an improvement to the existing SAM.
No.
No, this works on the actual original SAM too. It's just kind of a hidden trick.
Ah, okay.
That's
I wonder.
Part of why I wanted to do this is because I wanted to make sure that whatever we ended up with in terms of a definition of a SAM did this.
Actually worked.
Yeah. Basically, what you're doing is the same thing Ed and Gary Becker have been doing with the Gimme X because they had to make sure all the Sockmaster demos run properly. And that's like the gold standard. You can get those to go. And this is the equivalent on the CoCo 1, 2, and the Dragon because you're pulling some video tricks here too that require precise timing, and the emulated chip has to be very precise to be able to duplicate that.
Yeah. There's one more thing that came out of this while I was debugging this thing. There appears to be a 3-cycle delay, and I can't think of any other way that it could possibly have ended up that it could possibly be other than there is a 3-cycle delay between when you tell it what the video mode is and when it has an effect, without sort of pipelining the mode change through three flip-flops. It didn't work. It missed one scan line jump, which was not a glitch, but one of those divider switches that I originally mentioned.
Because you don't have all the necessary macro cells available for that. If you got rid of the portion of the dynamic RAM refresh and you had those extra macro cells, would you be able to have the necessary components? Or
is it just the SAM flip-flop thing where if you miss by a tiny bit, you've missed by another full cycle?
Yeah, but if you're
maybe, but then there's another
something.
It's not a macro cell count thing. I had to use more to make it to pipeline the mode changes like this. It seems to be what the original SAM does, and there's no way we know for sure what's happening inside that thing, but that's what it appears to do.
Right. I would guess because you're both fighting over the same piece of RAM, if you miss any cycle by a tiny bit, then you've got to wait your next turn. And all of a sudden now it's many, it's much longer than it would have been.
But this is more about setting the internal registers. It's how the registers have an effect on its internal counter. Maybe there's enough sort of buffering between its internal address counter and what then makes it out to the RAM address lines to justify to explain that, but no, I can't think of why.
More fun than your average video game. I mean, we're all gonna have to poke at this, I'm thinking, because I'm interested.
Now, besides your demo, has there been any software like games or something that's been used to use this type of routine? Because it sounds like it's a lot less CPU intensive than obviously doing the full copy. It's just basically setting some timings.
Not that I know of, no.
Because you even demonstrate here that you have virtual sprites like running back and forth across at the same time. So, how much CPU time are you actually using for this precise timing?
I don't know, but well, but no, you do know. But to actually get to do all the SAM manipulation to get to that, it has taken 7 scan lines, sorry. So 7 scan lines, plus whatever you needed to update to make sure that you're still seeing the right thing right at the top. There's a bit of making sure the bits, what you're jumping the address counter through yields a white line. And there's a bit of making sure that the very top is still showing the gameplay screen where previously you might have drawn a bit of white line.
So are you using a software timing routine or using the H-Sync IRQ of some sort to time at the beginning? And do you basically just check the H-Sync for the first bit until you're into the scroll area, and then you just don't have to worry about it until the rest of the B-Sync's finished?
Just frame sync and then careful timing from then on, like Dragonfire.
Okay. Well, but actually, there's something coming up about Dragonfire in the news too, but we'll talk about that later. Anyway, that's really cool, and I the fact that you're actually building 256K, because I know like some of the OS 9 level 1 people, they bought these 256K and 512K boards for a RAM drive. The drivers are done, so if your scheme is fairly close to what JNR did, we probably won't even have to rewrite anything. It's just ready to go.
Live again.
It might well be. I don't know if Stuart picked the same register layout that the original board had, but if he did, then yeah, should be. I've not actually tested that. Under simulation, I see the extra address line do the right thing, but I haven't actually done all the soldering to my board yet to test it.
Fully tested, okay.
Actual
Gotcha.
256K DRAMs.
So
I mean, the big thing for me, that's the bonus points. That's the the Sunday with the cherry on top type thing. But just having a way to get a SAM into a machine that has a blown one once you can't find them anymore. That's the big thing. Is that now we have an opportunity to fix that hole.
We have a specification. It is open source. And I mean, this CPLD is maybe it's special these days because in order to have basically no extra circuitry on there, the CPLD has to be able to talk to the rest of the system at voltages that they're both happy with. That runs at 3.3 volts. There is a tiny little regulator at the top. But it's 5 volt tolerant for its inputs, and because it's CMOS, its 3.3 volt outputs are perfectly good enough for 5 volt TTL. And whether that's doable with really modern chips, you might need lots of level translators.
That's the important point, is you have the math for the SAM chip now. And if you have to put it on some different chip, that's just an implementation problem. But you have the code to make a SAM. And if we want to make a new CoCo, 6309 base system with the, CoCo style VDG, we can do that now.
Yeah.
It's not limited by buying some 30-year-old chip that you can't get.
Yeah.
So how does this help OS 9 level 2? Is it that works on or is it level 1 version 2, or on regular CoCo 2s, CoCo 1s?
It'd be level 1, and yeah, I mean
Does this
the
give you more
implementation might
memory?
be slightly different. That you might have to change the driver a little bit based on the way that's done by Stuart and Kieran, but you should be able to run like say a 192K RAM drive, for example, which is
Well, I
what
noticed
most of the
you got-
JNR Banker stuff was used for. Or Ken, you've got some demos I think that came with the JNR Banker that, you know, even in basic lets you access like I don't know how many P mode 4 screens. You can do page flip animation or different, you know, maps of screens. If you want to do a flip screen arcade game without having to draw it every time, you could actually just preload like 10 of them and go. There's a lot of opportunity for stuff you can do there. And there's a few demos that actually demonstrate some of that stuff, which we'll have to make sure it works with the way you guys are mapping, if it's any different than the JNR.
But I couldn't run Planet Engine on a CoCo 2 or 1.
No, that requires a gimme and requires higher res
Yeah.
graphics and, you know, a whole bunch of other things
All right,
way
all
beyond.
right. I'm pushing it a little. Okay.
Yeah, no, you're pushing it a little, Rob.
Yeah.
Well, it's neat to see advances in the old stuff. I mean, CoCo 3 is old, but
Not as old as CoCo 1 or 2.
Right.
But yeah, like I was mentioning before, we've got, you know, Pedro's done the salt chip replacement, the pepper board. Now you've got the SAM replacement design that people can just download and, you know, get manufactured by PCBWay or whoever. And maybe somebody will start picking up actually manufacturing. Would you have to talk to you about that first, Kieran, if somebody did want to manufacture and sell it as a replacement, Sam? Or I don't know this particular license you've got it under here. That I don't know what that means.
Share alike. As long as you put my name on it, it doesn't matter.
Okay, that's what the attributable means, that you just want to make sure that people know that was your design. Okay, gotcha.
But you can probably come up with a better, you know, physical design than that. It's just what I whipped up.
No, it's fine.
where do you live? Where do you live?
Well, in broad terms, UK.
In UK? Okay, so
Okay.
do you find do you have the similar problems with receiving and sending out stuff like they do in South America?
Yeah, I think if anything comes in with a value of over something like £135, then it requires us to pay VAT. Most of the time, that's automatic these days because they've made sure that everybody has international agreements, and so even JLC PCB, they cover
Right.
that.
That VAT, for those who don't know, is value added tax.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're value adding to the government, I guess. That's what they're talking about.
Right. It's
There's
adding
no value
value to
add for the rest of us.
That's for dang sure.
Well,
Well, thanks, Kieran. Thanks for coming up with that. Thanks for taking all
the.
the time to get it timed right. That your demos and stuff work. The stuff that you and Stuart have done, like you're really pushing the VDG and the SAM combination to the limits with stuff like the hardware scrolling. I'm assuming you tried Dragonfire with it, so that's precise timing works too, or not yet?
Well, no, I don't have a Dragon version of that. I've not yet tried this in a CoCo, and also I don't have an NTSC CoCo, so it wouldn't really prove anything there either.
Right.
Is there anything specific to the programming you've done that's would worry about between 50 and 60 hertz, or is that just the VDG that controls that really?
Just the VDG, yeah. All of the mode changes for Dragonfire happen for the VDG, so I don't think it would even come into
Wouldn't
it.
even matter then. Okay, gotcha.
So we can find your where can we find your source code or project on?
I have a website. Hopefully somebody, probably Mark, will paste it into the YouTube chat.
Is it up there?
It was
So
on-
have you watched our show for a long time, or part-time, or once in a great while, or?
Me?
You don't all the time.
No, I mean,
I've
how far
watched for a
back?
long time. I was even on some of the early ones.
Yeah.
Yep.
Not the very early ones, but Stevie was still there.
Do you have any CoCo set up?
I have a CoCo 2 and a CoCo 3 leaning against my bookcase in the other room, and I exchange them to have
As
space on my
needed.
desk as I need it, because I don't have that much space.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you did your own 512K board for the CoCo 3 as well, so we covered that
Yeah.
recently. Cool. Well, thanks for popping by and answering questions about that. I think it's a great service, the fact that we have this replacement, at least, you know, the design available. If people need to replace it, can't find a SAM anywhere. I don't think $21 or 21 pounds. I think the US dollar and the pound are pretty close to par right now, aren't they?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, that's not bad. When you consider you were buying a 120K CoCo 3 is $500 on eBay sometimes. That's
Right, $20 to fix one. Not so bad.
yeah.
Okay. Going to project updates.
Sure.
Okay. Let's see. Let me ask Fred, what you got going on today?
Oh, I'm getting things ready for my first episode of the step-by-step building a 6309 computer. I've actually started to build the first portion of it. It's not tested yet. I'm going to test it tonight, and things are looking pretty good. I tested the clock, and the quadrature clock is working fine. And I've been obsessing lately on trying to figure out emulate the Gimme MMU. I've been picking Curtis's brain a lot lately and reading a lot of books.
That's a big mistake. I'm not a hardware guy.
I don't know, but I need to know the software, how it works to try to figure out the hardware. And I've been saying to myself, wait a minute, I'm losing track of what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to put out content of, how to build a freaking computer, not to emulate one that's going to be 100% foolproof. No. Wait, step by step, man, step by step. So that's what I'm doing right now.
All right, cool. Let's see. Fred number 2.
Hello. Hi, Fred. How's it going?
Good. You?
Before I get to my project, I notice you're using the French spelling for Frederick. Where are you from?
Montreal, Canada.
Montreal. Yes, I've been to Montreal a few times, actually. My ancestors originally came from Quebec. So, so I love it up there. It's great.
Oh, yeah. Just the cold I'm not a fan of.
Oh, yeah. This time of year is probably pretty bad, I think.
That's why I stay indoors.
That's why I visit Montreal in the summer.
That's a good idea.
I think the last time I was there was like only about 3 years ago. So yeah, love it.
That's the reason you guys have to come to Retro SC at this time of the year.
Right?
Let's connect to just head down there next November for the show.
It's way south. Yeah.
Spend 3 months in Brazil. Just get back in January, February, and we'll be all fine.
Anyway, I do have an update to my game I've been working on forever, Andark 3. So I was active on Discord about a month or so ago, pretty heavily asking for help developing a assembly language routine to speed up the rendering of the graphics for the game. And thank you. There's several of you that helped out, Curtis and a number of others. Thank you very much. It looks like the routine is working quite well. I wanted to kind of demonstrate a bit, what kind of speed ups I got, and also show you some of the graphics screens that I've been working on lately. So yeah. So I'm wondering if I could
just get zoomed up.
Yeah. If I could share my screen, is that all right?
Sure.
All right. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So so the game takes place in the far north of the planet Andark, and it's like it's like an Arctic type environment. And so you're on this ice plain, and there's this glacier over here to the left, and there's mountain range in the background.
This looks like out my front window. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So this is how it looked prior to the speed up of the graphics using that assembly language routine I wrote. This is what it looked like before.
Oops.
You seeing that?
What's it?
Oh, mine.
Sadly, yes.
It's going. The lines were going almost slower than basic.
Well, this is basic actually, but
Ah.
yeah. Now now I'll jump over to my other session of VCC and show you what it looks like after the speed up. I'm gonna have to stop sharing, I think, to jump screens here. If I think that's the only way I know how to do it. All right, hold on. Okay, now. Okay, so here's the new and improved Andark 3. Okay. Now.
That's great. More than twice the speed.
We're at Apple II sort of full person game speed, which is not bad.
So, it's still kind of slow. It is basic after all, but yeah, I think it renders actually quite a bit faster, and I think it's somewhat tolerable now. So, now besides the assembly language routine, there was one other thing I did to speed up things too, and you'll notice that the background is white, whereas before the background was black. Well, if you're in a snowy, icy environment, most of the scene is white. So why start off with a black screen, right? So I just switched to a white screen and drew everything on the white background rather than drawing on a black background and then filling everything in white with paint and
yeah, it saves you a paint or two. So
yeah, exactly. So that was another thing I did that speeded things up quite a bit too.
Technique.
Yeah, so I thought I'd show you some of the other screens that I've drawn so far. And let's see. So there's like this trail that goes up the side of the glacier that you can go up. I'm not going to go up there now, though I don't think I drew that room yet. Let's see. Let's go west. Okay, and then let's go east again, I guess. Back in here, I guess. And then east again. And right here, there's this chasm that leads into the glacier that you're supposed to go down. And you have to find your way through this maze of crevices and caverns in order to get to the enemy base that you're trying to take out. And so, but if you keep going east, you get closer and closer to the mountain range in the background. And as you travel farther east, the mountains get bigger and bigger. Okay, so it's been kind of challenging to get the perspective right. You want everything to be kind of consistent. If you're going east, then the things in the eastern direction should gradually get larger and stay in the center of the screen.
So are you using like draw statements with a scale function, or are you doing this manually each time?
No, it's manually each time. What I did was they're draw statements, and what I did was I developed a routine in BASIC that automatically randomly puts in additional segments to the line to make it appear that it's longer and bigger and so it kind of randomly scales up the picture. It's kind of hard to explain, but it like inserts elements into the draw line.
Details.
I really like the graphics design because a lot of these programs end up being little rooms that you walk between, and this has that expanse, and you don't have to do every little jiggle and wiggle in the horizon you're seeing. You just kind of procedurally
so
do
you
that
notice
bit. Yeah.
as you're traveling south, the mountain range shifts to the left as you're traveling in that direction.
Just out of curiosity, are you using H-Screen 2, like the 16 color mode, or using the 4 color mode for this?
This is H-Screen 2.
Okay.
Yeah. But what's interesting is that the data there's a P mode 2 map in the background where a map of all the rooms is located that's hidden from view, but the computer can access it, and it checks like on the map, you know, if there's a dot to the north or to the south or east or west of the current location, it's checking this map in the background to see what the available directions are and what rooms are in different directions.
You're using this buffer with sort of like a P point, sort of like variables.
Yeah.
You're checking the screen points.
I think I can or maybe I can show you. Let's see.
What?
Go here. List.
That's actually pretty clever, because if you use a P mode screen for your data, you can use all kind of graphics commands to mangle your data, and the user never sees it. And then you use H screen to show you what your first person perspective. This is cool.
Exactly. If you look at lines 280 and 285, that draws the map in the background. The user can't see it. Okay.
Actually, if you want to show it, if you do a width 32 and then a poke 359, 57, and then a screen 1, 1, you should be able to see your map.
Okay, yeah, well, I'll do that. Let's see, width 32. Then what's that poke again?
359, 57.
Okay.
And then screen 1, 1.
There it is.
Code achieved.
That's great.
Thank you. I was going to try to do the same thing by, well, another method, but this works a lot faster. So this is the map of all the rooms. And so the computer, you start off the game in the lower left corner here, and the computer checks the coordinates to the 5 above and 5 to the right and 5 to the left and 5 down to see if there are legal paths in that direction. And so then if you go north, then the computer updates the current coordinate location and then checks again to see what directions are available at that new location. And so as you go around, as you explore around the map, the computer updates the coordinates for your current location on this map and checks the surrounding spots to see if what directions there are valid for traveling in.
It's a pretty interesting technique, as you if let's say you kind of like turn it into an engine. If you're developing a different adventure, then it's just a matter of drawing a different graphic like this one.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, this technique can be used for any other type of adventure game.
Sort of a very special and visual two-dimensional array. And it's interesting that if you just simply draw a line connecting the map you currently have, you just suddenly have a new exit in that room.
Exactly. Yeah, you can easily.
Yeah, you can update like an open door or something that opens up. I can go east now, and you just black out that one pixel.
Yeah, you just draw a line on this screen to create an additional room or additional passageway. So it's really easy to create additional rooms by just drawing additional lines on this map. Now, rendering the graphics that go with that room is a different story.
So when's Doom come out?
I don't know. There's no date yet. It's going to be, I don't know, at least a few more months, maybe another year. Rendering the graphics for each room has been the hard part, and it's really been slow going. I've got about 48 rooms mostly done now. This grid in the lower part of the maze there, that's pretty much mostly done. I just have to tweak the rooms a bit, tweak the graphics a bit to make it make the mountains all line up and look correct and so on. And then I'll start doing the rest of the map. But yeah, what's great about this method is that it does really save a lot of variable space, a lot of variable memory. Because like you said, I don't have to dimension a two-dimensional array, to store all the room directions and all of the room descriptions, and that saves a lot of variable space.
And you want this, you are working the game so that every single screen is already in memory. Is it a single load game? You're not loading data from the disk, right?
That's correct. The way it's designed now, it's a single load game where you load all of the data. It stores it in. It's not called high memory. I was corrected on this point before, but it's what do they call that? Physical memory. You know, the space above 64K.
Right.
Physical memory. It's all stored in physical memory when the game first runs, and then the computer, using that assembly language routine that you guys helped me write, I access the room descriptions and the graphics from the physical memory, load that in, and then display it and render it on the screen.
That's nice.
Yeah, so it's all one. You know, you load everything at the beginning. Now, that might change because I mean, I've only done maybe 1/3 of all the rooms in the game, and it already takes a long time to load the game initially. So I can only imagine how long it'll take once I triple the number of rooms I've finished drawing the graphics for. So I may yet still go to a system where it loads it from disk, just because that would mean not having to load so much at the beginning, and the game would be able to start a lot faster.
It's just one question is,
well, but if your maps are already P mode screens, then there's a lot of existing code on how to shovel P mode screens in and out of a CoCo.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
I mean, it's mainly the high res graphics that
the rendering for each quote unquote room.
Well, yeah, but those are procedural, right? I mean, if you have the map and you have a procedure, you can make the screen.
Well, no, because this map only defines what directions you can move into. It doesn't define how to draw a cavern.
Oh, it doesn't define what's in that room.
Yeah, it doesn't really tell you. This map on the screen here does not contain any information to help render the high res graphics view of what you're seeing. You know, this map only tells you where the rooms are located in relation to each other, what directions you can travel in, and that's about it. Yeah, but even so, that's still an amazing savings of
no, it's a great idea. I like it.
One question about this, the part of the game, the content, the textual content of the game. I see you are using a parser, so you're probably going to be able to compress text content. Do you have this text content ready, at least to some point, to at least know how much space this part is going? I found that keeping text in BASIC is very expensive, if not going through the parser path, which you are going.
Yeah, so like room descriptions you're talking about, and object descriptions and so on. Right now, that I think is currently in variable space, but I may move it to physical memory at some point, because you're right. I think it does take up a lot of room, and moving it to physical memory might give me additional savings there. So
another possibility for additional savings is tokenizing it. Like, say, use character strings 128 to 255, each of those being a word or 2 words if it's a common one, like the word wooden. Say, wooden door. So you'd have wooden being character string 128, door being character string 129. You can reuse 129 anytime you have a door of any sort, and it's only going to take 1 byte, and you just build the string that you're printing from that. That'll save you a fair bit.
That's cool. I like that idea. I'll definitely look into that. Yeah, that sounds cool. Thank you.
I've tried.
So,
no, go ahead, Frederick.
Oh no, go ahead. You go ahead.
It's I've tried experiment with adventure games a little while ago, and it's the subject I always try to keep close to the things we do here, and including friends. And I've skipped the parsing altogether for a menu system. I don't think I'm wise enough to create a parser, and I see you did here. That's pretty great. And about the graphics, the same way you would get you would create this poster, just like Curtis said, to free up space. I tried to create those graphics with tiles in UG Basic, with a mock-up of Sia Quest remake some moons ago. And I also came into the trouble you're just stating that having 50, right, having about 50 unique drawings is a little bit complicated, even for tiling the graphics on a 64K standard color 1 and 2. So about the graphics, you're confident on the solution you're going to use? You need them to be drawn like you're doing, like with drawing comments in this precise style. Is that a decision?
Well, it's what I've decided, but you know, it's a game, it's a work in progress, so all decisions are not final.
Fluid.
Because one thing I could tell you about the drawing routines is that I have that Lender game that has like it has more than 50 screens. They are all done in draw command. It doesn't have paint. It doesn't have a flood fill paint yet. The next version will have. And now switch back to black and white. But creating strings for the draw command, I was able to compact a lot of things. They making it was pretty great. I'm pretty confident with the draw command.
Right. Yeah, I mean, when you find objects and pick them up and drop them and stuff, and I'm going to try to keep the the pictures of the objects as simple as I can, so they don't take up much memory.
When you were talking about that noise routine on the background, when you scale and when you shift them sideways, is it like something that between 2 points you add a sort of a noise, a random noise, to fill in the tail? Is that what you meant?
Not exactly. So what I did was, it's kind of hard to explain. This routine that I wrote to create the progressively larger views of the mountains in particular, those progressively larger pictures of the mountains were generated using a basic routine that basically inserted random additional elements to the drawstrings. Okay. So if like originally the drawstring said like R5, E5, R5, E5, okay, then the routine would take that string and insert little elements and break them up so that it become, instead of R5, E5, R5, E5, it become R5, E1, R1, E4, R3, E1, R2, E5. You know, it just insert these random elements into the string.
Kind of like poor man's fractals.
Right. So the important point is not that the important point is not the exact shape of the mountains. They've gotten closer, but they haven't gotten blocky and ugly.
Yeah, if you did straight scaling, you would see these diagonal lines and stuff like that.
And you know, who really cares what little jiggle is where? But they look good and they're closer, and you can tell. And,
yeah, Curtis, exactly. That's the idea. Is that if I just scaled it up, then you would lose detail. Okay, yeah. And so I wrote this routine to generate new drawstrings that try to retain the same level of detail as you got closer. You know what I mean? And so so that's what I did. But it's not doing it on the fly. I did this all like months ago in order to generate new drawstrings for those rooms. Okay. So it's not doing it on the fly. It's not randomly generating them again every time. This is something I did simply to create the new drawstring code for those rooms months ago.
Okay.
Great.
Anyway, there you go.
Great project.
Thank you.
Looking good.
I'll stop sharing now, I guess.
I still want to see a Basic 09 version done because our graphics routines there are a fair bit faster. So I'd like to see how that works. Plug.
Someday.
Okay, let's see. Next up, Rick.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, Brian won't be able to do his today. He has to leave, so we'll go straight to Rick.
Okay, so if you can embiggen me, I will.
That's a bummer.
We probably took too much of a long time. Sorry, Brian.
Yeah, sorry to take up so much
I'm
time.
sure.
Well, if I know Brian had a heart out, we could have got him like right after the two of you, and then I didn't know he had
I'm
to
only
leave. So.
saying that because I made a banner for him.
Rick,
And
what's
this would
with
be
that
the
monitor?
official first time to use it. See?
Well,
Rick,
you're gonna-
what?
Yeah, he
you're
won't be
gonna
able to
have
make it here next week either, so it'll be a couple weeks
Oh
for
my
Brian's able.
gosh.
What is
You're
that
gonna
monitor?
It'll
have
be
to
next
wait
year.
forever, Ron.
I didn't know any of that until he just mentioned it in our internal chat. But anyway, go ahead, Rick. Sorry.
Okay, so anyway, let's see. So this week I've been playing with the wrong monitor, obviously. What is it? PMON. There we go. So I've taken this thing, which now works. So I can write to the ROM space on a CoCo. And I've been playing with a multi-pack, and I've added Slimby and all the other things. So I can now write to the ROM space on my CoCo IO to make a boot ROM, theoretically. The problem with all of this is that to do that, you have to ignore CTS and just say any write to the ROM space is mine. And Deeks pointed out an obvious problem here in that any write to the ROM space is going to blow this up. I'm
I can think
this
of two
with-
circumstances that would happen too. One would be a copy protected cartridge because they, they
Yes.
assume that if you copy the RAM, it's going to blow up. And the other is a smartwatch.
The smartwatch also writes to the ROM. Okay.
Yes.
That
That's how
would
you
be
enable and
really
disable
bad.
it. You write a pattern to the ROM. Yeah.
Because the problem is Tandy doesn't give you any indication of the ROM select if you're writing, only reading. So there will be a jumper that says, okay, we're reading, this is a boot ROM, and that works fine. But now when you want to write to it, what can screw it up? And so now we know there are copy protected games and smartwatches that could screw up writing to the boot ROM here. So anyway, this has been my adventure in multi-packs. I've been, I got my old multi-pack and worked with that for a bit to see, well, anyway, that's a whole nother story. But
How does the CoCo STC get around that?
it's magic.
That was the technical explanation.
Great answer.
So what I'm doing myself with my little bitty gal chip that we have here is I'm looking for CTS, and then I'm looking for the ROM space address to show up outside of CTS. If there's CTS, well, it's a valid read. If there's not CTS, then it's an illegal write by definition. And now we've got two different reasons why there might be an illegal write to the ROM space that I have to deal with. But normally, okay, this isn't that bad. I'm going to move on to Exhibit 2. And Exhibit 2 will be my head again. So everyone has, I've been digging through my archives, and every hardware guys has one of these things, which can write to any kind of ROM ever made, any EPROM ever made, any gal chip ever made. It does it all. It weighs about 6 ounces. It costs about $50. I found my old one. The Pecker 10. It weighs about 10 pounds. With this personality module, they had a name for it. It can write 24 16s to 256s. And it cost a whole whale ton of money. This is what I was using in 97. So
probably 1,000 or two.
Yeah, 10 pounds, 6 ounces. So that's the thing that happened.
By the way, Rick, Mark Siegel in the chat says, why not use port type addressing to write to it? I don't know what that means, but
He's chewing on it. I could tell.
I have to think back to what am I doing and why am I doing it? Doing it because the multi-pack made me do it. That's why I'm doing it that way.
Blame Tandy.
we'll blame Tandy. And then I found that thing while I was looking for this other thing, which I had promised to pull out earlier.
Oh, there we go. The Wyco trackball.
My Wyco trackball. Yeah, I actually tried it out. And, let's see. Can I do something clever? Yes. DC head. Players. One player. And yeah, it
Proper missile command.
It spins properly. It has the inertia that you want. I'm going to blow up because I'm not playing the game. I'm playing the trackball. But hey, trackball
Looks like
good.
the right tool for the job.
It works on the games that use this kind of interface. So
Yep, Centipede, it works pretty good on, like some of the Centipede clones and a couple of the missile command clones.
The swing, you don't have to. I didn't think this would work. A lot of games, it doesn't work at all. But for games that expect this kind of input, man, this is a nice tool. So anyway.
Yep. Plus, if you're playing pool in a pool hall and you lose the cue ball, you can always take it out of there. And use it.
Well, yeah, but the ivory has kind of gone a bit yellow. I mean, we're sort of losing the, it's not
mine's
so,
a bit yellow too.
Not so ivory anymore.
Would that work for defense?
Yes, it does.
Oh yeah, you can throw this thing across.
I think
yeah, you mean at the game defense, not self-defense, right?
No, yeah.
I might have answered the wrong question.
Oh yeah, it works for game defense as well.
Yeah, if somebody's after you trying to rob you, you can throw that thing at their head; they'll be gone. Don't worry about it.
Well, it's a little heavier than the mouse that we use, right?
It's like a billiard
thing now.
Yeah,
it's like a billiard ball.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's where I got to this week.
So did anything compute with what you heard when you were as a solution for your?
Oh, you mean Mark's suggestion?
Yeah.
Oh, about port addressing? Well, because everything's memory addressed on the CoCo, I don't know what he really means by that. I'd have to compute a bit.
I mean, the Z80 could do that, but CoCo doesn't have a separate line for that.
And the issue that I have is I could make any kind of specification that specifies that you're only writing to my board. But what about all the crap that's already done stuff, like the memory map games that are expecting there's no way I can write to anything. The only thing that's going to happen here is I can prove that you you've stolen my game because it's on the, writable interface.
Mark just had to create a port address. I think he just means memory map a different address that's currently unused port.
Oh no, this is just the ROM space on the CoCo. There is no port address here. This is C.
Yep, but I wonder if you
triple aught to CEFF.
Yeah, but I wonder if you could create a different port, say just for an enable. Like if you write a pattern to that particular port, it then enables you to be able to write to the ROM.
Yeah, which is kind of what the smartwatch does, sort of.
I don't have that much smarts. I've got a 16 V8, so all I can do is very simple computation.
I was thinking just a switch on the top to turn on write enable.
I've got it. Yeah, if you don't have it in write mode, then you're safe. It's just a boot ROM. But if you have it in write mode,
I think what Mark is saying is to enable write mode, just have a switch on the actual physical card. Is that what you mean, Mark?
Yeah, like a physical toggle switch.
I've got that. My question is, if you're in write mode, okay, don't run a game that checks copy protection and you're safe. Yeah. But what other odd thing might just write odd things to the ROM? And it sounds like the smartwatch might just do that, whether you think about it or not.
But if you have a physical switch and you have it off, that means it can do whatever it wants because it's not going to touch your board.
But anytime where you try to write it, if there's a ROM, if there's a smartwatch plugged in and you try to write to it, your write's going to be trashed by the smartwatch.
Well, if you're to write to the ROM, wouldn't you have like a little utility that you'd be running to copy?
Well, but if the smartwatch is in the hardware and it triggers, You
Well,
see, I can't control.
But if you
what
only
other
have a
people
slot
do.
select, if you slot select your card and the smartwatch is say on the disc controller card,
Well, no,
that
that
you're not
doesn't
even
work.
accessing that card, would that work?
The only way to write to the card in a multi-pack is to pull Slim B, which means CTS, all that stuff's gone. There is no slot select. It's just everything is Y cable together on the bus. And so if the smartwatch does anything, it affects me. Any write to the smartwatch hits me. There's no.
Well, you'd have to have something like OS9 looking up the.
Well, no,
hitting the
that
smartwatch.
doesn't even work. That doesn't even work. There's no slot select anymore.
Right.
We're all one big Y cable, and any write goes to CoCo and anything else that it might go to. And I think we've all been assuming that we're the only thing that's going to be written to that's in the ROM area, quote unquote. And so these are the questions that I'm asking, I guess, in my P&A hog tonight.
Okay.
So anyway, I'm done taking over the show. Thanks for
something to
giving me some
ponder.
time.
Let's see. Where is he? Coconut Bob. Had you on my
Hello.
list.
I'm here. All right.
Had you on my list. You had an update of sorts?
It's an Australian Coco.
Well, pretty close, yeah. So a couple of mainly acquisitions, not so much project updates, but find my box of parts. So first of all, obviously you all saw Rocky's Athena board, the white board that I built, and I have in fact got a new purple one now for my next build.
Yeah, just watch how you put the transistors in.
Yep, I'll get them right the first time.
Now, does this have any changes? Because you had a problem where you couldn't get the Gimme X to run properly, right? On the first one?
Well, I still kind of working on that. I'm gonna still try and get it going on the other board, but basically what I'm gonna do on this one, he has built up a DigiKey bill of materials. I'm basically gonna make sure that I use whatever capacitors he's spec'd, because I'm thinking that some of the parts bin capacitors I used might be affecting the whiteboard. But my main plan with that is I have this Gimme X working here, and I got myself one of these Zotac scopes, and I'm gonna go through and pretty much every via I can find, I'm gonna kind of document what signals are there, and then I'm gonna move the board to the other computer and see if I can figure out what signals aren't there or aren't the same. And hopefully that'll let me zero in on the issue. And
Sounds
then
logical.
the other minor update that I got, this is kind of a project update. I had ordered these boards from JLC PCB back in October, and then the post office told me that they were delivered on November 3rd, but they were never delivered. And I called the post office's 800 number and reported the tracking number and all that. And much to my surprise, yesterday they showed up in my mailbox. So this is a panel of 10 of the LED driver boards that I'm making. I've got one of them going here, and I'm basically trying to figure out the correct values to get the second stage of the turbo light working. Right now it's working as a regular turbo light. So if I do poke 65 496,0, see the lights both go out. So the green is just the power light. Then I've got a yellow that is supposed to be 2 megahertz and a red that should be 3 megahertz. And I suspect I'm gonna have to change one of these capacitors out, because I've already got trimmer potentiometers, but I can't. Basically, they keep working in tandem.
Well, you only want one to go on?
Well, I want at 2 megahertz, I want the yellow one on. And at 3 megahertz, I want the red one on. The yellow one can stay on or go out. I don't care at 3 megahertz. But I really want the red one to not come on at 2 megahertz.
The red jumps early. Okay.
So the one thing I have to remember is what's the poke to get 3 megahertz again? I went through this last time.
Yeah, because if I remember, there's a mistake in the manual. I think 2 numbers got transposed on one of the versions of it.
Yeah, something like that. I don't remember exactly.
It's 65497, comma, a special value, if I remember correctly, but I don't remember the number off the top of my head.
It was like A5 or 5A.
I think it might be 5A. Wasn't it Ed's initial or something in ASCII or something like that? I can't remember. Or X? I can't remember. Let me see if I can find it while you're chatting.
And then you do the high-speed poke again, right?
I think you have to do the high-speed poke first and then that special poke. You have to do both. So you have to do the 65497, comma 0, then a 65497 something else, and I'll see if I can find it here.
Okay, well, let me see if I can read my frequency here. Maybe it's actually running.
Oh, there's a concept.
Okay. Yep.
That's cruel, man. Yeah, it's either A5 or 5A. I don't remember which one, but if you do the wrong one, then you have to do this, do the regular speed of poke first because they have to be right after each other.
Right.
So smoke comes out, try the other one.
So my frequency reading is 895. So that's good. Do a poke 65497, comma 0. Colon poke 65497,
Comma and H 5A. I'm pretty sure because that is a Z in ASCII, and I'm pretty sure that's what he picked that for Zipster.
Okay. It looks like the cursor is flashing a lot faster, so. And both lights came on, which they should.
Now for a time check.
I really wish I had a good grounding point to clip this damn thing onto. It's just nothing.
Over there on the edge
The
of
heat
the
sink's
cart.
not a good ground.
How about the edge of the cartridge? Does that work? I can't remember.
Well, the problem is I've only got this like 4-inch ground lead.
Oh, okay.
That is short.
So I'm just going to clip it right down here.
There you go.
All right.
There you go.
Try this one more time with feeling. Okay.
Oh, there's the green one.
So
How do you know it's still hooked up?
Well,
you're evil, Ron. You're evil, man.
Well, that's what I would be thinking.
Like an
By the way, Kieran feels your pain. He says, "Oh yeah, all my probes are like that. Quite irritating."
Yep.
Well, where are you putting them?
So poke 65497, comma 0. Now my keyboard doesn't want to sit because that stupid lead is holding it up.
Right.
Colon poke. A.
Yeah.
Okay.
Capital Z.
So all three lights are on. Now all I've got to do is figure out if I can short out the clock line one more time.
Yeah, crash it. There you go.
2.73 megahertz. So
it was there until you killed it.
Yep.
Cool. So but in just regular double speed, you get both lights by mistake. Is that what's going on?
Yeah, basically, they both come on at the same time and they both stay on. Well, I can tune them.
Right, you're getting close.
So Mark Siegel suggests just a tack solder a little fly lead for your ground.
Yeah.
Right.
Good
And
idea.
that would give you more extension on the probe anyway.
So
I've clipped onto
adjust
so
the-
many things I should never clip on to because of those three little 3-inch scope leads. The case of the transformer. Okay, there's your ground.
So now it's kind of backwards. The red light comes on at low speed and the yellow light comes on at double speed.
Well, that's easy fix. Switch the LEDs.
Yeah, there you go.
Labels.
Just change the documentation so the lights mean something else. That's what I do. I'm lazy.
Yeah. I still don't have anything working at the at the triple speed though. That's the problem. So
yeah.
But anyway, these are some neat little boards here, and they were pretty cheap. So if anybody actually wants one, just hit me up. I could probably just throw one of these in an envelope and mail it to you for the cost of a stamp. If you need a whole kit, that might be a little more involved, but also, I guess some of y'all might have seen that I did a little VGA breakout cable to the Gimme X board here, and the VGA is going to an HDMI converter. So I got my HDMI signal going to this monitor right now.
Nice.
And there's an S video here. That S video I hooked up, and that does really surprisingly great quality. That's almost as good as the VGA output.
Except you get artifact colors on that one, or do you?
You get the synthetic artifact colors because it's generated by the
right, Jay.
Gimme X.
Yeah, it's using the same algorithm as MAME does.
I noticed on the Gimme X you get some strange semi-graphics colors, like in particular loading Nick's Pac-Man game. The Pac-Man is normally semi-graphics yellow with the black border, but I get yellow and green squares instead of yellow and black squares.
I'll have to try that on mine. I don't remember that.
That's interesting.
During the loading, yeah. And then a lot of games like Rally SG, the black screen is actually that dark green screen unless you do an RGB command before you launch the game.
Oh, that is something. The Gimme X, every single one of the 5 outputs, the video outputs, is always RGB. That's one thing
it's
he
always
changed.
RGB, yeah.
You would have to type RGB to get the correct colors.
Yeah.
Because even the RF out is using RGB colors, so there's no mixing between composite and RGB. It's everything is the same, so you only have to program for it once.
Do what? The RF out on this thing is also
RF, composite, component, VGA, and S video are all RGB outputs as far as color scheme goes.
It's derived from the RGB.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting.
That's why when he did his demo, like running some composite style games on the his video demos he does on his site that Ed put up, that when he had all 5 monitors hooked up from all 5 outputs, it actually looks identical. I mean, quality obviously is a bit different between, say, RF to VGA, but the colors are the same,
right?
Or as close as you can get.
So one other little thing I did here today, I don't know if anybody was watching and cringing in horror, but I drilled a hole in the Gimme X so that I could screw a standoff right here so that you can actually press on the board now and only crash the machine a little bit. Doesn't actually yank the board out of the socket. But it's like every time I put in this plug, it would lift the thing up out of the Gimme socket.
That's scary.
Yeah. So it's nice that they have the board layout up on the zipsterzone.com. So I was able to verify, there's no traces where I drilled. That was kind of important.
Yeah, I mean, from everybody who's trying to get a Gimme X here, if you'd broke it, I think they would have lynched you.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, to look at the water pipes before you drill the wall.
Right. But yeah, overall, it's still going great.
Nice.
My turbo board, my LED board is looking nice. Got a few other little projects that I'm working on in KiCad, whatever.
I'm really hoping you can get the Pedro's board, the Athena board, to work with the GimeX.
So are you going to run
Yeah,
out
definitely.
of electricity after a while?
What was that, Ron? You were coming in really faint
I'm
there. I don't know
wondering
what
if
you said.
he's gonna run out of electricity for a while. I mean, after a while, having everything plugged into it.
Oh no, all these newer parts take less power than the originals did. So
I'm going to guess by the computer floor he's standing over, there's a whole lot of amps available.
Yeah, we do have our share of breakers.
So
cool.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
So another thing he doesn't have to worry about is any interference from any of the electronics with a video signal.
It's still possible if you make a cheap enough cable. With this thing here, I'm getting a pretty nice and solid video out of it. No waviness. Although it's weird when you first turn it on without the button board plugged in, it comes up with scanline mode.
Okay. Anybody else have any project updates or acquisitions?
There you go. I have my new CoCo joystick. What do you think? There's your RC control.
That's a bit bulky.
Oh, that's a nice joystick. Hmm.
Yeah, it is. It works pretty good. Your basic drone flyer.
All
On
right.
the buttons.
Do we need a break or do we go wake Ken up?
Ken? Ken? I think we need a break.
All righty. Let's take a break and then we'll go into the game on results.
Hi, I'm John.
And I'm Aaron of the CoCo Show.
And you're watching or listening to the CoCo Nation, the live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer and its cousins.
All hail the CoCo Nation.
In a world where RGB produces black and white video, one cable can make a difference. Switcheroo. CoCo3ScartCable.com.
G'day from the land down under, where toilets flush backwards and thongs are a respectable form of casual footwear. I am Nick Morentes and I have been developing games for the CoCo for over 35 years. Welcome to the CoCo Nation, the interactive live video talk show for all enthusiasts of the CoCo family of computers.
Hi, I'm L Curtis Boyle. I'm Ken Waters of Canadian Retro Things, and you're watching the CoCo Nation Show.
Only the bravest souls enter. Only the most cunning return. Defeat innumerable monsters to ransom the king's scepter, stolen by the evil wizard. Your sword, shield, and wits are your only allies. Pray you find a magical inn as your only respite in the forest of doom.
For the Tandy Color Computer 1, 2, and 3.
November 2017, if you dare.
Welcome everybody to the CoCo Nation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played Galaxons. We had a total of 16 players. We had Mark O with 1595, Micro Hobbyist 2345, Mr. Dave 6309 2580, Ed Rhodes 4142, Coconut Bob 4552, David Ladd 4976, Sloopy Malibu 5389, Rich N 5591, Shenley 7266, Buck Owens 8555, Canadian Retro Things 9269, Nerf Herder 11,155, Kieran 11,753, L Curtis Boyle 12,713, Tasman
Nothing wrong with that.
17,308.
Buck Owens is not up there.
And the number one score this week belongs to Jim Rye with 19,863. Thanks
Somebody's
everybody that
cheating.
played. We'll see you again next week.
Oh, that's right. You need a joystick.
All right, there we go. Some scores from Galaxons. So, I did manage to find a few reviews of this game. And this one is from, which one is this? Rainbow, January of 84. And this author says that it was kind of a cross between Galaxian and Centipede. Basically Centipede because you had the freedom of movement on the bottom third of the screen. And definitely ranks this game as one of the toughest. And then went into a list of why, because your ship moves more slowly when compared to the aliens. You can only have one shot at a time, while the aliens can fire a lot of missiles at you. The enemy ships can move further to the left and right and can swoop back at you once they fly past your ship. And the top row of spacecraft shoot the guided missiles at your ship, which are difficult to avoid. And says this game was maybe a little bit too difficult. And something that he said that I thought Nick would like, he said this game is very bug-free.
Ah, there you go.
Even though Galaxians is an old game, the centipede movement of your ship adds a unique feature and recommends it for people that want to play a truly tough game.
By the way, Ken, in the chat they're announcing from Jim Rye that this is the very first time he's ever won a game on challenge. So congratulations, Jim.
But I disagree that it's the problem when the manual was read, they said it's going to be easy for beginners. It's not true.
Yeah, there was a bug in the manual.
Absolutely.
Not in the game. So, yeah, and I pretty much agree with everything that this guy said because it's a pretty tough game.
Yeah.
And then here we have Color Computer, something, one of the Color Computer magazines from January of 84. They thought it was really funny that if you turn the speed up to 7, the dum 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 of the soundtrack is reduced to what sounds like a high-pitched nervous giggle. So basically the sound routine speeds up with the speed of the game. So
So is it like Jed Garrett or
now I have to try it on level 7. I didn't hear that.
yeah, I never heard it either. So now I want to go back and try it on level 7. They suggest that you hit as many of the ships as possible while they're in their tight formation at the top of the screen. And then fire. Yeah, basically that's the best strategy, is just kill as many of them before they start flying down at you, which is pretty obvious. And the graphics in the game are acceptable, but not spectacular. And the sound effects were nothing out of the ordinary. One thing about it, he said, you really have to learn to use your joystick to play the game. So it's a good game for older children and adults. Younger children probably should not try playing it.
That's a pretty generic comment. Being
Well-
able to learn to use your joystick. I think
pretty
that's
well applies to
much
all
the same
joystick
for any
games.
game, isn't it?
I think
Yeah.
he was saying you really have to learn how to use your joystick, not just know how to use a joystick. You really,
Let's not
Really
probe
have
too
to know.
deeply there.
yeah.
Clear as mud.
Now, Mark Overhoser, I have a question for you about Glaxons.
Yo,
The graphics on this one are quite different than most of the other Galaxian clones because they're a fair bit smaller for the aliens. To me, it really reminded me of Apple Galaxian and Alien Typhoon because it's almost the same size of the shapes. What did you think? Same thing?
yeah, I think you're right. I mean, I've
Definitely
played it,
Alien Typhoon.
I played it
vibes.
Alien Typhoon many years ago, and even with the emulator and the screen size different, yeah, the ratio, I guess, yeah, it looked a lot tighter. So, and again, the game requires a joystick, and I'm using the mouse and the emulator, so it's kind of difficult, but I was able to shoot some of them. But yeah, they just seem smaller. So.
Yeah, because when I first got this back in '84, whatever year it came out, might have been even '83. I'd been playing Apple Galaxian first, and then Alien Typhoon was a sequel where they doubled the number of aliens coming down at you. And as soon as I saw it, I was going, "Oh, this is an Alien Typhoon style thing," because we'd seen Galaxtex, the others where the shapes are quite a bit larger. So this one really reminded me of that. And then you start moving around, and you know the bullets are following you and stuff. And okay, there's nothing like Alien Typhoon, but visually it is.
So I would personally say with strategy, actually, I found if you kept the upper part of as high onto the screen as your ship would go, it made it easier to shoot them.
Yeah, I agree. Also, if they
definitely less
passed
time
you,
to
they would
impact.
stay away from you and you wouldn't get hit all the time. Like if you're in the bottom
Yeah.
and they swoop back.
Yeah,
Sorry,
you
go-
had less chance of them coming up behind you.
So go ahead, Mark.
Oh, just there's less because you can only have one bullet at a time. When you're closer up, when you're higher on the screen, there's less time before it impacts. So you have, less travel time, so you can then start shooting the next one.
And
If
also,
you're
I
right.
think the bullets that follow you, you have a better chance of avoiding them higher up on the screen because they don't have much time to track across the screen towards you.
Yeah,
that seems
So it cuts
reasonable,
down
too.
the amount of the screen that they can fire at you to.
Now, one weird strategy I had, and I don't know if this worked for anybody else, and it didn't always work for me, but sometimes if I had, several aliens coming right close to me, and there's no way I was going to get out of the way, I would rapid fire, which of course cuts your previous bullet off, but you kind of set a swarm right around the front of your ship, and I actually got out of a few pickles that way.
That's actually a strategy on the last screen of Gorf. That's how you get rid of the shield that's protecting the alien ship. You just go run up along the shield and just rapid fire. So
Yeah, because your bullet gets off enough, no matter how fast you hit the button, it goes a little bit. And if the ship that you're trying to shoot is right there, you'll take care of it.
Yeah.
Rather than trying to time a
also-
shot. Yeah.
You can actually shoot the alien shots right out of the air if you do that too.
Oh, well, I didn't catch that part, but okay. Cool.
Yeah. So, yeah, definitely a difficult game, but there's a lot of strategy in it that you can use.
With practice, it gets a bit easier. I won't say
Yeah.
easy, but
So one thing about it, you would not be beating this game and be like, oh yeah, this game's too easy and putting it away at any time after you bought it.
Have we played a game that's easy so far?
Yeah.
Just asking.
easier.
Easier. Well, we've
Very
played
rare.
games that are easy to put down, like perhaps I'm not going to mention any of Nick's games, but there's some that are easy to put down.
They may start with the letter N.
Yeah, might.
I think the majority of color computer games are very hard by nature. A majority of them, they come from an age where difficulty was a thing.
Yeah.
Well, there was
when men
there
were
was
real men back then.
There was the North American
Yes.
difficult, and then there was the European difficult.
And the European difficult, which is a
called
whole-
impossible, I believe, or
Yes.
something like that. So
It's outside of difficulty leagues. It's impossible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we are lucky we didn't have Japanese developers, otherwise it would be even more impossible.
Yes, yes. Nintendo 3 or Super Mario 3 or whatever the heck it was.
Other
All
than
in
that,
all-
I can't think of any other tips. Anybody else have
Yeah.
any, Ken?
I can't think of anything else either. Just try and get to 10,000 points to get a free man. Definitely.
The one thing I liked about it, which has nothing to do with gameplay per se, is the fact that if you're playing with like your kid or something like that, that the player 1 and player 2 can play different skill levels on the same game when you take turns.
But does
which is a
anybody
nice-
really need to go above skill level 1?
Well, if you want to hear this, what did they call it again? The sound effect? If you
The
go to level
high-pitched
7?
giggle?
Yeah, like I would want to see that. Maybe you don't. So in that case, here's the
think it's
droning
just
sound. Here's the high
giggling.
pitch giggle. Yeah.
It's giggling as you die immediately. That's why it's giggling on how quickly you'll die.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, my microphone finally works.
Oh,
Good.
He lives,
darn.
man.
You fixed it. Ah.
Darn, we were so used to this silence too. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, the TK2000 is an Apple II clone, and I want one.
Yes, it's an Apple II clone.
Yeah. Being an Atari person, yes, but that was hours ago. I only just realized a few minutes ago when they were talking about great games to play. When I mentioned Neutroid, everybody ignored me, and I thought it was the normal ignoring of me. But then I realized, hey, the little green light on my microphone's not going up.
Yeah, you're physically not here.
So
join us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, did you have any tips and tricks for Glaxons, Sloopy?
Just basically, I was just saying what other people were saying. When you have a lot of action in front of you, hitting the fire button constantly makes like a force field in front of you. And yes, you can shoot their shots, but it seems to be European hard, not American hard for shooting their shots. So you have to,
yeah.
You have to be dead on.
So don't bother trying to like try to shoot them unless you're like hammering.
Yeah, you don't try to do it. You don't try to shoot it just to shoot it. You try to shoot it if you have no other choice.
Yeah.
Just flash.
Shoot them and go, I won.
Desperation move.
By the way, Ken, Scott Cooper has a pro tip for this game. He says, hit the power button in the back of the CoCo to turn the game off. Apparently, he's not a fan.
Won.
The only way to win is not to play.
Second best tip is get a joystick. Keyboards.
Yeah, or mouse control like Marco was doing that's impossible. I wouldn't even try with the mouse.
Since it's
kinda works.
required, since you are required to have absolutely high skills on joysticks according to the manual, are any of the joysticks preferable for this game, or anything will do?
Anything that's 8 directional will probably be better.
Yeah, anything 8
All right.
directional.
Yeah,
You
I
can't
played with a deluxe
play-
joystick and it was fine, but
No keyboard support, right? It has to be joystick.
yeah, it's just joystick in that one. Unless you're running an emulator and you turn keyboard emulation on. So.
All right.
What was the
was
second game, Ken? Oh,
The
sorry. go
second
ahead.
game was Udao. And actually, Buck Owens had the best description of what this game what that game actually is. You're playing the GPS thing out of a car, and you're telling the car where to go, whether you want to run it into a rock or a wall or whatever. It's a
didn't
dumb
catch
person
that.
driving, listening to his GPS, and you are the GPS.
Just blindly following it into a lake. Yeah.
It said go
Yep.
that way.
Yeah, because I saw at the beginning when we were on the live stream that some people really didn't really get what you were supposed to do with it. So I figure we might as well give a good explanation today for people who are just joining it now, so they don't have to try to figure it out on their own.
So yeah, you're putting down little arrows to tell the car where to go. So you have to drop arrows in front of the car to tell it where to go. And you do that by hitting the space bar and then hitting the direction of you want the arrow to point.
And you have 4 directions, not 8 in this case.
Yeah, 4 directions.
Sort of like
And you have to-
pipes.
And you have to pick up flags. That's your goal of the game before the timer runs out.
Now, has
And
anybody
you
figured
call-
out the difference between like some of the flags flash sometimes they don't?
You get
There's different
200
colors,
points. You get 200 points for flashing flags and 100 points if they're not flashing.
irregardless of color.
I think so.
Hmm.
So it's kind of a strategy that if you want to go for points, try to maneuver yourself to the flashing flag rather than picking one of the other ones. Because as soon as you pick up a flag, a different one will start flashing.
Okay.
I don't think I ever played that one in my life.
So you can
You,
play.
you wouldn't have. It just came out last week.
Yeah, it's
a brand new
one.
That's the reason.
And there's a CoCo 1.2 version, a CoCo 3 version, and an MC10 version.
Oh, gotta give those a go. I've been a little bit away for the past month. Gotta check.
They're
that
all.
out.
If you've ever gone on that Inufuto site, Inufuto.
On the plus
He's a guy.
side-
He does cross-platform games. So each game
I
that he
know.
makes, they come out for about 40 or 50 different systems.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'll check that out.
Yeah. So there's a link in the Game On Challenge to the. Oh no, that's just the disc image.
Yeah, with raw mail, which you will need because the game will screw up if you.
Yeah, it's
don't
just
disable.
cassette image. It's just he just puts up cassette images because he's doing the lowest common denominator for all these systems.
Good.
I will also put a link to his website when I post it this week again.
Yeah, MSX is one of their things.
Yeah.
They have CP400 versions.
That should just run as a CoCo 1 and 2 version. I would
Yeah, it'll
think.
just run as a CoCo 1 or 2.
But yeah, there's ColecoVision, there's Atari 8-bits, there's
Commodore 64,
PC 6000s.
VIC-20, PC 6000.
I didn't check later this weekend as they released the Tier City Model 1, 2, or 1, 3 versions yet, because that's usually one of his later ports.
I'm hoping he releases this on the Model 100.
Yeah, that'd be a cool one to actually try it on. Because the other ones he's got on there have been on there.
You can play games on the 100.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like, what is the Bosconian clone that they did? Can't remember the name of it, but that was a good one. Actually played quite well.
Yeah. He's got a couple of them ported to the mini computers like that. He calls them the micro editions of the games.
And they pretty well play like identically on each. They're tile based. I mean, some of the ones that have sprite chips, it'll move smoother, but it still registers stuff on a tile by tile grid type thing. So they play the same. Once you've learned how to play one on one system, it's pretty well the same thing on all of them.
Ruptus, that was the Bosconian.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because we tried that at Boat Fest, didn't we? With 48K RAM that was there. Had his Model 100 running, and he had all of the various games, and there was some pretty good ones. Some of them played pretty good.
Nice standards.
But yeah, I don't know. Does anybody else have any questions about UDAO?
In the chat is the link for the Inufuto website if anyone wants to download and try them.
Okay, and I'll also post it in the Game On Challenge.
Yeah, the
With
disc
this
image
game.
in the Game On Challenge channel is already there that has the raw mail program to preload it, and the CoCo 1.2 version and CoCo 3 versions are both in the same disc image. I didn't put the MC10 in for obvious reasons.
Yeah, if you want to play on MC10, you have to download it from his site.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or any of the other platforms. Like this is one of the ones where like sometimes we have people play the same game on other platforms, like Seamus or something. Here you can pick just about any computer on Earth, and you can probably play it on that platform.
Okay, well, I guess Sloopy has now put the website into the CoCo Discord, so I don't have to do it.
I already had it in the copy paste, so I figured way.
Okay.
Nice.
Besides, I should probably do something around here.
Well, okay, then I guess how about you take the next part of this talk?
Sure, no problem.
Do you know what it is?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll start showing a video of what our live Game On Challenge was, and you can talk about it, Sloopy.
This week, we played, as we just discussed, Klaxons and UDAO. We had up to, 8 players, I think it was?
I think so.
Yeah, we had a pretty good showing.
Yeah, we had a pretty good turnout. But we're still missing you. So come out Thursday, 8 p.m. Come onto the Discord and play. You don't have to be good. You don't have to be bad. You just have to be there.
Hey, what's the Pegasus doing there?
We had 8 players, but somebody was playing a Smurf game on an Apple. So
yeah, someone needs to be smurfed out.
It was Smurf and embarrassing.
Yeah, I'm not going to name names, but the guilty Smurf knows who they are.
I'll fess up. It's a Smurf patch to Castle Wolfenstein for the Apple II.
Castle Wolfenstein, I see. And they're not playing
Castle Smurfenstein.
Yep,
No,
Castle Smurfenstein.
And no artifact colors going, pure black and white.
Did you at least play it on a TK2000?
No, I don't have a TK2000.
He played it on an emulator.
I played that on a
emulator.
TK3000. It was the first time I played that game.
And for those watching, you can see there's a couple other games running even beside the Apple one. So, I mean, if you join the Game On Challenge, you don't have to play the 2 games that are featured that week. It's definitely recommended so you can get your scores in. But if you find them too frustrating or whatever, you can switch to any CoCo game and give that a shot too.
Yes.
Maybe give Ken and Sloopy and the committee some ideas for games in the future.
Yes, we're always open for game suggestions. You can either post them in the Game On Challenge section of the Discord, or you can mail it or email in the links below in the description.
Pegasus is looking wonderful there.
If you don't send suggestions, I'm going to keep choosing games like the one I chose this week.
Now, special note coming up for next week, where we have the interview with Mike Snyder, who wrote a ton of games for the CoCo 1, 2, and 3 for T&D Software. We had our little test call earlier this week, and I asked him to pick a couple of games that would be good for a Game On Challenge, so the score-based arcade style, because he did a lot of adventure game stuff. So he's going to come up with some and send them to me, and I'll pass them on to the committee, and then Ken and Sloopy will decide which of those games will be the one we announce next week. I have no idea what it'll be. I don't want them to tell me ahead of time, so I get surprised like everybody else. So,
what do you mean, Ken and Sloopy? I don't get a choice in choosing unless I'm the one doing the
Hey,
show.
did I not ask you for help this week and you didn't? You just
yes, 2 hours ago, yesterday. Oh, what's a good game? And I'm like, you should have already picked it because it was like what, 11 p.m. last night.
yeah, but that's way earlier his time.
Yeah. It was only like 9 o'clock my 8 o'clock my time.
Okay, I will choose something.
Was there was there
Gonna
somebody
choose-
playing?
He's going to choose
playing-
WeFax.
Yes, they were playing. What's the name of that game?
Which game?
It's not
I
Brain.
don't-
Pegasus. That's it.
Yeah, Pegasus and the
Fan Writers. Yeah.
Did somebody play you down on a CoCo 2? Or just on the CoCo 3?
these are just the CoCo 3 ones.
I think I might have played the CoCo 2 one briefly. I don't remember if that was on the stream, though, if I did that afterwards.
The only difference between the CoCo 2 one and the CoCo 3 one is the CoCo 2 one,
It's P-Mode
the
3.
colors aren't as nice.
Yeah, it's in P-Mode 3, and then the MC10 version is the equivalent of P-Mode 1.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Gameplay is not 100% among all the versions in some of the games. Because we also played a couple of the other games in the other versions, specifically for the Atari, and I think we've played Commodore one. I think you played a Commodore one, Ken.
Yeah.
And I think the Apple 2 version was also played in one of the games. And the controls are not necessarily the gameplay mechanics are not necessarily the same.
Yeah, usually they are. Like we all played Seamus, it's pretty well the same. But we did Rearguard by Venture International. The games are quite different between the different platforms, even though they have the same name, which is
I mean, with
weird.
these ones, the mechanics are basically the same. It's just not the
graphics and sound.
Execution and stuff. Like sometimes things are more responsive on different systems because
I mean, more in Futu games.
Oh,
yeah.
I can't fail to see, but it kind of like this Yell Down game looks like a mix between Rally X and Pipes. So I believe Nick Marantz did play this challenge, right? Did he?
No, he only plays his own games. He's a little
because he knows how to cheat on those. I mean, he knows how to play them better. So
he would probably get first place in this game. It's like a mix between those two.
What,
there's a challenge for you, Nick.
What are you talking about? The UDAO game?
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't think it was that similar.
It's a little bit similar, but yeah, it's more like you're just leading a car around the screen, being its
catching
GPS.
Flags.
Yeah. Also,
Catch flags.
I'm going to be doing the Game On Challenge in a few months, so I'm going to need another version of Neutroid.
Another version.
Wait.
Okay, you got it.
Again, I think that's why we're taking our 2-week holiday, isn't it?
I am never being sick again, and I am never missing another show, and I'm never going on a vacation so that we don't have to play Neutroid again.
I need to have Neutroid running on this thing here right by my side.
And
I
the
need to have.
community would probably thank you.
Mhm.
I don't have anything else to say about UDA or.
I don't have anything else to say either. And Sloopy, are you done talking about the live Game On show? When can somebody join us? Where can they join us?
If they didn't hear me when I first started the show, then they can join us on Thursdays at 8 p.m. U.S. time.
Eastern U.S. time, because there's multiple times in the States.
Yeah, there's more than one time zone in the U.S., Sloopy.
There is.
There is. There's several.
Check your local listings for your time zone and your TZ data. Please come join us. We would love to have you, no matter your skill level or lack of skill. I mean, come on, we have Ken there every week, so.
Yeah. And you can play on an emulator or you can play on real hardware. And if you don't want to set up an emulator, most of the games you can actually play on the Color Computer Archive because it actually has the online version of Xshore.
Cool.
Or you could just hang out and make fun of us.
Yeah, that's better.
That's what I do from the chat.
Yes, and please, if you can't come and be there in person, live playing, please join us in the chat, or make sure that you play the games in your own home and submit your scores for the High Score Challenge.
And Ken, the cutoff for that's Friday. Do you have a fixed time, or is it just basically when you figure you want to cut it off?
Whenever I wake up.
If he says it's over, it's over.
So 3 weeks from now. Okay, gotcha.
He hasn't said it's
No,
over.
it's usually about I usually try to cut it off about 9 o'clock
Your
Pacific time. Yeah.
So midnight Eastern, right?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yes.
And by the way, Mark Siegel has a possible game that we could do. He said, "How about we could do Old Troid instead?"
Old Troid.
Instead of Neutroid.
You're gonna have to regress.
So back to you, Ken.
Oh, okay. I guess that means that we probably want to name the game for next week.
I can name
Neutroid.
We'll see if anybody recognizes this.
Oh, I know that game.
Oh, that's by Lustig. That's called.
Those X-Wings, the collapsed wings?
It's from Computerware, isn't it?
I believe so.
It's not a moon.
Oh, I remember it now. I'll let anybody else guess
It looks
first.
like a bunch of differentials.
Right.
It's a space shooter for one.
Kevin Holloway beat me to it in the chat. That was my guess as well.
Oh, I didn't see what's Kevin Holloway's guess in the chat. It's not up on my screen.
Zone.
Ah, well. Yes.
I have the Lustig and Computerware part, right?
That's not a moon. Exactly.
So is this
And
like
we'll be playing that on level 3 because I tried out levels 1 and 2 and they were pretty
too easy.
Easy. So
what was your question, Marco? Or was that you that was asking questions?
I didn't have a question.
Okay.
Is this similar to Star Raiders?
Very simplistically, maybe.
Yeah,
It's basically
very
a 3D shooter, but that's
simplistically.
it.
It's just a 3D shooter. Yeah.
I think it has shields, though. Can't you bring up some rotating circles for his shield?
It says you can, but I've never figured out how to.
It's a key on the keyboard, if I remember.
I'm waiting for Mark to read the instructions.
Okay.
If they're there, that's the one I know.
So that I don't have to read the instructions.
The dramatic reading. I can't wait. It sounds exciting.
Yeah, that's the best part of the live show is here, Mark, do his dramatic reading of instructions.
Or store.
And then critiquing the author of the instructions, like when they forget to put commas in.
Oh, right.
And then sometimes he introduces his own, so it's a wild mixture. You never know what you're going to get.
Yep.
And all the words come out, mostly.
All the words come out.
All the words come out, whether they're pronounced correctly, sometimes not in the right order, but hey, they're there.
They all come out.
That's
You're
right.
there.
It's like IKEA. All the letters are there. You just have to assemble.
Yep.
Assemble them any way you want. You may have spares left over.
It's a subjective thing, right? It's all fine. Nice Christmas tree in the background there.
Yeah. I have to keep putting it away in the closet to keep the cats out of it.
Gotta ask you something, Rick. That trackball you have there, does that work? Does that work on the color computer?
Oh
Can you
yeah,
count
I was
Marble
playing
Madness?
the thing I was doing with the
missile defense.
Missile defense. It works. It spins. You can get your slap shots going. For the games that use that kind of control, it's perfect.
Nice.
And Waco did make a
total.
Waco did make a specific CoCo version of their trackball. That's not an Atari adapter or anything. That's actually designed for the CoCo from Waco in the first place.
RS stuck on the front of it here.
Great.
From Waco. And it's a beautiful thing. It works for.
They were $70 US when they came out. I remember that. They were expensive.
Right. They have a separate power supply, and let's see.
What, second power supply?
Yeah, it needs its own 5 volts to power the
nice.
to.
So it's like if you just scroll upwards, it goes to the top and just stops. It doesn't roll back to the bottom, right?
Well,
Nope.
no, let me get.
No, it just goes to the top, like you said. Mike.
Yeah, so they'd have to have circuitry to convert, the 0 to 5 volt swing instead of
Okay,
just
so
a
what-
pot where it roll back around to 0 again.
It
So it's a screen map pad.
Technically, you have to scroll carefully. Am I on the screen here?
Yes.
Okay, but you can do the old trackball.
Does look quite precise on the motion side
It's
of
good.
things.
No, it's good. You have to give it the old.
You can actually use it, say, on the G Shell GUI to navigate your mouse with a high-res joystick interface too. If you want to
in
try it.
precision, it's very precise. And to get across the screen, you just sling that cursor, the old cue ball, isn't it? So it
Nice.
is a good trackball. It's very nice. It's just there wasn't that much that used it, and it was very expensive. And it weighs.
Very, it's substantial.
Yeah,
It'd probably do.
extra things going on. So
It would probably do very well on CoCoMax, I guess.
Yeah, it might actually.
It's a good precise thing.
I don't think it'd be quite as precise as a mouse for drawing, but yeah,
Really
it does
useful
fairly-
But what it
self-defense.
does is it lets you change scale quickly. Normally, if you're scaled in precisely, it's a long way across the screen. With trackball, you can be very precise, but then you can just kind of fling it and then stop it. And
it scales basically.
It scales by physicality. The weight, you can stop the large trackball more precisely than.
It's got some mass to it.
Well, the thing is, it's got mass, and you can kind of drag your finger on it and slow it down and do all that kind
Yeah,
of.
it kind of takes into consideration acceleration. So if you move faster, it'll move proportionally, geometrically
just-
faster, not just arithmetically faster.
It's
That's
just that you don't have to take the time to scroll it 1, 2, 3, 4. You can just go zing and then stop it, and it will handle that. And I think that's where they put their money, and it tracks much nicer than anything I could cobble. up,
Patrick, you
because
going to
I've
start
tried-
making those, Patrick?
Tim Lindner says it has actual rotary encoders.
Yeah,
not like the
it
Radio
does
Shack
that.
mouse.
It's a counter. It's not just a
Right.
thing. But they're fast. That's the other thing. They're not slow. The Wyco, a lot of things that I can make from this era of circuitry aren't this fast. They can't count that fast. If I go zing, it won't do anything. Where the Wyco goes, okay, zip, and it's across the screen. So yeah, nice piece of hardware.
Never
Well,
seen one before.
So we're at 4 hours. We going to news?
Holy cow, news too.
Stuff happened besides us.
Yep. Well, I've got some stuff to do right before the news. So I've got what interviews are coming up, and I've got
announcements.
upcoming shows, et cetera, too. So
Well, let's go into those and
just plow straight in.
Dinner's approaching.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
we hope.
I will speed run the news here. So
you want your intro?
nah, let's just save time.
Yeah,
You guys can light my hair and fire next week.
Okay.
Yeah, imaginary hair on
the
fire.
highlight of the show.
Only for you, Nick. Okay, so you guys seeing the screen there?
Yep.
CoCo Quest. Okay, so interviews coming up. So next week we have Mike Snyder, as I mentioned before. We actually did our test call with him, which went really well. He's going to pick some random games that are arcade style for Ken to pick for the Game On Challenge next week. And if you go on his website here, which is CoCoQuest.com, he's got random pictures of random games. He's got some CoCo 1 and 2 stuff, and then it switches to CoCo 3, so you can actually see some of the games. But if you go down here, you can actually download all of his games as well. And these are the ones he published through T&D. And he also did some for Sportswear, if you remember that company that advertised in Rainbow. But he's got discs and discs of games here that you can download and try. So he's our guest next week, and we will be having a Game On Challenge next week as well, based on one of his games. And I don't know what it's going to be, and Ken's going to pick it. Or maybe he'll let Sloopy pick it. Who knows? And then the next interview after that, January 6th, we have a double interview. We have Doug Maston, who's the creator of Contras. Now, this is the one that you can see like Doug Maston production here. It was finished by Jeff Steidel, and we'll get into the whole what happened behind the scenes there that caused that. But we're also going to have Glenn Dahlgren again from Sundog to come in as kind of a co-interviewer, talking about the development and going back and forth. This is a game that you guys might have remembered in Rainbow. It was advertised for 2 years before it finally came out, so we can get into the whole story behind that. And then 2 weeks after that, on January 20th, Glenn Dahlgren will be back again as a solo interviewee. And he's got the final book of his Chaos series coming out. I don't know if you guys have been kind of monitoring that on Facebook, but here's the cover for it. And this is the final chapter out of the 4 books. So we'll be discussing that. And he's also going to see if he can find some old design stuff from the CoCo back when he was running Sundog, all the games he wrote himself, and see if he's got some of the old drawings or maps or that kind of stuff to see if we can go through it. Kind of get some of the history of Sundog back in the day, besides just talking about it, but having some physical stuff to show. So that's the interviews we've got booked so far. And I'll switch. Okay, you guys should be seeing the Toronto Pet Users Group thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is actually going on this weekend, and as we mentioned last week, it's a Commodore Pet show, so they've got pets and 64, Commodore 64s, VIC-20s, Amigas and stuff is obviously the main focus. But because Frank of Retro Rewind is a sponsor there, and he knows there's some CoCo people in the area, because this is in Mississauga, Ontario today and tomorrow, he's going to have CoCo SDCs and other CoCo products there as well, and he's actually having some special sales. So if you're in that area and you want to get a CoCo SDC for cheaper than normal, it's worthwhile to have to go through a bunch of Commodore stuff, I think, to go get one. So Thank you, Frank, for doing that. And then as far as upcoming shows go, we've got VCF Southern California in Orange, California on February 17th to 18th. And that's at the Hotel Fair Event Center in Orange. So you can get details at VCF SoCal, SOCAL.com. And then later on, we've got the 32nd annual Last Chicago CoCo Fest on May 4th and 5th at the Holiday Inn and Suites Chicago Carol Stream, which is in the Chicago area, of course. And that's the premier CoCo-focused show, unless you live in Brazil. And we're expecting this to be a special one. There's going to be some special hardware and stuff showing up at this one that pretty well nobody's seen before. So you definitely don't want to miss this one if you can possibly make it. Then we have Boat Fest, the 3rd annual Boat Fest in West Virginia. This is, of course, the Amigos, Brent, Aaron, and John Schaller going to be hosting this again. This is a general games-oriented one, so you're going to see a lot of retro machines, retro video game consoles, retro home computers, sometimes, pinball machines and stuff show up there too, so ton of stuff to do there. And that's at the Social Events Space in Hurricane, West Virginia. And then that exact same weekend, they just officially announced that the date is out. It's June 14th to 16th. And this is in Dallas, Texas. And this is VCF Southwest. So this is a show that finally came back after quite a long break last year. And they had an entire Tandy panel there of some of the original people that did hardware design and stuff. So if you want to visit with some of the Tandy people, because a lot of them still live in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, this is the one to go to. Like Mark Siegel was there last year. I'm hoping he's going again this year. I know John Prickett was supposed to be there and he wasn't able to make it. So I'm hoping he'll be there this year because he's one of the guys behind some of the CoCo designs themselves. And there was quite a few interesting people like Brendan Donahue. He's been there because, of course, he's in that area as well. This is one I would like to make it to sometime because I would like to talk to some of the old Tandy guys, honestly. And hopefully they'll have another Tandy-based panel again. Like they did last year, because there was a lot of interesting stories that came out of that. So that's at the Davidson Gundy Alumni Center at the University of Texas, Dallas, and June 14th to 16th. So that's covering the events coming up. So now we can get into the news. I'll do the game on news first, just to kind of finish that off. So I grab the right window. Hey, you guys should be seeing a little green screen there with a little bar of blue.
Hello.
Okay, so first up, Jim Gary ported a 4K version of a fellow called O-Jello, originally written by Kyle Perkins in 1980 for the Bally Astrocade with its color or Bally Basic add-on cart. This is originally from their magazine called The Arcadian, Volume 2, Number 5. It is both 1 and 2 player modes. And with 1 player mode, it plays against you. So that's pretty impressive to jam that into a 4K program. It's not, obviously it won't be as fast as a machine language one for deciding your moves and stuff here, but it plays quite well. And you can play against another human player or you can play against computers. So Jim actually did almost half-hour gameplay live here to demo the game off. I'm obviously not going to play all that. And then the second one Jim did this past week, excuse me, is a port of a 1977 version of Blackjack, originally for the Sol computer, SOL. How many people here are familiar with that computer? That's one I remember hearing about, but I never saw it back in the day. Sol? Is that how it's pronounced?
Yeah, it's Sol. Is that the 6502 one?
I have no idea. I remember seeing ads for it in Byte, but I never followed it, so I don't know.
I don't know if it's a 6502 or if it was a Z80, 8080 for S100, but one or the other. It's that old. It's one of the old ones.
And this one doesn't have actually official authors. It's just by initials, written by JLL, adapted for Sol. So whoever that is, I don't have no idea. Now, one thing that Jim specifically mentioned in this version here, he said that he says that the dealer has lots of personality in this one. So it's not just the standard, pick your cards and all that kind of stuff. It actually kind of is chatty with you a little bit, I guess. Like, for example, on the screen here, for those that are listening on the audio only podcast, how much, oops, it just went by. I can't see it now. Like you lost $100 play one, but you'll probably win next time. So, you know, how much of that big stack are you betting player one, that type of thing. So it's got a little bit of a personality rather than just, you know, the drab, you know, reporting the facts type thing. I assume it gets even a bit more lippy later on. I didn't play long enough here to do that, but you guys can check that out too. Next up, now this is not a CoCo game in this form, but it was a CoCo game. So this is Elksoft at elksoft.com, and he does a lot of games running a basic compiler called Blitz Basic, I think. Yeah, Blitz Basic. And now he's done ports of some other games, and you can go to the main part of the site to see it, but I'm going to highlight this one because it just got released this last week. So basically, he really liked the game A Demon Attack by Magic, but he particularly thinks that the CoCo version is the best one. I'll just read the first paragraph so that the audio listeners know what he says about it. It says, Demon Attack X is a remake of the THSBIAJKK Tandy Color computer game that was published by Magic in 1982. Actually, the CoCo version came out a bit later than that, but that's the original copyright. There were numerous ports based off the original Atari release, but I always found this version, the CoCo version, to be the best due to the unique graphics and the amazing boss battle. Nothing else comes close. So he's actually got that's a free download. You can just come and grab it. He's got some screenshots. It's even got some option screens. Do you want to play with full artifact? Do you want to do a CoCo artifact? Do you want an expanded EJ palette, as he calls it? And then he's got a bunch of other games here too you can check out, and they're all free. Just, you know, go download it type thing. This is from Windows machines. Now, he mentions there that it's Windows 95, 98, 2000, XP, and Vista. I'm not sure if Blitz Basic has restrictions going past that point, or if he just, you know, has a standard thing he cut and pastes and kind of forgot there's, you know, other versions of Windows past Vista, so I don't know if it works on ones past that, like Windows 7, 10, 11, etc. But I thought I'd show you a little bit of the gameplay on the video here if you want to go check it out. It has background music playing in the background that's a bit faint. And here's some of the options you can do here. You know, what percentage of volume do you want for sound effects, for music? Do you want PAL? Do you want the EJ color, extended color set on? Filtering. But basically, it looks really close to the CoCo version, so he did a good port of it.
Yes, really nice. The sound effects are...
The sound effects are pretty close to the original CoCo version, then he's got the music background added onto it, so... But here's one of the alternate color set things. So he's added a few different colors. But I thought it was pretty nice that he actually gave the CoCo version of this game, which is a classic, the shout out that he thinks is the best version, because there's versions for the TI, Ataris, Commodore 64. You know, a lot of machines got this game, and to get ours singled out as being one of the best ones is not something you hear every day, unless you're talking about Donkey King. Speaking of Donkey King, the YouTube channel Braun Robin Bird it revisited Sockmaster's Donkey Kong Remix, the CoCo 3 version. And this is something he tried doing a live stream of a few months ago, I think 3 or 4 months ago, and I covered it there. But he had some issues and it didn't play all that well. So this time, rather than trying to do a live stream, he actually did the recording separately so he could, you know, make sure everything was working properly before he got started. And this time he did much better. You'll get to see a lot of the screens. Now, if those of you have not played Donkey Kong Remix, this is basically based on it's the transcode, so it's based on the original arcade hardware. But this is where Sockmaster created his own levels, and he's now backported this to real arcade ROMs you can put into a real Donkey Kong arcade cabinet and actually play this version. And these are like, you know, fiendishly difficult versions of, if you thought Donkey Kong was hard before, boy, this is European level hard or something, or maybe Japanese. So for those of you who have not seen it, like here's one of the screens here. You can see that they've got splits and stuff in the middle, and barrels are coming from like two sides at once type thing. So I'll play a little clip of this one. They'll show you one of the other screens, one of the newer ones. The classic screens are still on there too, but.
Great sound.
Yeah. You got that spring left of the oil can where some of the barrels bounce back up after you and stuff too, which is brand new. And then you got this one here, which is kind of a rivet screen with a big difference. Because you got all these other ladders and multi-level stuff that you have to go through too. You still have to pull all the plugs out, and then, you know, Donkey Kong plummets down. By the way, that trick in the arcade game of jumping by his foot still works. Want to milk it for points? That sort of teeny bit here. But you can see this one you have to be careful on because once you pull the pegs and it drops the platform, you can get marooned if you don't do it right, where you basically just have to die. So it's much more difficult than the original Donkey Kong. That's still got the intermission scene here. And there's other ones, like he's modified the Pie Factory, he's modified the elevator screen. Like there's a whole bunch of different game players. So if you're a huge Donkey Kong fan and you don't mind the game being quite difficult, I mean, part of it's just learning the tricks of, how the level's set up. You have to approach things quite a bit differently than you do on the regular Donkey Kong. But yeah, this is a masterful one. This is one that actually is fairly well sought after by people who are into the arcade version of Donkey Kong. Because like I said, this is a ROM set you can order from Sockmaster to replace. And they use this in tournaments and stuff now because it's actually more challenging than the original.
The Prince of Persia 4D level of things, it's really amazing.
Yeah, yeah. And this is a channel we visited about 4 months ago called Attempts, a gaming channel by LR. And I just got a couple notifications coming out here, and he's actually got playlists now for the CoCo and for the Dragon. And this last week, he's spent quite a bit of time on both platforms playing some of the games. I'm not going to play game videos here because I don't want to extend the show too much, but you can see on the screen here, like this last week, he's played like Zaxxon on the CoCo, Thexter on the CoCo, Temple of Rom, but we ran it in black and white mode for some reason. Super Pitfall, which I will mention, he's running the 639 version because the speed's a lot better than the original cart. Space Assault and Skiing. And then on the Dragon, over here, he's played like Whirlybird Run, which is a CoCo port, but Vultures, which was a Dragon exclusive at the time, Touchstone, which is a port, Time Bandit, Planet Invasion, The King, Donkey King, basically the second version, Starship Chameleon, and he's always trying to go for high scores. So these are different videos showing like the different levels of different games as he's playing through them. So you see quite a few Starship Chameleons. He got to level 9, but yeah, he does these. I think he's actually trying to compete on what is it? Alan Murphy would know it. It's the Galaxy or whatever, the one that does the official high scores for platforms.
Twin Galaxies.
Twin Galaxies, thank you. I think that's what he's competing with. And of course, he's got a cute cat like most of us appear to have in the show. So, but if you want to check out a bunch of Dragon and CoCo games, he does a ton of platforms. Like you can see here, I just wanted to kind of show you, like, these are the playlists for the various platforms he tries. So he's got some fairly modern stuff like, Xbox 360s and stuff, but then he also does stuff like the Bandai Wonder Swan, which is one of I would never have heard of if it wasn't for the Amigos, because they covered it in AGR once. But
Sega's, it's Japanese.
Yep. This is an interesting one too. He's only got 2 games here, but the Thompson MO and TL, that's another 609 based system out of France. So he actually has a couple games playing there, which I think I might as well show you an example because not many people have seen this thing running. I think if I remember correctly, they had a Thompson or a couple of Thompsons at the last Dragon meetup here. Like here's a Space Invaders where you're an umbrella protecting yourself from tornadoes and rain clouds and shooting back. It's weird.
That's a play comment.
Wonder Swan.
Well, they definitely can't get dinged on, look-alike graphics.
No, not this one, no.
Not at all. And
So, I mean, it's a
copyright the
6809. Yeah. It's a 6809 based system. I think at 1 megahertz, if I remember correctly. But you can tell already that the video chip is not the same as the CoCo and the Dragon. It's a different one entirely. Almost looks like maybe it's a Sinclair style one or something. I'm not too sure. I don't do too much about the hardware off the top of my head. And if Kieran was still awake, he might know.
I'd be curious to know what it is.
The broken resolution on the title up there. It's probably not an MX6 stuff.
Well, it does have that cell color look of the Sinclair style graphics. So
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure I could look it up, but I don't want to extend the show any longer. So that's an exerciser to the viewer. Exercise to the viewer.
Yeah.
Next up, Chronologica Gaming back after a week-long Thanksgiving break. And on one of the shows this past week, he ended up covering several CoCo games and Dragon games. So we got Phantom Slayer. He did both the CoCo and the Dragon versions, which as far as the game itself is a absolutely identical gameplay. They just had to remap the Dragon keys. But the Dragon version also added multiple text screens of instructions. So the complete instructions from the original Med Systems North American instructions, which are basically just a couple sheets Xerox type thing, is actually included in the game itself because they had 32K and Phantom Slayer only required 16. So they said, we might as well fill it up with the instructions and you don't have to worry about reading it off the cassette inlay. And of course, as usual, their artwork's a lot better on their covers here. And the other games he covered Scarfman for the Dragon, and this always was one that was weird to me. Scarfman was released on the CoCo as one of the few machine language arcade games that could run on a 4K cassette system. So that was a bit of a programming feat, and if you only had 4K, it was nice because it was one of the very few. The Dragon started, I mean, there was some brief interlude at the very beginning with that, a couple 16Ks, but basically there was a Dragon 32 because it had 32K RAM. So the minimum system for Dragon 32. And considering they already re-released a version of Ghost Gobbler by Spectral that ran at 16K, was much higher res, much closer to the arcade. Why would you bother releasing a 4K, understandably, because it's 4K, substandard version of Pac-Man for the Dragon if you already had these other 16Ks like Pack Attack and Ghost Gobbler and stuff like that? Like, I don't understand why they even bothered releasing Scarfman at all for the Dragon. That just doesn't make sense to me. And the other one they did is one that probably a lot of you have not seen called Realm of Naga. And this was a Chromaset one. And this is one that got delayed quite a bit from when it was written. So the person that originally wrote it, and you can get the full details of it on my website, was written in, I think it was September of 1981. So like within a year of the CoCo getting released. But it didn't get published until August of 82. So, a lot had happened in the gaming industry on the CoCo even by that time. So what could have been a way ahead of its time game became kind of But it's basically it's a adventure game where you're going through multi-screen maps in low res, picking up objects and weapons and dodging monsters, killing monsters and stuff here with 3 forests that you have to go through. It's a flip screen game. It's written in BASIC. There is a couple of ML routines, though. There's one for drawing the background screens as you go from screen to screen. It's a 4x4 grid of the standard text screen with semi-graphics. And it's actually a fairly involved game. It runs a bit slow because most of it's in BASIC. The flipping screens is nice and fast because that's a little ML routine. But it's actually not a bad little game. It's kind of like a mini Akalabeth or something like that. But yeah, it was delayed almost a year from when he submitted it to when it got published, which is a crying shame, honestly. But if you want to check that one out, that's in that particular episode too. Next up, and last up for the gaming section here of the news is a couple videos put up by Retro 365. Now, these are the graphic adventure game versions of Black Sanctum and Calixto Island, which I'm sure you've all seen before. Now, what you may not have seen before, unless you really followed Mark Data Products, is that they released these for CGA on the IBM PC just a few months after the CoCo versions came out. And the graphic versions on the PC were done by the same 2 authors, Bob Withers and Stephen O'Dea, as were done on the CoCo. So this is like CGA, and their color set's kind of like half bad and half good. They have black and white, which I know Nick always was, ticked off that we didn't have a high-res mode that did that, unless you had artifact colors. But then they also mixed magenta and cyan with it. So they kind of mixed half pastel and half decent. But other than that, you can tell like the graphics have pretty well been ported directly over from the CoCo one and just adjusted.
Every single pixel.
Yeah, just the color, the colors are a little bit different. But you can even see like the graphic on the top there, you got extra white bars on the side that the text underneath fills in. So they didn't even try to rescale it. It's still 256 by, whatever the height of the graphics portion is. So it's literally using the CoCo 4 color graphics from there. P14 artifacting.
Puyan. Do you want to see?
Partly Puyan. I mean, that's Calixto, or Black Sanctum, I should say.
That's the Episcopal.
Lovely CGA.
This one is looking better visually.
Yeah. But like the same animations, exact same gameplay. Like here you can see like by the time machine in the office here, you've got the little machine operating. exactly like the CoCo. So I do remember seeing these, and Bob Withers and Stephen O'Day actually released these publicly. They had their own website for a while, and you could download any of the versions, the CoCo version or the PC version, free. They were totally fine with having it go out to everybody. But since then, their site has disappeared. So if you find this on some, game abandonware site and you're worried about being legal, it is legally been released by the original authors. So feel free to grab the CoCo or the PC versions. That's the Game On news. So let's get into the longers. Bring my window up. Okay. So George Jansen has been releasing some more of his assembly language tutorials, and he actually released a 3-parter this time. And this is going into more of the text mode stuff, and he's, writing different approaches in machine language to doing this stuff here. So the first one here is kind of going through attributes and colors and underlines, stuff like that. And then he has some hotkeys you can actually tell it to do, just change one line. So he's kind of showing you how to do it through ROM routines. So I'll just play a little clip of this first one.
All right, you're going to see it's going to come out exactly the same way, okay? The first 6 lines we did the old way, and the 7th line we did the new way. Not overexciting, but again, that's just some more coding. I'm going to say examples, tricks, whatever you may want to call them.
So he goes through and like shows you the source code as he's executing it and stuff as well. And he's using LWASM, so if you have that handy, download it. Or if you don't have it handy, I should say download it. Won't be too many changes if you need to do it on an actual CoCo assembler from the time. And then on lesson 2, this is the last part where he's using ROM calls for the high-res text screen. So he did this basically so he could teach you the assembly language to do the actual text and stuff, but not having to worry about how the screen's laid out and all that kind of stuff. Then he starts going into a bit more advanced way. So on the third one, I won't play the second one because it's just kind of cleaning up part 1. The rest of it, he didn't want to make the video too long. The third one is where he starts getting into objects. So now you're kind of defining your data in such a way that it becomes an object, which is a lot easier to manipulate if you have to start reusing stuff or, manipulating what's in the structure.
Here we can look at
bounce around a little bit here.
Right, well, we're using underline with a white foreground, a black background. That equates to underline. If you remember, the first position in the that byte was blank, and the second one is underline. The white was in.
And he kind of goes through and demonstrates that with some hotkeys. You can actually kind of see things, but it makes your code a little bit easier to follow and also a little bit smaller in the long run if you're doing a lot of this type of stuff. Instead of having to hard code a bunch of things, it makes it just much easier to manipulate and use the same routines, etc. And he actually built in help here, though. He showed you how he did his little help screen you can pop into. And then he mentions that the object style of programming is exactly how they did this little demo here with the letters flying around. And basically it keeps little separate, objects for each of the letters here, and that you can control each one individually, like its position, its acceleration, what color it is, etc. So that gets you more into what you'd probably use if you're going to start writing games. This is probably the style you'd be using, not the ROM calls, etc. So anyway, you can go check those out. He's got 3 videos up there, which are meant to be watched as a tutorial. If you don't want to type in all the source code listings, if you go into the Assembly with George J channel on Discord, on the CoCo Discord, he's actually got, you can download zips of the actual source code of these as well, so you don't type it all in. Personally, I find if I type stuff in, I tend to learn it better. But I don't know if any of these videos he actually shows the entire source code. Like he usually shows you a chunk of a routine to explain how something works. So probably is easier if you download the actual. He also gives you little sort of lessons where he asks you to try to figure out something for yourself. Like he'll say, here's the code as it is, and I want you to change it so this does this and this does this instead. And then that's your assignment to actually do that, so you can figure out, make sure that you're actually understanding what is happening and how it works.
So far, he hasn't become the evil instructor who breaks a program and says, okay, fix it. There's 4 bytes wrong, fix it. I hate those guys.
Next up, we got CoCo Town. And he's been talking about going in and doing some changes in MAME. I don't know if Tim Linder's still in the chat here. He can probably explain some of this better than I have. But basically, this is where he's kind of going into some precise timings and things here, because he was seeing some tearing and stuff that he thought should not be happening in MAME for his Moon Patrol clone. And the title of this episode is "The Game That Broke MAME and Almost Me," because he was going through the actual MAME source code itself and trying to fix timing, and then he'd fix something that would fix his program, and then he'd find out some other commercial program suddenly broke. And of course, he's going back and forth trying to figure out. So I'll just play a little bit of the intro, and then I'll go into a little bit later where he's talking about Dragonfire, because I did mention that earlier, so I do want to play a little bit of that.
Hello and welcome. Today I'm going to be talking about that game, Dragonfire, for the TRS-80 color computer, and the highly advanced techniques that it's using to take advantage of undocumented effects to do some fascinating things, and why it breaks MAME. But this video is about a lot more than that. I'm actually going to be talking about a bug that I discovered in the MAME debugger. Yes, MAME has a debugger. You can debug the emulated machine using the CPU that machine runs on. So if you're emulating a TRS-80 color computer, you have a 6809 debugger, which is super useful for debugging any software that you're running on it, but it can do a lot more than that. You can step through cartridge ROMs. You can step through the built-in ROM of the basic interpreter. You can set watch points on hardware registers so that you can be notified when the video display mode changes. You can even find out exactly where the beam on the CRT is at any given point. Much of this you could never do on the original hardware, so it's super useful. That is until I discovered this bug, which made what I was trying to do impossible. So we're going to be talking about the steps I went through to try to understand the problem in MAME and to fix MAME. And along the way, we're going to run into Dragonfire and see if we can get that working better as well. Before you go further, you might want to check out this video, which goes into detail about the field sync interrupts and the horizontal.
I'm going to skip ahead to the Dragonfire bit because I did promise.
Even though the debugger now seemed happy and all the field sync interrupts were happening on the same scan line, I just couldn't leave well enough alone, and I had to look at this Dragonfire for myself and see, well, how bad is it really in MAME? Well, it's this bad. Hey there, it's Dave from the future. As I'm editing this together, I just want to add a little clarification. Between the left side and the right side, there's quite a bit of a tint difference between the two. That's not what's at issue. I'm really not sure what's responsible for that. It could very well be that my real CoCo 2, as it goes through my capture system, the colors might be getting munged quite a bit. And it's quite possible that the colors on MAME are more correct. I don't really know. But if you keep your eye on the right side screen, I will point out the actual issues with the mouse. So on the left, you can see this weird, like, shrinking and growing region of extra purple. And on this side, you can see an extra growing and shrinking region of green and yellow parts of the brick. And if you look carefully in the right border, you'll see this bizarre line that goes up and up and up and up. And then there are these extra purple outlines and yellow outlines in some places. Like, what is going on? In order to understand, we need to understand what...
You need to understand that you have to go watch the video, because I'm not going to play the whole thing here.
So
if you have 3D glasses, it's for that.
So,
Right.
so if there's a bug in the debugger, did the debugger point this out? Did the debugger do his job? And
That sounds
point
like
out the bug
Inception
within-
or something to me.
Yeah, you've got some kind of reality fold going on here. I don't want to go there.
Mark's just trying to break the internet with that one.
It involves dark matter and black holes or something, I think is what you're getting at there, Mark. So anyway, he goes through the debugging in MAME, and there's following scan lines, figuring out what's going on, and explains what Dragonfire is doing. He does a bit of an example himself where he changes the color set partway through the screen, which a lot of programs used. Musica uses it to go between text and graphic screens as an example. And then quite a few of the one company that did Dragon games that did Rommel's Revenge used to have their highlight bar for menu selection was in the white color set, while the rest of the menu was in the green color set type thing. on a graphic screen. So there's that technique's been used for quite a bit. Dragonfire was unique because it was changing these modes multiple times every single scan line, which takes precise timing, kind of like what Karen was talking about earlier to get the VDG SAM scrolling thing working, the hardware scroll. Anyway, really interesting. If you want some good detail on how to do some of this fancy manipulation of graphics on the CoCo, as well as if you want to learn how some of the MAME internals work for CoCo emulation, excellent video. Definitely check it out.
I enjoy his question about the color, the difference in color you have there, because that kind of green that is working as cyan on the other picture is what we usually get on semi-graphics here, a very pure cyan on whatever television. And there it's kind of like a green, a sort of olive green. This is the most interesting part on the color side of things.
Yeah, I mean, like here, because I'm used to the RF output on TVs, it was never the same between two CoCos because everybody's tint control on their TV might be a little bit off. So it changed a little bit no matter where you went. So it doesn't really bother me much, but I guess if you're used to like RGB colors, the pure style, and if that's different, well, then you've got, something you should be trying to match. Next up, now this was actually talked about on Hacker News, but this is actually the original article Hacker News was referencing to, so that's why I decided to show this one instead. But they had a link in discussion on an article on the Boston Diaries website, which we're showing here, which talks about writing a maze drawing program in assembly language for the CoCo 1 and 2 and trying to debug it. And then goes into a discussion of whether to use unit testing methods like modern testing would be using. Does that apply to old 8-bit machines? Now, when he goes through it, by the end of the article, he's kind of thinking it doesn't really apply as much to 8-bit machines back in the day. And this was posted by James Jones. So I was wondering, for any of you programmers that actually deal with that type of thing, what's your opinion on that? If anybody has an opinion on that.
Talking about programming methodologies?
Yes. Well,
I think it's all relevant.
Well, the thing is, 8-bit's not that hard, so do you really need unit testing for the kind of
That's kind of what he gets to here. Like, I'll just
Mm-hmm.
read his last, one of his summary paragraphs here. He said, yes, I freely admit that a unit test of this subroutine would have shown the bug, but how much time would I have spent writing the test code to begin with to do unit testing? The only reason it took me as long as it did to find was because of the reference code I was using was quite convoluted, and I spent time simplifying the code as I went along, which is worthy of doing anyways. And this is something like Nick, I'm assuming you probably don't do unit testing on your stuff. You just kind of like play with it until it works, right?
He's the unit, man.
Yeah, he's the unit. Or is Nick still here? He might have actually gone off to eat or something.
I'm in the other room.
Oh, hurry back, man. I'll read the last paragraph while he's getting to the mic. What I wish the unit testing proponents would realize is that easy testing depends upon the language, and the tooling involved in the project and what a unit is truly depends upon the language. I suspect that unit test proponents will also find unit testing easier to deal with than integration testing or even end-to-end testing. That's why we get unit tests uber alleys shouted from the rooftops.
Right.
Yep, I tested one thing, therefore I'm perfect.
Yeah, like I know when I do testing, like I sometimes let bugs through too. I just had to fix one in Basic 9 that'll be out of the next EOU release. But I did pump it through a bunch of tests. I just didn't test every single possible combination. And it was only on, numbers that are quite far apart in each other at exponent level where the bug was showing up. So it took a while to find, because I ran it through a fair bit of tests. I think it was 10,000 numbers of sequences that I went through to try it. And I didn't have a single error in that entire time. And then when James did it, he did a completely different method of testing. And then he hit the bug, a couple hundred in or something like that. So that's where that happened.
Well, I'm back.
Okay, so what's your idea of unit testing?
So explain again. What the hell is unit testing?
Since you don't have bugs, for those of us who do, we do certain things to try to find them.
Yeah, unit testing is a method of trying to find a bug where you, I think you actually did a pretty good explanation, probably better than I'd be able to do here. Find it again.
I always think of unit testing, and maybe I'm wrong, is a subsection of your whole program. You test one particular thing. Like in this case was a keyboard routine or generating a random number. You check just to make sure that one section by itself works like it's supposed to. You give it whatever inputs and it gets whatever outputs you expect.
I thought that's what Buck Owens and Tasman did.
Well, the thing about unit testing is you might have 100 people working on this thing. So you can't depend on anyone's knowledge to make the whole thing work. You have to make sure every little particle works properly individually. Well, that's perfect in a corporate environment where you can afford to expend the effort. But on a CoCo, you just have to take the guy who's writing it and say, okay, he's got it. You know, it's a little bit different.
Well, compared to today's programming, a CoCo programming, one person can keep it all in their head.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
that's important.
Right. You don't have to check every particle because you can trust the guy to have pretty much made a good sandcastle.
Well, I'll just read a couple little blips here where he's talking about it, just so people kind of understand better what it is and what he thinks about it, aside from the summary I did at the end there. So now the question I want to ask is, would I have saved time if I did unit testing? Not just testing, which I was doing all along, but the typical style of unit testing where you test a unit of code, looking over the code, and that version has the bug, see if you can find it. You also need these two files. The most isolated unit is random, the random routine, random generator routine. And he says, it's here I came to realization. Unit testing really depends upon the language and the tooling around it. Modern orthodoxy holds unit testing uber alles, and therefore modern languages and tooling is created to support that. And woe betide those who question this. I think my struggle with unit testing is that the environments I find myself in don't lend themselves very well to unit testing. Even when I worked at the enterprise, we were using C, C99 at best, and C++, and he says 1998 and maybe 2003, which take a lot of work up front to support unit testing well. And there wasn't a lot of work up front and there was decidedly lack of unit testing frameworks. And here, there's definitely not any unit testing framework, doing assembly language 6809. Said any unit testing I have to do involves writing yet more code. So let's write yet more code and test this sucker. So he's saying it actually slows you down because you're having to create special code to test out each individual subroutine or function in your program.
But now you need code to debug your testing code.
Yeah, that's kind of what he's getting at. So what do you think of that, Nick? Like when you write subroutines for your games, do you write a special program to test that subroutine with every single combination that you can think to hit it with? Or do you just integrate it into the main program and just test it from there?
I integrate it, and if it's causing problems, I'll do something to give some sort of a idea that subroutine is failing in certain ways. Either you set the border color, certain color at different points in the code, so you know that it gets up to a certain point okay. So basically, you're isolating where exactly in that code that problem is happening.
Okay.
So yeah, I don't know if what I'm doing is unit testing, as he's explaining. It's sort of a mixed bag. I don't know. There's a lot of big words.
I think in certain cases, like in the case of this problem I had with Basic 09 with the real addition routines I optimized, I would not have found it without James doing a unit testing style methodology. But on most of the other stuff I do, I'm more along the lines of what you do. You isolate the routine that's causing the problem because you can kind of trace through and figure out, oh, that's a routine. It works up until now, and now it doesn't when it comes back.
Or you jump lines of code, so parts of the software should become disabled, and if you do that and you're still seeing the bug, well, obviously you're jumping the wrong area. So you just keep doing that until you isolate where the bug, the problem is.
Nice correction.
Right, it's not a bug, it's just a problem.
You can't say bug, it's hard for him.
That's right. We don't know that word. It's not in my
Scott Cooper says, what if you had a bug in your unit testing code? Well, that happens. And he actually mentioned that in this article too.
You gotta, Then
Two
you gotta
wrongs make a
test
right.
your unit testing code, and then you got to
Yeah.
test
Well,
the testing code.
You don't write a big block of code when you do unit. Well, when I do my testing, and like I say, I prefer to take disable sections and then work out if the bug is still there. If the bug is gone, then you know you've disabled the suspect area, and then you can
narrow it down basically.
Yeah. Sometimes if it's a variable that you don't know could be going wrong, I just send that variable to the border color register, and then I know, well, the border should be red if it's working, but if it comes up green, then I know, oh, hang on, that value is wrong. And, you know, we're not only talking a line or two of extra code. So sort of,
honestly, Bill and I did that with Nitrous 9 when we were first developing that too, especially with interrupts, because interrupts are kind of hard to predict. That's why they interrupt.
Yeah.
So we would actually set the border color depending on did it get into the interrupt routine, or if it went to two different interrupt routines, because we're trying to figure out if it got identified as to what was the source of the interrupt. And the color of the border would change, and we'd know, okay, it never made it to the green interrupt routine, or it's blue, so it actually went to the other interrupt routine. It shouldn't be calling at all, that type of thing. I will mention Alan Murphy in the chat says unit testing helps avoid regressions by detecting if later changes break something that was once working. If you're feeding modern code through continuous integration and continuous delivery, the unit test can be used by the automated code pipeline to keep knowing what these are, or that these are.
Right. Which all ties back into, if one person understands the whole thing and manages it themselves, there's no need for unit testing. They know what changed and what might have broken. But if there's a 1,000-person team, you have to have a test for every fart.
It's like the on switch on the back. You turn it on and it comes green. Turn it off and it's gone. I understand completely how that works. And that's why I don't program. If it don't work, I load it in some other way. A different version.
I was in corporate America for a little while, and you can't scratch your head without.
That's actually a good point, Rick, that if you're doing a large team, or maybe even a team of a few people, like 3 or 4, that might be enough that you start losing track of what pieces of the code that somebody worked on. Like when it was Bill and me working at Nitrous 9 by ourselves, it was pretty easy because we met each other and we kind of exchanged, I got this done today, you're taking over from here. But when Alan DeCock joined the team and he was doing stuff, back in Ottawa, and he'd just send code over, eventually he'd changed so much that I didn't understand what exactly was going on. And I assumed that something was going to call in his routines that he changed. I was assuming it would come back the same way it did before he did any changes. And all of a sudden, no, in certain cases it didn't. And then I'd have to phone him up and find out what exactly did you change here? Because I didn't really have time to look through the whole darn thing. So I think that does make some sense on if you're having at least a 2 or 3 person, hitting the same code. That definitely does make, and especially on larger teams, larger than that, I think you're definitely right. You have to do something that helps automate testing. But on something like a solo CoCo project, is it worth doing all the extra coding to test every little routine with writing it down and more testing codes? So basically doubling the coding you're having to do. But then I think Nick's right, where it probably does not make sense.
Right. You've accomplished half as much for no real reason. So
I think it's a little disingenuous, because the really good programmer, Steve Bjork, did this where he would develop libraries of routines for stuff like his sprite routines and stuff, and he'd use them on multiple projects.
Yeah, once you've got it fully debugged, you reuse it. It's a library. Yeah.
Well, but the thing is, he wrote those libraries. He understood them.
Yeah.
Fred in accounting wrote this library I'm using now. Why is it failing? Did he give me any tests?
No.
That's why I program alone.
Smart man.
So start good, Marco. You had another.
Yeah, like I said, it's a little disingenuous because you spend the time developing those, but those unit tests also become a framework that you can develop in the future for other stuff. And of course, as Robert Allen pointed out, when you go back, you can always verify anytime that system's been touched that it still meets all the criteria that it did when you initially said, yes, it's good. And you can just automate that in the process. You feed it a bunch of data, you expect to see a bunch of output. And if it isn't right, then oops, something broke that, and you go back and look at it. So anyway, I think it's like building blocks, both unit testing and the libraries you build. So, mind you, I've been messing with the Galaxy Alcarin here, and it's like, man, there's a lot of junk in there. So I totally understand.
And in a more practical term, if your code passes the unit test, you don't have to redo it.
Yeah. I mean, in your case with Alcaron, though, that's also a multi-person project. So, I mean, you have to know what Brett's doing, who has to know what Jay's doing, that type of thing.
Yep. And this project suffered a few times because stuff's been done and it broke other stuff. So,
yeah. Frederick, you were saying something too?
If there's one thing not that I'm that deep into what you guys are talking about, but depending on the genre of a game a person is developing, these two different type of tests play an interesting role. For example, if it's an action-based game, testing things on as the way you go, just like Nick said, it's pretty much a nice way to do it. If you're developing something like a roguelike game, then it gets very complicated, and doing unit tests in a roguelike game requires a heck of a lot of code added to simulate the situations. If I'm getting all the conversation correctly, it's just that the genre and the kind of thing you're writing also has a role into how these two tests go about. It's just that.
Okay, Frederick, were you saying something too, or?
No, I wasn't. Sorry.
Okay, I thought I saw the green light up there, so I wasn't sure.
Oh,
well, my latest game's got I'm constantly breaking it, because as I develop something and it works, I think, okay, move on to the next step where I bring in another element of the game. Then it breaks again. Then I think, oh gee, now I've got to rethink the entire code, do things a bit differently, taking into account what's coming. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
but that's because the latest game I'm doing is a pain in the ass. But but if I can get it to work, it'll be good. So Curtis tells me.
I'm sure Ken would agree. Yeah, I think if you're in a group of more than just one or two, you absolutely should do unit testing, at least on certain routines at the very least. I think you can probably get away, especially in a similar language on a 8-bit machine, you can probably get away with not doing full unit testing. If you're a solo project, and also depending on the nature of the project itself, it might be, taking more time to do that than it would to just, do the spotty testing or whatever you want to call it, I guess, when you do the general running of the game, for example, and make sure it works. That's an interesting philosophy, and he's basically saying it depends on the language you're using too. So obviously some later languages are definitely more friendly to this kind of thing right off the go. Hey, next up we've got Thomas Cherryholmes of FujiNet fame. So he's actually working on the CoCo version of FujiNet again, and he's posted the source code for his FSK coder, which will convert a CAS file format, which is basically just the data, like in hex form, or not hex, but binary form, to audio, actual raw audio for the ESP32's DAC as part of getting FujiNet and the CoCo. So he's actually got a post on the Facebook CoCo group here talking about it. And then he's got a link to his GitHub that actually has the actual code. So if you want to see how he's doing it there. And he was actually talking on the Discord. Unfortunately, you didn't get a chance to catch up too much on that, but they were talking about, the way it's encoded and how the cassette board on the CoCo works, etc. So if you want some pretty good, hardcore background on how that works, both his source code and the discussion in Discord is actually quite valuable. And this is the link here. This will be in the show notes too on the Discord here for today's episode. Linked directly to his CoCo and code folder on his GitHub with the actual source code and readmes for it. Next up, we've got an update from Simon on the online web browser-based graphics editor for the CoCo 1 and 2 graphics modes. So the first thing he did earlier in this week was actually showing the CSS options. So he's got that working, so you can actually see the actual colors of the pixels. And if you switch the CSS color selection. It'll switch between the green, yellow, blue, red, and the white, cyan, magenta, orange color sets, and show you what the exact same binary data would do in each. So you can kind of see if you have, certain colors that might look better for you. And then after that, he did a bit of an animated one here, kind of showing down some of the menuing and how it works. You can also reload stuff in remotely, like over the browser from your own machine directly into the web page. So I'll just play it. It's just 40 seconds. I'll just play the whole thing. That's his famous Three Stooges screen he's used in some of his demos.
Super great.
Ooh, Debbie.
So I don't know how well it's showing up on the stream there, but basically he's loading files from his local hard drive into the web page, and then it renders it for you. And then you can play around with the zoomed. If you want to zoom in certain pixels, you can change the color sets to see what it would look like in an alternative color set. And then he'll be adding in, standard editing features, rather than just clicking dots, you can draw lines, etc. So it's coming along quite well. And I think this will be quite handy for programmers. You could go back if you want to be old school like Nick does and use CoCoMax or ColorMax or something like that to do this type of thing. But having it in a web browser, you can just pop in from whatever machine you're on. What's that?
I don't even do that.
Oh, no, you use the Amiga, don't you?
Well, for CoCo 3 stuff, but all my semi-graphic games, I just write a little basic program and I dot for dot. I'll just draw directly on the CoCo.
Okay. Do you unit test your pixels or?
I know they work first time because I have no bugs.
Next up, now this was another retro computer show.
Ooh,
not quite a full-blown show, but it was basically the Wisconsin Computer Club had an open house last weekend, which I had no idea until after the fact, in Wisconsin Rapids. And he said, we got the mainline CoCos lined up and running. So for those of you watching on the video, you can see there's a Tier City Model 1 on the left, and I'm not sure what the little thing beside that is, laptop of some sort. Then a CoCo 1, a CoCo 2, and a CoCo 3, and a MC10 way at the far end, etc. here. So this was put in the Color Computer group on Facebook by Alex McComber. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing your name right. Sorry if I'm not, but I don't recognize him, even though it says he's a top contributor. So obviously he's been responding to a lot of posts. But Rick, are you still in Wisconsin?
Sadly, this is about twice as far as Chicago for me.
Oh, okay.
There seems to be a color computer without quotes over there. Probably a 3, color computer 3.
Oh yeah, we got a 2 and a 3 and a 1.
Yeah, 1, 2, 2, 3, MC10 with an STX 32
on its side, just kind of tucked
Model 1 in the foreground.
Sideways. Nice.
Looks like he's got Rogue on the CoCo 3.
The MC10's doing unit testing.
Vertical.
Well, you have to because it's full of bugs.
It's got a custom keyboard. You got to give it some props there.
And it looks like the Tier City Model 1's doing Robot Battle, which talked, if I remember correctly.
Oh, cool.
Obviously, he's that MC10's been used to hold up Windows because it's sitting on its side.
Right.
Maybe
it needs
they're
rescuing.
They must be unit testing that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a nice machine.
So Rick, did you know about this particular club that even existed?
Yeah, I kind of know they're up there. It's sort of in the Door County up north for me, where I can't afford to hang out up there very long because it's vacation land. So
okay.
It's like, yeah, they're up there. I can't really.
Everything.
Yeah, because I'd like to plug these types of events if they're happening. I don't know if you're in contact with them via email or anything like that, but if you ever heard,
no, it's a small club. They're really cool. If I was there, I would be there every day. But
so that Model 1 has color,
nope.
or does it have an overlay?
It's got green.
Yeah, that's the color, green and
This
black.
color, a green monitor with a video.
You're
camera
seeing
looking
slightly
at
different shades that are on because it's probably catching the raster going down on the photo, so
Yeah.
it's brighter
Yeah.
on the. Yeah.
Because
Exactly.
you could put a, colored vinyl piece over it and do the same thing as Vectrix.
Well, you could, but you have to design games that actually know how to do that. But you can even see like the CoCo 2 down the line. There's got the rasters about
Yeah,
halfway
mine.
down the screen,
Right.
and then it's
Yeah.
pretty well black, which is probably not what it's actually displaying as far as what we see.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, all of the video gets faster and faster. Full screen with the little shade, half screen, third screen. Interesting.
Next up, we've got an update. VCC's been upgraded to 2.1.8.2 by EJ JKK. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. This fixes the TFM bug that we mentioned, I think, a week or two ago, where it was updating the counter in between the read and the write, or not doing it in between the read and the write, I think. So basically, it was doing it wrong in certain cases. And now he's fixed some other bugs and some other things. I'll just read his little notes here for those of you on the audio. Fix 609 TFM to increment and decrement the source register before the write, so between the read and write cycles. Converted release notes to markdown language. Corrected the debugger direct page register display, so there's a bug in that. Added the set PC button to the debugger processing window, so you can actually change the program counter and basically jump to any part of the code in the debugger
Bug
itself.
in the debugger.
Maybe he didn't unit test it.
Looks like this is.
He's got a fix file exit bug, ACIA.DLL IO threads hang. So that's the I'm assuming 6551 serial chip if you're doing a 32 pack. So basically there was a problem in there when it was exiting. And convert user master guide, aka welcome to VCC to markdown language. So that's more, technical details on how the manual and text stuff is sorted. But the big one here is the TFM bug. I think that was something that somebody actually hit. And that he reported the bug, and then within a couple of weeks to fix. So it's nice to see that EJ is reacting to bug reports on VCC fairly quickly and getting them fixed. So that's awesome.
I think
And
it's
once-
hilarious that 80 years or 40 years after I started in the CoCo, they're still fixing a SIA pack.
Well, this is a virtual one, so.
Well, yeah, but the old folks will get it. We've been fixing this thing since 80.
Well, that chip still broke. Sorry.
85, yeah, and we're still fixing it. So that's just
6552. I wish they still made them. Way better chip. Next up, this was kind of a cute one because it's from a YouTube page that I don't remember ever seeing before called Mimsy Was the Borrow Gave. I have no idea, or Borrow Gov. I'm not sure what the heck that is.
Jabberwocky, exactly.
Whatever. But basically, this is the, for those of you that bought the CoCo 3 and actually typed in some of the demo programs from the CoCo 3 manual when you got it, this was their palette demo, which drew some bars and filled circles and then just kind of rippled through palettes. On a Magnavox monitor. I think he's in composite mode here. But that was kind of old school for me because that was one of the first things I remember typing in when I first got my CoCo 3 back in October of '86. And, that was the first time I kind of realized, hey, palettes can animate stuff. This is awesome. And they needed a second one here. I don't remember if this was in the CoCo 1 and 2 manuals too, or if it was uniquely in the CoCo 3, but it's a P-Mode 0 demo. But it basically shows the kind of animations you can do with page flipping. So it's basically a yo-yo going up and down. So if you try to draw that in real time, you have to adjust the line and the circle where it positions on the screen. And basically this just writes 8 different positions and then goes forward 8, back 8, forward 8, back 8 to do the animation. And this is actually slowed down. So basically do it faster than this.
Oh, nice.
So I remember typing that one in too as a demo too. That was kind of neat that somebody actually took the time to do that.
You know what's funny is you do stuff like that, and your mother comes over and looks at it and goes, "What are you doing?"
But you're wasting your life.
Yes.
Wasting your life.
It absolutely means nothing to them.
I could have just bought you a yo-yo.
Yeah. I didn't have to spend hundreds of dollars. I could have, spent 59 cents. Okay, next up, under the name of Tricop 1974, I'm pretty sure this is Richard Kelly, who we've seen quite active in the CoCo group on Facebook, also known as Retro Rick. So he has been doing a maze generating program for a while, and now this is a brand new version called Maze Creator. And this works on the CoCo 1 and 2 and the 3, and it'll adjust the screen display depending which one you're doing. if the size of the maze is small on the CoCo 3, it actually does some fairly nice, textured walls and stuff like that. And if you're doing a higher res one, it'll actually just do the outlines, and you can generate the size of the one, what width and what height you want. It'll scale it appropriately to the screen. It says working cells left, so it's kind of making it a solvable maze type thing. And the main thing with this one here compared to the previous versions he'd done under a different name is that this is a fair bit faster for basic. As far as I know, he's not using any machine language in here, but his original Maze Maker was quite a bit slower. So I'll just play a little bit of the textured CoCo 3 one, just kind of see what it does. That's just finishing generating the last few cells. And then the little animated thing that goes to solve it goes running through.
That'll burn up some time.
And there's the low res like the CoCo 1 and 2 would do. But I think he's changed the palettes because it's on a CoCo 3. And then just to show you how complicated this can get. That's a fairly high res one running in 640.
That might take a minute.
Yeah. So fast forward.
I know what you're going to say at the end.
And there it goes to solve it. Now, this is one that we actually had a screensaver under OS 9 that did this in written in C, if I remember. Rick, you probably remember this one too.
Vaguely. Yeah.
Don't we see it on
Brian Schubring has it on his.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thought so. So would you say that that's amazing?
Shoot, Ron. Shoot him now.
Coincidentally enough, Chromaset had a game called Amazing that actually did that exact same routine. Yes. And here's another CoCo 1 and 2 version of it if you want to do P mode 2 or 4. I can't remember which one it is. Fair bit faster because it's a much smaller screen to deal with. But
so basically, you're doing the unit test at the end there.
That would be a heck of a game, though. 2 entrances, 1 exit.
Yeah, the nice thing about this routine is you can use this routine in your own basic programs to create a maze for like a dungeon game or something like that. It's always solvable, so you always have a route to get through it. But then you can just, write your own stuff. You got monsters attacking you or stuff moving around or whatever you want to do.
Cool. Is there a game that's ever been made that doesn't like end or has a no ending or,
Pretty well every arcade game in the 80s.
Oh, yeah.
You go until you die. That's it. Or, rare cases, you might crash the machine.
I never realized that.
Next up, I'll play the whole thing here because quite a few people have been asking about it. A lot of people have not seen this. So for doing graphics, Jim Mullis has been working on his Superpowers game. And he's been using GrafExpress by Jeff Steidel, was sold by Sundog, which is basically a bunch of extensions of faster graphics routines and additional graphics routines for doing sprites and windows, for voice music with individual envelopes for each note or for each voice. And it's basically stuff you call with strings from a basic program. So it doesn't add new keywords to basic. It actually just adds this routine that you send a string to it with an exec command and it'll, run whatever commands you gave it. The graphic speed routine speed ups here for certain functions are quite a bit faster than basic. And the windowing and stuff is actually quite impressive. It's even ahead of what Nitrous 9 is doing currently. So for those of you who have not seen this before, I thought I might as well play it. It's just under 3 minutes. It has music demos and graphics demos and everything else here. So for those of you who are not familiar with this package, this is what you can do with GrafExpress. Sound coming through okay?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, good. Remember if I checked that box or not.
Interesting red fade in and fade out.
I should mention there's a 256 color demo of this also on the original disc. That's for composite only. So it actually does kind of fake the 256 colors on composite. Though you'll lose some resolution doing that.
Impressive.
Yeah, it's still loading the ML drivers and stuff here. Here we go.
Nice.
I will mention too, there's a bit of distortion on spots. I think there was his emulator giving him trouble because he's doing this on the emulator to record it.
We didn't have the latest version.
Come on, it's Gershwin.
That's the kind of music I enjoy hearing from color computers.
Now, Nick Marentes is hearing this, and he might have that in his next game now.
But here you see he's got overlapping windows both running simultaneously with different graphics.
Cool. Yeah.
Yes, pretty great.
And what the heck, a third?
Oh, nice.
It's like a supercomputer.
Take that, Bill Gates, Windows 1.
There he's got the distortion that's from the emulator. It doesn't do this normally.
I was using X-Raw. X-Raw.
Yeah, X-Raw has a few issues on my Mac doing that too, where especially if you go off the window and highlight some other window to be active, it really starts distorting. Anyway, I'll play the last bit. It's just more music and explanation, but basically that's what it was doing. I will mention that the now sort of partly released level 2 version 3 upgrade of Nitrous of OS9 by Kevin Darling and the rest of them actually had some of this functionality, doing multiple windows not stopping over top of each other. But the version we have gotten released does not do that because Kevin decided it was taking too much memory and they had to try to spec it to run on a 120K machine. And also he said it was too slow. Now, I don't know how fast it ran compared to this because I've never seen that version run, but the current version he has will let you put full program windows over top of each other, but it'll pause the ones underneath. So this is the only current way of doing overlapping windows running graphics simultaneously.
Yeah,
but it's a pretty impressive demo for a 1.78 megahertz machine with no graphics chip, really.
Sure. And no sound chip.
Yeah, no sound chip too. Yeah, it's all being done in software through the 6809. So I think the break key is actually in the chat right now. So he started a channel just this week. This is the first video he's ever released. And it's how to build a THSBIAJKK cassette cable for the CoCo. So I'll play a little bit of it. And if he wants to make any comments about it, he can in the chat there.
Hi, folks. How y'all doing today? Welcome to the break key. My name's Henry. I'll be walking you through the various and sundry things that we're doing to relax today. And today, it's something ridiculously simple. Today, we are going to be making a cassette interface cable for the TRS-80 color computer. And this cassette interface cable is, if everything works out well, going to be a bidirectional cable that plugs directly into your laptop or cell phone or a phone's jack equipped cell phone with absolutely no problems whatsoever. So,
does it work? You'll have to check his video to find out.
That's the life of WeFax, you know.
I'll certainly need to check his video for sure.
Yeah, he's mentioned that his next video is probably going to be making a drive wire cable. So those who want to, try drive wire without having to purchase a cable somewhere and have enough soldering skills to do, which means I'm exempt. Go check that out. Yeah, he just commented in the chat. He said enameled stranded wire is a pain to deal with trying to attach them to the solder lugs. That's why I didn't have a working data out.
He's got a red break key. That's good.
Yeah. That's actually kind of cool because I think the CoCo is one of the few that actually said break and was a red key. So he's kind of steering it definitely towards the CoCo.
My kind of guy.
Yeah, we might have to have him on the show sometime. So get in contact with the break key and definitely check out the CoCo Discord if you can. Join in the community.
It's got a nice mic.
Yeah. Okay. Last few here for got a couple of the MC10, a couple of the Dragons. So first one here, Jim Gary released a program for the MC10 specifically for American Thanksgiving, which I'll play because it's nice and short. Unfortunately, he didn't publish it until between the two shows, so I didn't get it in time for you seeing it before Thanksgiving. So, Ron, did you get a chance to try that one before Thanksgiving?
I didn't.
Darn.
I would have though.
Next up, Ruben Aparicio, hope I'm pronouncing that right, posted how he updated his ALs to be internationalized to run NTSC. So he's got a complete description of what he's doing in here, and then some photos of the board, which is beyond the scope of me trying to discuss because I don't understand that stuff at all. But definitely,
that's appropriate because this is the CoCo Nation.
But I would check this out. Like if you have an Alice, and I know a few of the people in the CoCo Nation viewership definitely do have them.
That would be fun.
And he was mentioning some of the changes between NTSC and PAL and some of the things that you have to kind of adjust for. So it definitely is a pretty cool article from the hardware side of things. I don't have an MC10, so it doesn't really apply to me. But if any of you guys check this out, maybe try that out. I would be interested to hear your results or any comments or questions you may have on it.
My MC10's my friend. It's not my pal, though.
That's a good one.
Okay, another one. I'm going to play the entire 2.5-minute video here. So Richard Harding, we mentioned or showed last week, he found videos on kind of the business side of things of the Dragon as far as the news in Wales went. So last time they were talking about there was rumors that Dragon was having problems. This is now a later article where basically it's definitely having problems and going into receivers. So this is a bit of historical stuff thanks to Richard Harding, who's kind of like the genealogy guy on the Dragon here. So I'll play this in its entirety here. Let me know if the volume's okay.
Has called in the receivers after just 4 years of production. The company is one of Britain's biggest producers of home computers. But now the 160 jobs there are under threat because of heavy debts due to low sales.
Nice hair.
Dragon Data was initially set up as an offshoot of the Metoy company at Swansea. The toy manufacturers wanted to get into the then booming home computer business. At the start, the Dragon breathed fire. Sales caught light, and at one stage the computers were almost unobtainable because of high demand. Metoy couldn't afford the investment, and Dragon was sold off and moved to a factory at Kenvig Hill. The future looked bright and investors were keen. The Prudential were one backer, the Welsh Development Agency another. At one stage 300 people worked there. Then came a slump in home computers in America, brought about by overproduction and fierce competition. Dragon ran into trouble a year ago. The investors pumped in more cash, and there was a new management team. The GEC company took over the marketing of the machines. A new computer too was launched, but sales were poor and stocks built up at the factory. The Dragon's fire was almost extinguished.
The sunshot is shining a little early this year, so the last month or so there's been a very marked decline. And secondly, it's getting a very aggressive market. A lot more manufacturers, a lot of price cutting. The US market is getting a bit difficult as well.
So really, you overestimated how many computers you'd be able to sell?
In essence, yes.
How marketable a commodity is Dragon Data as a going concern now?
Well, I think it's very marketable. We still have a product that's in demand in the 32 and the 64. Admittedly not so much in the UK, but certainly overseas we have fairly good sales opportunities. We also have 3 or 4 new products that have just been launched at a show in London, and we've had some very favourable responses. And we would like to think that someone would view this as a very interesting acquisition.
Have all these sudden problems come as a surprise to you, or have you been able to see this coming over the last few months?
Well, it's not really a surprise, though it's a degree of a shock. The basic numbers in this business are always means that you're basically running a risk.
Some of the production staff don't even yet know that their jobs are threatened. The factory has been on holiday for the last week, but they're still being asked to come to work on Monday morning. By then, the receivers will have decided whether or not to keep on trading.
So that's why Monday mornings were a good day to buy a computer, huh?
Well, I mean, there's your problem. So basically, you made too many. Yes.
Yeah. Well, they made too many after Christmas because they thought.
Don't admit the truth. Don't do that.
Well, they're already in receivership at this point, so they kind of had to. So.
Well, yeah, but that's something you don't do today. You would make a whole spiel about.
So another thing they did was they stopped unit testing.
That's it.
But yeah, basically the story is that they had tremendous Christmas sales the first year to the point where they couldn't keep up to demand. And then when they caught up, a few months after Christmas, they were thinking that sales were going to continue at that pace, so they kept building and building,
And
then that didn't happen.
The video game crash hit.
But they only send out the one cassette with 4 or 5 programs on it. That's it.
The good side of it is that they build it and they kept building it. So there we have more dragons nowadays.
Yeah. Well, they're also expecting, like when they did the
great.
Tano Dragon, sold in North America, and they were planning on trying to get stuff sold in Japan and elsewhere too, mainland Europe, etc. And they just that didn't happen. Plus, the whole thing got so cutthroat. I mean, this is the same time period that TI got out of the market. The TI 94A, they fire sold that out. So it wasn't just them; it was some of the other even bigger companies that were having problems.
Well, they thought that if TI stopped making their machines, there'd be enough room on the desktop.
Well, yeah, but there was like 5,000 PC clones coming out from Compaq and everybody else too. So
It was all,
it was a schmoz.
A dark age.
Yeah. And then the last story today, Phil Harvey-Smith posts an update on his progress on the Dragon VGA, which is a VGA output option for the Dragon, where he's getting closer to handle precise timing used by some of the programs that change graphics modes and color sets on a scan line basis. So it's kind of covering, Dragonfire. Like I mentioned before, some of the games like Rommel's Revenge used to use that for, doing menu highlights and stuff. And the timing right now before is not working properly, so it's putting it in the wrong spot. I think he's got a screenshot. Yeah, like this is one of their games, Rommel's Revenge, where this is supposed to be highlighting in white here, like changing the color set so it's the white, cyan, magenta, orange color set to show which one is, the latest high score. You can use it for menu selects too for options. And it wasn't working pretty well at all before. And he's getting it closer and closer. It's not quite right yet, but he's definitely getting there. So this is kind of a progress update on that. But then pretty soon they'll have a Dragon VGA, which is kind of like, CoCo VGA. And that's it for the news today.
You see what it says
This
there
week.
about microware?
Yeah, some new pillow.
Yeah.
They've been getting a lot of that in the microwave group that people have to keep going and deleting. It's the same stupid crap too. Just spamming. Facebook's a dumpster fire.
Pretty much, Facebook.
If it wasn't for the groups and stuff on there and the fact that 5,000 people have gathered in the CoCo group, I probably wouldn't be on Facebook myself that much.
Right.
Okay.
Brian.
Yep. So reminder, next week, interview with Mike Snyder. Get your questions ready.
Can I show you guys one last thing? Just one last thing.
Okay.
All right. You don't need to
pretty
highlight
brown.
me. You don't need to highlight me. Earlier when I was showing stuff from the show we had here, I was talking about these 2 books here, right?
Yeah.
Can read that correctly. It's in Portuguese, and this is you guys will recognize those who are as old as I am, as Ace of Aces outside of Brazil, probably. And what you have here is a book about dogfight, right? First World War kind of stuff. And you play multiplayer with 2 guys, and there's some logic here between the maneuvers, and all you have down here, maneuvers, whatnot, right? And you shoot people. If somebody is willing to get this logic into the color computer basic or assembler, I am willing to do the graphics for this. So it's just a little offer. If you guys know this game, right? It's sort of a 3-dimensional 2-player game, book-based. And if you run a timer, you kind of have like a real-time thing. Now, if somebody would like to look at the logics of this, I can certainly do some semi-graphics for that. I already have some parts of the semi-graphics done, but it's not a project I can undertake currently.
Okay. So this is kind of a graphical version of Choose Your Own Adventure. Instead of the next text, you have the next result of your battle or what have you.
Yes, more or less like that. You don't have the text, you have the maneuvers and the speed.
And then whatever you do, that's what comes up next. And
yes,
I like it.
It generates a number, and then you do some calculation with the maneuver from the other plane, and you get to an output. As you can see from the image, you are flying the plane always looking at the enemy, right?
Right.
Every picture, here the enemy is shooting at you.
So you do that. We figure out how to make the maneuver comparisons work.
As
And we
far
got a
as
game.
I, as far as I've analyzed it, it's like a two-dimension 2D array, where you are considering the position from one player and the other, and what they're seeing. It's like the world is infinite, but you are always looking at the distance between these two players. If they get away too far away from each other, then the game's over. You lose your target.
Aren't there
As you
Star
get
Trek
close,
games like that?
Well, so the trick is
I suspect they must be.
the trick is going to be getting the data out of the book into the program without error.
Yes, most likely getting
that's the big thing. Yeah.
Checking the instructions and the possible outcomes. As far as I know, it's like a two-dimensional array of 1, 2, 5, probably.
But you know it's obfuscated so that you can't figure it out easily. Otherwise, you would just figure out winning rules yourself. So it's going to be hard to not mess it up. Getting it off of paper. So yeah.
Whatever choice you have, it always depends on the other player. Other than the kind of maneuver you are performing, you also have a call on the speed of the maneuver. So there's kind of like a dogfight there. It's like a P51 in a turn-based style.
That could be updated to X TIE fighters. And
we're gonna need we're gonna need a Discord channel.
We could probably have but we should probably have a split screen semi-graphics kind of stuff going on for this. Cool. Turn-based. It's probably going to be something fun to create. It's on the list of to-dos, but currently I have a whole bunch of list of to-dos to get over. But if somebody would like to take a look at that with me, I'll gladly help.
Cool.
That's it.
Do I have time?
There you go, Rick.
All right, before something else happens.
This concludes another episode of the CoCo Nation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. For all things the CoCo Nation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCo Nation Show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCo Nation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCo Nation is over. Join us on the CoCo Discord server. CoCo forever.
Okay, well that does it for 341. So I guess let's see. Upcoming do we have a
CoCotech. Yes.
CoCotech coming up?
It's going to be Grease Weasel and SDC, which is another imaging device, and floppies with Mr. David Ladd, and of course Mikey Furman and Paul Fiscarelli.
And when is that?
Tuesday. So 3 days from now in the evening. Be basically 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's UTC -5.
All right.
And sorry it's inconvenient for Europe, but we'll do some stuff for you too, and I'll do them earlier in the day. So.
Okay, and Ken, Thursday, what games will we be playing?
The two that I announced earlier.
Which I've already forgotten about.
Those were
good answer.
They really stuck out in his mind, you can tell.
UDAO and Hyperzone.
Neutроid.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
8
p.m.
Well, we're going to have that system testing show pretty soon.
Yeah.
And Mike Snyder interview next week as well, so get ready for that.
Yay.
Okay, well, wave goodbye.
See y'all next week.
folks.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Push the leave button.
Bye.